Thank you for listening to Then Radio.
Hollywood, California, Monday, July 6th. The Lux Radio Theatre presents Lionel Barrymore in the Voice of Bugle Ann with Porter Hall and Anne Shirley. Lux presents Hollywood with Lionel Barrymore, Anne Shirley, Hal Roach, Cecil B. DeMille, Ruth Waterbury, and many others. Brought to you by the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the beauty care used by 9 out of 10 screen stars and by so many attractive women everywhere. We also salute a distinguished audience. With us tonight, I see Eileen Pringle, Paula Stone, and Cary Grant. Welcome to the Lux Radio Theatre. Producer of the Lux Radio Theatre, we present one of the most distinguished personages of the entertainment world. Producer of great screen spectacles, creator of stars, his name is known wherever motion pictures are seen. Ladies and gentlemen, Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The history of the American theater should be read by gaslight, because it was by gaslight that its most colorful chapters were written. A popular song of the day was Two Little Girls in Blue. Horse cars were running on Broadway. Sherry's was the place to eat after the theater. Hansom cabs scurried through Central Park. The fashionable figure was the hourglass silhouette. And Maurice Barrymore, the most popular matinee idol of his day, was making the gay 90s gayer. Among his contributions to the general uproar were 3 children, Lionel, Ethel, and John. All 3 turned out to be handsome and extremely versatile artists. But it seems that in everything I've done, Lionel has preceded me. We were the thoroughly unknown sons of famous parents. But when I went on the stage, Lionel was already there. When I started making pictures in 1913, he had been in the movies 4 years. When the screen switched from talkies, he directed the first all-color talking and singing film, The Rogue Song, starring Lawrence Tibbett. And when I came on the air, he was already so well identified with radio that people were calling him Mike. But at last I have Lionel exactly where I want him, in a DeMille production. The production is The Voice of Bugle Ann by McKinley Cantor. And here is our star, Lionel Barrymore. The chief sport of Missouri farmers is fox hunting. Night after night, they gather in groups and let their hounds loose on the trail. Far or near, they know each hound's voice. They know when the scent is hot and when the fox has doubled on its trail. They sit by friendly fires before and after the chase. There's such a fire burning now. And toiling toward it through heavy underbrush, we see the shadowy figures of Spring Davis, a grizzled old farmer, played by Lionel Barrymore, and his son, Benji. Can I help you, Paul?
No, I don't need no help. You just take care of yourself, son.
I can hear the hounds coming this way.
That's the fire right up there?
Yeah. I can see old Calhoun Royster standing up by it. And Big. There's some other fella.
Who's that? You, Spring?
Yeah, me and Benji.
Well, come on. You're missing the whole thing.
Well, got here as fast as we could, Cal.
What held you?
That Molly picture hound of mine. She's going to have a litter. Evening, Big. Evening, Mr. David. Evening, Benji. Evening.
Spring, this here gentleman over here is Mr. Tanner. He's from the city. Sells insurance.
Evening. How do you do? Come up to listen to the hound?
Why, yes. Mr. Royster, Cal here, was talking so much about it this afternoon, I asked if I might come along.
Oh, glad to have you. This is my son, Benji.
How do you do?
Evening.
Throw another log on the fire, Big. We're near to going out.
Listen. They're over the ridge of Heaven Creek now. The hounds are gaining.
Well, how can you tell that?
Oh, in their voices. You can tell just what's happening if you listen to them.
Yes, but just where is the sport? I've heard of riding to hounds, and I can appreciate that. But this...
Well, we don't ride no horses or wear funny caps, Mr. Tanner. We just raise hounds and train them for the hunt.
Well, I should think there wouldn't be any foxes left in this part of the country, killing so many.
Oh, we never kill the fox. No. He holds up when he gets tired, and the hounds come home.
Do you mean the fox will run again another night? Don't they ever learn anything from experience?
Yes, they learn.
turn. And they run again, night after night, year after year. Yes, year after year.
And do you do this all night and every night?
Oh, not every night, no.
Sometimes it rains.
Or sometimes it's just the opposite.
Sometimes the weather's too dry. Well, sometimes we get long damp spells.
Yeah, too damp. No, Mr. Tanner, we don't come out every night, but Cal and me ain't missed many good nights the last 50 years.
Well, considering how it's pretty damp out here, it might be a good idea to take out some health insurance.
Coming on to rain, Spring.
Yeah, no hunting tomorrow night.
Now, look here, about that insurance,
Someone's coming up the hill, Pa.
Oh,
It's Mother, Pa.
What's ailing, Ma?
You better come home, Pa. Molly Pitcher's restless and nervous. She ain't acting right.
Well, I guess her litter's about due. She crying?
No, just restless.
Well, I'll go. You stay here, Benji, till the foxes hold, then you bring the pack home.
All right, Pa.
Come along, Ma. We'll head for the house.
Well, Pa,
I guess it ain't no use.
he's dead.
Yeah. Molly was, she was always a timid little thing, and the lightning and thunder and being a mother was just too much.
I guess so, Spring. Too bad.
Yeah, too bad.
How's the litter?
Well, here they are. 5 of them.
Let me see. Cute, ain't they?
Yeah. But they demand a pretty big price sometimes for coming into this here world.
Which ain't saying nothing about the trouble of raising them on a bottle.
Well, it ain't as though I hadn't done it before.
Look at that there. She's a mouse run, Spring. No strength at all. Best let her die, I'm thinking.
Oh, no, Ma wouldn't do that. After all, Molly sort of give her life for this one, the last of the litter.
Not much to look at.
No, she ain't. But that white blaze on her forehead there, that's kind of pretty, don't you think? You see the way it comes around her ear there? All right, now you'll be getting something to eat in a minute or two. You know, Ma, I kind of took to this one. I think I'll name her Ann, after a great-great-grandmother, Lady Ann. Oh, that was a beautiful voice, Ma. You remember Lady Ann? But maybe this one will have a beautiful voice, too.
Put another stick on the fire, babe.
I'm near. I'll do it.
Listen, Carol. There never has been a sound like that in Heaven Creek County till that little pup come along.
Well, it's the strangest sound I ever heard.
Well, that's why I asked you to come here tonight, Mr. Tanner. This is the first hunt. You were here the night she was born.
That makes me kind of feel like her uncle.
Yes, sir. Just about a year ago it was. I called her Lady Ann then. Lady Ann, that is, till I heard her voice. The sweetest voice in the world. Clear and soft like a bugle.
You renamed her.
Yeah, she's Bugle Ann now. Bugle Ann.
There she is again, Pa.
Heading the pack. There never has been a tune like that in any throat in Missouri. And there won't be any more like her when she's gone.
Spring, you're just plumb foolish over that animal.
Well, why wouldn't it be? Waited a long time to have a hound like that. Yes, sir.
Well, I should think it'd be worth it.
Yeah. Well, you see, sir, it's a matter of breeding good hounds and understanding them and kind of, being fond of them.
Yeah, they're turned. Yeah. Hanging up past the old Camden place.
Yeah, I guess someone's moved into the old house.
I ain't here.
No, I have, and I've been meaning to speak about it.
Yeah, Bate?
It's some of the Camdens that's moving in up there. They're coming back home.
The Camdens was great hound people in their day. That's 20 or 30 years ago.
Yeah, but this is the son-in-law of the old Camdens, and his name's Terry. And he aims to raise sheep.
Sheep? Well, that means a fence.
Sir, his father was at the lumber yard, and this fella Terry was there. He was ordering posts and wire.
Wire? What kind of wire?
Wolf wire. Hog tight, bull strong, and horse high.
I remember this Jacob Terry.
Sure enough. He married Effie Camden. I heard she died up in Jackson County, leaving one daughter. It seems to me the daughter's first name was Camden.
Well, I wouldn't call this Jacob Terry a pleasant man. Yet he once whipped a horse with a hunk of hickory.
Oh, well, you can't condemn a man on what you hear. Any man can be reasoned with. Maybe we can reason with him about this fence.
Why do you object to Terry having a fence, Mr. Davis?
Well, in the first place, a fox hates such fence. See? He's liable to shy off and leave the country because of it. But some foxes do like it, and that's even worse. Because a hound runs about 15 miles an hour, and he hits a wolf wire fence in the dark. Now, the fox is little. He's got through without choking to death, but the hound, he's likely to get hurt.
Well, you can't get good hunting countries where they put fences across the fox range.
No, I reckon we'd better make a visit on this here Dick Terry tomorrow. Nobody's ever put up such a fence in these parts. There's Bugle Ann again. They've holed.
I guess I better call her back, Paul.
Yes. Hand me my horn, Benji.
Bugle? Will she come tonight?
Yes. And there's nobody in the world got leave to call Bugle Ann except me.
Camden, where are you?
Here, Father, getting some water at the pump.
Well, hurry up about it. There's a lot of work to be done around the house this morning.
Yes, Father.
And I want you to help me with that fence.
Father, I was going to speak to you about that. Must you put up a fence?
Why shouldn't I?
Well, the people around here do a lot of hunting.
I know it. I heard them all last night. There'll be no hounds running over my property. We're going to raise sheep.
I love the sound of hounds. It's really beautiful.
Rubbish. I can't stand the sound of them. The sight of them. Or the fools that make a fuss over them.
Oh, but it's just a game, Father. Why, I've often heard Mother tell how they used to sit around the bonfire at night, right out there on the ridge.
It's in your blood, too, I guess. Your mother was more interested in dogs than she was in me. You're her daughter, all right.
Please, Father, let's not quarrel.
Oh, get on with your work. I've got better things to do than argue with you.
Good morning. You're Miss Camden, I reckon.
Yes.
Well, I'm Springfield Davis. This is my son, Benji, and this is Cal and Bake Royster.
How do you do?
We are neighbors, Miss Camden. We'd like a word with your father.
Well, what is it about?
Well, it's just that we wanted to discuss a little matter with him.
Oh,
Who are all these people, Camden?
they want to speak to you, Father.
What do you want?
Mr. Terry, we heard you was going to put up a wolf wire fence around your land.
Well?
Well, a hound can't get through that kind of a fence, Mr. Terry. It's sure to get hurt.
If they get hurt, it'll be their own fault. I'm going to build a fence, hog tight, bull strong, and horse high to keep hounds out.
Father, please.
Be quiet.
Now, nobody has ever put up such a fence in these parts.
Well, mine will be the first then. And if any hounds do happen to get through, I'll shoot them down.
Well, now, I reckon nobody who was married to a Camden that hurt a hound.
I'll do what I like. It's my property.
Father, don't.
I told you to keep quiet. Now, you pick up that bucket and take it into the house.
Yes, Father.
Well, let me help you, Miss Camden.
You don't need your help.
But
You put down that bucket.
I'm only trying to help.
You heard what I said, Joe.
Don't say it. Put it down, Benji. We're going now.
The sooner you get out, the better. And there's something else you better understand before you clear off. A hound is the only thing that's going to get hurt if it comes sneaking around my property.
There ain't nobody going to get hurt, Mr. Terry, unless you say so.
You're in the Lux Radio Theatre on Hollywood Boulevard. Our play, The Voice of Bugle Ann. Our star, Lionel Barrymore. We shall resume the play in just a moment.
Now we take you on a quick tour of Hollywood. Sightseeing buses do a tremendous business here in the world's great movie capital. Picture yourself on one of these buses now going down Hollywood Boulevard. Don't miss anything. Here's the tour conductor.
Corner of Hollywood Boulevard and Vine, ladies and gentlemen. Most famous intersection in Hollywood. A few doors to your right, down Vine Street, the popular Brown Derby Restaurant. Now, straight ahead, on your right, the Lux Radio Theatre, the most famous radio theater in the world.
Well, will you look at the Lux Radio Theatre? Why, you know, I always thought it was an imaginary place.
Oh, ma'am, it's real.
Mother, I knew that. It's the place those wonderful Lux plays are broadcast from. Remember? After I heard the first one, I began to use that Lux toilet soap.
Yes, I do remember now. Seems to me your complexion looks much nicer since you started using it.
Well, if you can believe Bill, it does. He says my complexion's elegant.
Now we are getting into Dallas Street, ladies and gentlemen. We see the home of the famous RKO Radio Studios. And as we turn around Mill Road...
Too bad our bus can't stop. We'd be proud to take you inside those famous studios. Or we could show you Lux toilet soap in every dressing room. Kept there because RKO radio girls and famous RKO radio stars like Irene Dunn and Ginger Rogers prefer this gentle soap. Just like you, they want to keep their skin lovely, free from dullness, tiny blemishes, and enlarging pores that mean cosmetic skin. Lux Toilet Soap guards against this danger because its active lather removes dust and dirt, stale rouge and powder thoroughly. We know you'll like the way Lux Toilet Soap keeps your skin. Try it. Now we return you to Cecil B. DeMille.
We continue with the Voice of Bugle Ann, starring Lionel Barrymore. It's several weeks later. Benji and Camden have been seeing each other almost every night. They stand together now by the rail of a rustic bridge, gazing into the stream below.
It's beautiful, isn't it, Benji?
Yes, it is. But I guess you kind of make it more beautiful, Sandy.
That's nice to hear.
It sure isn't hard to say.
Your pa's hunting tonight.
Wind is changing, too.
The scent will be fairly free, I guess.
You talk like an old-timer, Camden. It must be in the blood.
I guess it is. You know, I lay awake nights listening to the dogs. Well, I've got so I know their voices. When I hear Bugle Ann, I just get cold all over.
Well, she has the sweetest mouth that ever was in Missouri.
In the world, Benji.
I wish you could make your father feel that way.
Oh, I guess he really does deep down. I'm sorry he doesn't treat you better, Benji, so you could come right up to the house to see me. I don't like you sneaking around behind his back.
Well, I gotta see you somehow.
Oh, you've done your best, Benji. Oh, you know, it isn't that Father's mean, really. He's just unhappy.
I'm sorry you are, Camden.
Not when I'm with you.
Camden, honey, what are we gonna do?
I don't know, Benji.
It's awful this way. It's all so hopeless.
I know. Listen.
They're heading over toward your place. I hope they have sense enough to keep away from that wire fence.
Oh, Benji, if they ever ran into it.
I think I better go find Paul. If Bugle Ann ever gets hurt, he really won't be responsible for anything.
Benji, I'm worried.
I'll be all right. Come on. You can drive me back to the car in your place. I'll walk on from there.
Benji, you won't let there be any trouble, will you?
Not if I can help it, honey. I don't want anything else to come between.
Oh, Benji, darling.
Thanks, Camden. I'll see you tomorrow.
Wait, Benji.
Oh, what is it?
Look over there by the fence, those men.
It's Paul. Something's happened. Come on.
I'm telling you once and for all, Spring Davis, get out of my pasture and get out now.
Put that gun down, Miss Terry. It don't scare us at all. I come in here after my hound.
Well, that ain't here. If it was, it's got no business among my sheep.
It's Bugle Ann. She wouldn't hurt nothing. But she's so small, she could come through your fence when a fox brings her here.
Yeah? Well, get this straight, old boy. I'm going to raise sheep, and I don't care a hang for all the hounds in Missouri. You keep yours off my land, or they get a dose of number 10 shot in the hind end.
Oh, what's the matter, Paul? Something's happened to Bugle Ann. I can't find her.
You can get out of here, too, Benji Davis. There's more than just hounds give me a peeve, and you know what I mean.
If you're talking about Camden, Mr. Terry...
I am. And if you know what's good for you, you'll stay away from her.
Listen! Listen to that. It's Bugle Ann. Mr. Terry, I'm glad for both of us that Bugle Ann's out there running safe and sound.
It's a good thing for you she's out there and not in here. Foxhounds and Davises, they're all the same breed. And I'll kill any cur that steps on this grass.
Jake Terry, if you shoot a Davis hound, I'll blow you clean to glory. Come on, Benji. Hal.
Get around up the fast train. Getting kind of late to be out.
Good for nothing, ridge runners.
Father,
What do you want?
it isn't all their fault.
They were trespassing on my property.
I know, but Father, you could put up a fence that would keep your sheep in and not hurt their dogs.
Oh, you're siding with them.
No, Father, I'm not.
Your mother always sided against me with her people.
Oh, but you're so unreasonable. Those folks don't want any trouble. Why, they'd like to be friendly with you.
Oh, I see. So they're already your friends.
Sometimes I don't understand you, Father.
Where were you tonight?
I was out in the car.
You said you were going to a picture show.
I changed my mind. It was so warm.
Lied to me. You just wanted to lollygag with a no-account lazy pup who...
Stop it! I won't let you talk that way about Benji Davis.
I said I didn't want you to see any more of him.
Oh, listen, Father. Didn't you ever love Mother a little? Even in the beginning...
Don't try to get around me. I told you to stay away from me.
You've got no right to say it. I've got to see Benji.
You'll not lie to me again or disobey.
I love him. And what you say or do won't...
Maybe that'll make some difference.
That's the last time you'll ever sight me, Father.
It ain't the first and ain't the last. So do as I say.
I'm leaving you, Father. I'm leaving you tonight. Very good, Paul.
They call on Jake Terry.
But that gun ain't going to take a gun, Spring. Bugle Ann came today. You hear to yourself up by Terry's pasture.
That was earlier, Ma. I called her all last night, but she didn't come to me.
You think Terry shot her?
I ain't sure, Ma, but me and Cal and Benji is going up that way this morning to look for her, and if she's there...
Oh, Spring, I wish you wouldn't.
Oh, you just leave this to me. I know what I'm doing.
Don't see any sign of her, Spring.
Well, she isn't here, that's sure. Paul, come on, let's go home.
She ain't here, but she might be buried here.
What do you mean, Paul?
You remember, Cal, how Bugle Ann caught her foot in that rat trap before she was weaned?
Sure. Everybody knows that. But one gone toe never bothered her.
Her track was always plain, Cal. I've been looking for her track up here, and there it is.
Oh.
Right there in the mud. You see it, Cal?
Plain as daylight.
Yeah. I reckon it'd stand in code just like fingerprints and such. She passed here on her way home, and Jake Terry shot her.
Wait, Paul.
Get out of my way, son.
Come back here, Paul.
I want to see Jake Terry.
Wait, you don't know what you're doing.
Let me go. He killed Bugle Ann.
But you can't act hasty, Paul.
Hasty? If I'm looking for rats in my granary, I don't sit down and wait for 'em.
Give me that gun, Spring.
Let go. You never bred Bugle Ann, did you? He was mine.
There's Terry on the porch. He's got a gun, too, Spring.
I told you to stay off my place, Spring Davis.
What did you do with it, Terry? What did you do with Bugle Ann?
Get out of here, you old devil.
You better answer me.
I never killed your dirty hound, but I'll put some subs into you if you don't get out of here. Look out, Paul.
I reckon it did.
Miss Terry, you are under oath to tell the truth. You know that.
Yes, sir.
And please tell the jury just why the defendant objected to your farm building offense.
Because it interfered with his fox hunting.
Where were you on the evening preceding your father's death?
I was out riding with Benji Davis.
When you returned to your house, what happened?
We saw men by the side of the house.
Spring Davis and Calhoun Royster.
Yes.
And Spring Davis quarreled with your father, didn't he? Miss Terry.
Yes.
And after they left?
I tried to speak to Father. We had an argument.
And then?
He slapped me.
Struck you?
Just once, not very hard.
What was the argument about, Miss Terry?
About Benji.
He objected to your going out with him.
Yes.
And the argument was not about dogs.
Well, that's what started it, and I was...
What happened then?
I packed my clothes and took the car. It was my car, and he didn't stop me because he knew my Aunt Nancy had given it to me after Uncle Newt died.
Go on.
Well, I was angry. I didn't want to stay there. I drove away.
Where?
To my Uncle El Nathan's place, up north. It was 2 days before I heard of my father's death.
Miss Terry, are you still friendly with the defendant's son?
We haven't seen each other, if that's what you mean.
One more question, Miss Terry. Did your father kill the defendant's dog?
I left. I wasn't there.
That's all, Miss Terry. Now, Mr. Davis, tell me this. You never found the body of the dog, did you?
No, sir. We never found her.
And it's true that you and your friends, after the killing, made an intensive search of the premises for it.
Well, we knew she'd been there. I couldn't mistake her footprint because she was one toe shy.
Never mind that. You went over Mr. Terry's fence and into his yard armed, didn't you?
That's correct.
You were prepared to kill.
I object, Your Honor. Objection overruled.
Answer the question, Mr. Davis.
I told Jake Terry if he harmed Bugle Ann, there'd be trouble.
Do you mean to tell me you were prepared to kill a man because of a dog?
Oh, now, wait a minute. I guess you never owned a house.
Answer my question.
Well, I am answering it. It kind of answers itself. Anybody that ever owned a hound and loved it the way I did Bugle Ann, it wasn't because Bugle Ann had the sweetest mouth in the world, and it wasn't because I raised it from a pup and bred her to the horn. If she didn't have no more voice than a frog, I'd have felt the same way about her or any other hound of mine. Jake, you may remember what Senator Vest said about a dog. I reckon you do. He was a lawyer, and he said what he had to say in court, same as I'm talking. He could talk a whole lot better than I can. What he said was this. The best friend a man has in this world may turn against him. His son or his daughter that he's reared the best way he knows how may turn against him. The people who hoorah and cheer when everything's going good will be the first ones to heave a rock at him when he's down. The one absolutely unselfish friend that a man can have. The one that never deserts him, the one that never proves ungrateful or treacherous, is his dog. Yes, sir. A man's dog stands by him, rich or poor, sick or well. He'll sleep on the cold ground with the wind blowing and the snow driving. It don't make no difference to him so long as he's there by his master's side. He'll kiss the hand that ain't got no food to give him. He'll guard the sleep of a pauper as if he was a king. And when all other friends desert, he's sick. If fortune drives the master and an outcast into the world, friendless and homeless, the faithful dog don't ask nothing more than just to be with him and guard him against any danger that he can. And when the last scene of all comes, and he's laid away in the cold ground, no matter if all his other friends go on their way, there by his grave you'll find the dog. His head between his paws, and his eyes sad but open and watching, faithful and true right down to the very end. Yes, sir. Oh, I've seen it more than once. I'd kill a man if he killed a friend of mine without no reason, and a hound is as much a friend as any man, except he ain't got none of a man's faults. Yes, sir. I ain't denying I killed Jake Terry, because he killed Bugle Ann. I didn't want to do it, Judge. I just had to.
Has the jury considered its verdict? It has. He finds the defendant guilty of murder.
Sit down, Cal. Sit down. These cells ain't much to look at. I guess the best they can do. Here they're going to give me my sentence this morning.
That's why I come, Spring.
Yeah. Well, now, there's no use grieving about it, Cal. Reckon there's nothing else the jury could do, seeing as I killed him and didn't deny it nohow.
Oh, they might have taken into account how you was provoked. He killed Bugle Ann, didn't he?
Yeah.
And he would have killed you, too, if you hadn't have given him the death shot first.
Yes, that. Well, now, don't worry about me, Cal. It ain't going to be so bad up there in Jeff City. A lot of men stand it, and they ain't no tougher than me. I'm sorry for Ma and Benji, though. You'll do what you can for him, Cal.
You know I will, Spring.
To tell Benji that Camden's really a fine girl, and I hope maybe someday it'll work out for him. It's much worse for them two young uns than it is for me. You know, Cal, I ain't done much reading lately, and this will give me a sort of chance to catch up.
Oh, I'll send you the Red Ranger and the Hunter's Horns read.
Oh, now that's mighty fine of you, Cal.
Spring,
No, sure. Don't feel bad, Cal. It's all right. It ain't nothing. I'm kind of looking forward to the chance of getting myself in good physical shape again. I heard they got a lot of exercise up there. I reckon I've been setting out in the wet too much nights. I guess I won't be setting out nights up there much.
All right, Davis. They want you in the courtroom.
Yes, sir. Say, Cal, I'm kind of nervous about this. You know, I never was sentenced before. You go ahead, Cal, and tell Ma and Benji not to take it too hard.
Goodbye, Spring.
Goodbye.
I'll do the best I can.
Yes.
Ring Davis.
Yes, sir.
The jury has heard the evidence presented in this court. They have found you guilty. The court hereby sentences you to the state prison for a period of 20 years for the crime of which you've just been convicted.
Spring. No. It's all right, Ma. Don't carry on now.
But 20 years. It ain't right, Spring.
No, Ma. No. I'm awful sorry to bring this trouble on you, Ma. I'm awful sorry, Ma.
Station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Cecil B. DeMille speaking to you from the Lux Radio Theatre in Hollywood. Lionel Barrymore and Anne Shirley return shortly for the third act of The Voice of Bugle Ann. Line for line, more news is printed about Hollywood than any other community in the world. Affairs of state are taken off the front page to make way for Shirley Temple's newest tooth or Greta Garbo's search for solitude. And magazines make public the private lives of our stars. Millions of people see Hollywood through the eyes of a certain editor who has left her editorial uneasy chair to come to the Lux Radio Theatre tonight. The editor of Photoplay magazine, Miss Ruth Waterbury.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. You know, when an editor interviews a director, that's not news. But when a director interviews an editor...
That's a radio program. Miss Waterbury, I have a protest to file on behalf of the gentlemen of the screen. Why aren't more pictures of male stars used on magazine covers?
The answer's simple. When we have a beautiful girl on the outside of our magazine, many people buy it just for the picture. But when we have a man's picture on the cover, no so.
Don't say no so. This is the Lux Radio Theatre.
What I mean is, we have to have women's pictures because the majority of our readers are women.
Then why not men's pictures? Aren't most women Gable Gapers and Coleman Cravers?
We've had men on covers and eaten magazines for months thereafter. Women, by all newsstand records, are primarily interested in women. They want to know new ways to fix their hair, whether thin or heavy eyebrows are in fashion, how to keep their figures, and their complexions lovely. I fancy, for instance, that a great many women use Lux toilet soap because they know screen stars use it.
Well, that's no secret here.
If an actress singles out a product for her personal use, you may be sure it's the best. Yes? When the stars take the cake, I mean when the stars take the cake...
Miss Waterbury, just one. What you're trying to say is, when the stars take the cake, Lux is the cake they take.
In any event, Hollywood is teaching women the tremendous importance of personal appearance, and it's teaching the world that glamour is not a quality you're necessarily born with. In other words, you, Mr. DeMille, the great glamour creator, know that glamour is just learning how to emphasize one's own personality. This, I believe, is why Hollywood today is dominating the news of the world. It is every woman's inspiration. It is teaching every woman how to emphasize her own best point. Thank you, and good night.
Good night, editor. And now for the last act of our play, The Voice of Bugle Ann, starring Lionel Barrymore with Anne Shirley. Almost a year has gone by since Spring Davis was condemned to prison. It's late evening, and in the kitchen of the old farmhouse, Benji and Mrs. Davis are sitting tensely in their chairs. They seem to be waiting for something, half expectant, half frightened. Mrs. Davis breaks a long silence.
Benji.
Yes?
Are you going out searching again tonight?
I've searched and searched. Almost every night for 2 weeks. She's never answered the phone.
I hear her, and you hear her. Dave heard her, so did his paw. 'Twas no mistake. Bugle Ann was bugling that night.
She couldn't have been more. Bugle Ann's dead. Terry killed her almost a year ago.
I never said she wasn't dead, Benji. But we heard her just the same.
Oh, it's unnatural to believe in ghosts.
She was leading a pack. I'd have known her voice, Benji. And if she'd been alive, she'd have come when you called her.
I guess the pack that she's been leading
to go through a hog-tight fence like so much dishwater. Because there ain't no fences where there's been. No, Ma. I guess the great hounds have got a place of their own to go to after they run the last race here.
Benji, I've been meaning to ask you. Didn't Camden ever write you nor nothing since the trial?
Huh? Oh, no, she never did, Ma. I ain't never heard a word.
You know where she is, don't you? Up with Uncle.
I know, but what's the use? There can't ever be nothing between Camden and me. Not now.
If she loves you, Benji.
How can she? My father killed her father. There's a murder between them.
Benji.
Oh, I'm not saying Paul wasn't right. I'll do the same thing in his place. But that doesn't change things. Nothing can change things.
Benji. Again. That Benji has come back.
Don't say that, Ma. Ma, it isn't possible.
Possible or not, Benji. That's the voice of Bugle Ann.
What are you doing, Camden? Writing a letter?
Why, yes, Uncle Nathan. I've been trying to.
Don't seem very successful. At the end of that pen, all chewed to bits and hardly lying down. Who is it to?
No one. I'm not going to write it after all.
Camden, come here. You ain't still thinking on that young David fella, are you? Are you?
Would it be so terrible?
No, not terrible, but still, it ain't exactly right.
Why not?
Do I have to answer that for you, Camden? Don't you know why?
It wasn't Benji's fault. He did nothing wrong.
His father did?
And isn't he paying for it? He's up there in state prison. An old man, hurt and beaten, because he did what he thought was right.
Camden?
I can't help it. I can't help it.
All right, Camden. It's all right.
Uncle, you go about getting a man released from prison?
You'd want to do that? He killed your father, Camden.
I guess it's the awfulest thing in the world to have hated one's father. I'm sorry I had to hate him, but he was mean. I saw what he did to my mother.
Come in, Davis.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. They tell me you want to see me, Warden.
Yes, I suppose you're wondering what it's all about.
Well, about the only thing I could figure was maybe I wasn't doing so well as a gardener. Or maybe you was sending me to some other prison.
No, nothing like that. Mr. Davis, you're free.
Free?
That's right.
But the judge said 20 years, and it's only nigh on to 4.
Here's your pardon from the governor.
And I can go home?
That's it.
But this has got me kind of stamped. The governor don't know me, and I never had the honor of meeting him.
Well, perhaps you've got some influential friends.
No, I guess not. At leastwise, not that I can remember being on speaking terms with.
Well, it all came pretty much as a surprise to me, too, but you can go home.
Home? I reckon that'll be kind of nice. Ma and Benji been writing, but it ain't like having your kinfolk close around now. Is it, Mr. Hanrahan?
All right. I'll telegraph your wife you're coming.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Goodbye, and good luck, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Warden. Thank you. Kick your father for the hand. Swing your father. It's mighty nice of you, Ma, to have all the folks over.
We're so glad to have you home, Paul.
It's a real celebration.
How do I look? Am I all right to go downstairs?
Yeah, let me fix your tie. There, that's it. You can come down anytime you want to now. We'll have dinner whenever you want.
Well, son, Paul, I want to speak to you. Now? What about? Well, I close the door. Paul, I got something I want to show you. What, Benji?
Look, Paul.
Dog's collar.
Bugle Ann's collar.
That's right, Paul. Bugle Ann's collar.
Where'd you get it? Where is she?
Now, sit down, Paul. Sit down and be calm.
You found Bugle Ann, and you never wrote it to me.
Now, take it easy, Paul.
Where was it? Where?
Up in Bachelor's Timber. We never found her until last September.
Bachelor? No. Couldn't have been up there.
Yes. She was caught right in that old rusty wire windbreak down near the shack.
Caught in the wire? Strangled?
Yes.
How long she been there?
You couldn't tell, Paul. If it hadn't been for the collar, I wouldn't have known it was her. Maybe a year she was there. Maybe a lot more.
And Jake Terry never done it.
Well, maybe Bugle Ann run up there after he shot her. Or maybe...
Oh, stop your foolish talk.
Well, that ain't the whole story, Paul. There was a time, the 1st of June, after you went up there, when we heard her bugling in the woods beyond Heaven Tree.
She was alive then?
Yes. But 3 nights ago, the night we heard you were coming home, we heard her again, Paul.
3 nights ago?
We heard Bugle Ann.
There was a time when I'd laugh my head off at that, but I've had plenty of time to think these last 4 years. There was funny things in the Civil War, boy. My father told me about, and there's been funny things other times. Now, I don't say you heard Bugle Ann other nights, but you did hear something. Mighty often I thought I heard her clear off in Jet City. 3 nights ago you heard it.
Yes.
Not since.
Well, there's been rain.
Well, there ain't no rain tonight.
Oh.
We'll listen tonight, Benji. You and me and Cal and Bate, like we used to. I'll have my horn along, and if I hear her voice...
Paul, listen.
If I hear her voice, I'll call her home.
Tell me about a fire.
That's a beeline fox, all right. Don't let no grass grow under his feet.
Benji, what is it, babe? What'll happen if your paw blows that horn his turn? Would she come back to answer it? Look out.
You're getting sweet, Cal.
Yeah, getting sweet. Listen.
It's Bugle Ann.
You can't see. It can't.
It's Bugle Ann.
Paul, listen. It's a hound. An ordinary hound. It belongs to... I reckon it's Armstrong.
No Armstrong ever had that kind of music in him. No.
Did he say spring? It's just a kind of an echo.
Cal, if she comes real close to us, I'll blow the bugle for her.
Paul, sit down.
Are you plumb certain that was her collar, Benji? I reckon nobody but the Lord seen her bones hop up out of the orchard tonight.
Now, Spring, you got to get hold of yourself.
Get hold? Why, I bred the most beautiful tune ever played in these parts. I ain't ashamed. Maybe you laugh when you seen me bring this bugle, but I reckon it'd come in handy. Bugle Ann will come home, Cal, when she hears this. She'll...
What's that? It's someone else. Someone else is blowing her in.
I never done it. I never gave no one else leave to blow her in.
Well, where'd the call come from? On Heaven Ridge, your path.
We'll find out where right now. Come on. There it is. Another fire.
There's a hound walking back and forth.
That's it? That's the hound? Wait. There's a girl there. She's looking right at her. She's her, too.
Oh, it's Camden.
Camden? Come on.
Camden.
Good evening, Benji.
What are you doing here?
Was it you blew them notes?
Yes, I did. Twice.
That hound. What hound is that?
I raised it.
But it's got her voice. It's got Bugle Ann's voice.
Yes, I know. I used to hear it.
I tell you, the Lord never made no 2 hound voices alike. Same kind of mouth and all, he never did.
What is it all about, Camden?
This hound, she was hers, Benji. She's Bugle Ann's puppy. There were 4 more, but only this little one had the real bugle mouth.
Bugle Ann? She never had no pup.
Mr. Davis, my father never killed Bugle Ann.
Ah, we know that. The boys found a skeleton over there by Bachelor's, and they heard her voice in the woods. But I He'll say she never had no puppies.
That night, I drove out of the yard just like I told in court. Bugle Ann was coming past the gate. I couldn't see her in time. I couldn't. It was an awful sharp turn, and I ran over her. I got out and picked her up. She wasn't dead, and she didn't seem to blame me. I was afraid there'd be trouble over her being hurt.
Well, where did this dog get her voice?
I took her up to Uncle Al Nathan's in Jackson County. After we heard what had happened, I didn't dare tell the truth. It would have been worse for you if the jury knew that Bugle Ann wasn't really dead at all.
Go on. Please, Camden.
I nursed Bugle Ann back to health. There were 5 pups, but, this one was like her.
What happened to Bugle Ann?
She waited till they were weaned. Then she left one night. There was a moon. She wasn't strong enough to run, but she did go away. We traced her 15 miles next day, then lost her for good. Likely she was heading for home when she struck a fox and you folks heard her. We never knew she was dead for sure, but we always thought she'd been killed trying to get back home.
Benji says he heard her bugling 3 nights back.
That was the dog here. I came out thinking you might be in the timber.
You knew they let me out of prison?
Why, yes.
How'd you know?
Well, I just knew, that's all.
You ain't got prophecy nor no second sight? Say, maybe you're on speaking terms with the governor.
No, I wouldn't call it that.
But you had something to do with his pardon?
Why, plain as your nose. Speak up, child.
All my folks weren't Terry. There was some Camden.
That's right. They might have counted for something when considering a pardon.
The Camdens mean something in this state. Why, even yet. Some of them in the legislature, and the governor listens to them when they want something as much as I wanted you to be free.
You did it, didn't you?
Oh, I just did what I could. I told them about Mr. Davis.
Well, thank you, Miss Camden.
Oh, please.
See, this little hound here. She's kind of taken to me, I think. Look at her, sniffing around. Well, I reckon you 2 youngsters got things to talk over.
Well, I have. Camden.
Not now.
But it's going to be all right, isn't it?
If you want Benji.
Sure he does. Been mooning around ever since you left, his mother tells me. Well...
Wait, Mr. Davis. I brought the dog for you. I'd like you to have her.
For me? That's mighty nice of you.
I trained her to the horn, just the same as Bugle Ann.
Well, what you call her?
Little lady.
Little lady, huh? Well, you got quite a mouth, little lady. And spotted just the same as your ma.
She's got the same voice.
Yeah. And it's going to sound mighty pretty. Coming clear across the hills. Mighty pretty, little lady.
Play The Voice of Bugle Ann with Lionel Barrymore as Spring Davis is ended. But in a moment, you'll hear him again as Lionel Barrymore. When I came to Hollywood in 1913, the first man who asked me for a job was a cowboy extra. I still have the notebook in which I wrote his name, Hal Roach. Beside it is the salary he asked for, $5 a day. And beside that, my notation, too much. I hired others for $3 a day, and thereby did Hal Roach a favor. He went out and started his own studio, making comedies featuring another unknown extra named Harold Lloyd. In time, he started the Our Gang series, and the motion picture industry now awards him the laurel for producing more comedies than anybody else in Hollywood.
Wait a minute, C.B. If you're going to mention Laurel, you've got to mention Hottie.
Mr. Hal Roach, ladies and gentlemen, who insists that among his laurels is Hardy, and many other great comedians, including B.B. Daniels, whom I stole from.
GCB, I'm as nervous tonight as that cowboy who asked you for a job.
Why nervous? You've graduated from cowboy to polo player.
Don't blame that on me. It's my horse's fault. Can I help it if he was ambitious?
He was more ambitious than some of the horses that run at your Santa Anita racetrack. You've picked many winners for films. You've developed the most famous group of youngsters in the world, Our Gang. But your greatest achievement was changing the custard pie from a harmless dessert to a deadly weapon.
But you have developed the most famous character in Hollywood.
Which one?
The Yes Man.
Never heard of him.
Yes, Mr. DeMille.
Where do you get your child actors? what I went through raising those kids. At first, I couldn't get actors for our gang. People didn't want their children in films, and the slogan in Hollywood was, "Mothers, hide your children. Here comes Hal Roach." But now, after 17 years, the situation's reversed, and the slogan in the studio is, "Hide Hal Roach. Here come the mothers." You created a lot of laughter in those years, and millions of people have relived their childhood seeing those comedies on the screen. You're more than a great showman, Hal. You make people laugh and forget their troubles. I can say the same thing for you, C.B. Barnum had the greatest show on earth, but you've got the greatest show on the air. I'll be listening every Monday night. But before leaving, I'd like to answer a question asked by countless of fans. Who is going to play opposite Patsy Kelly since the untimely passing of that great comedian, Thelma Todd? I think her successor is one Thelma would have chosen herself. Lita Roberti. So long. So long, cowboy. Few people know that besides his achievements on the stage, screen, and radio, the star of tonight's production is an etcher, pianist, and composer of distinct ability. Hollywood's most civilized actor, Lionel Barrymore.
Well, thanks very much for the bouquet, C.B.
There's one flower I left out of it. We all know you're a great actor, but few of us know that you invented one of our most important mechanisms, the movable microphone.
Well, somebody had to do something. You see, ladies and gentlemen, in the old talkie days, microphones were stationary. They were concealed in places like bookstands and floor lamps. And it was pretty embarrassing for a player to walk over to a vase and say, "Darling, I love you." So I putted around with a few wires and screws
and gave us an instrument which follows the player and picks up every word naturally. I hope you remember to patent it. You know, Edison forgot to patent all the rights of the motion picture machine. That little oversight cost him many millions. But if it hadn't been for that invention, I wonder where you and I'd be right now.
Well, you'd probably be writing and directing plays, and I might be a commercial artist.
I remember you once deserted the footlights and turned painter, but the paint didn't stick. Now you're an actor and the son of an actor.
I guess so. Blood must be thicker than watercolors.
I'm looking forward to seeing your portrayal of Andrew Jackson in your next picture, The Gorgeous Hussy. It's going to be quite a change to see you without whiskers.
Well, I've been wearing beards and mustaches so long I'd almost forgotten how I looked myself. It's a real relief to be able to wash my face again.
With Lux, I hope.
Lux? Why, you can't turn around in Hollywood without running into that soap. In one picture, I'm Norma Shearer's father, and she uses it, and then I'm some other girl's uncle, and she uses it. And now I come over here, and there's a broadcast about it. Even Anne Shirley, who played in tonight's show, uses it.
I certainly do, Mr. Barrymore. My complexion is no better friend than Lux toilet soap.
You see? That's all I hear. Lux, Lux, Lux.
And why do you listen?
Oh, because I like it, too. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Barrymore and Miss Shirley, and many thanks. Mr. Barrymore appeared through courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Anne Shirley, RKO, Louis Silvers, 20th Century Fox, and Arthur B. DeMille and Porter Hall, Paramount. And here is Mr. Hill with word of next week's play. Next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theatre stars Marion Davies and Joel McCrea in the story of a tempestuous waif, the Brat. It's an exceptional entertainment we've chosen for you, with one of Hollywood's brightest stars in one of Broadway's most brilliant successes. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Is presented by the makers of Lux Flakes. Those sheer, fine flakes that keep fabrics and colors smart, new-looking, and fresh so much longer. That's why they're used in all the leading studios, including Paramount, whose world-famous director now takes his place by the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The island of Manhattan was bought from the Indians for merchandise valued at $18.21. Critics say that the 21 cents was for Brooklyn. If that's true, small change made great changes in motion pictures, because one Brooklyn neighborhood gave the screen Norma and Constance Talmadge, Lillian and Dorothy Gish, Anita Stewart, Irving Thalberg, and the star of tonight's production, Marion Davies. Known throughout the world for her generous support of deserving enterprises, Miss Davies' most famous charity is the Children's Clinic, built and maintained by her at Hotel, California. Throughout her career, as artist model, chorus girl, Shakespearean actress, and picture star, she has preserved a refreshing wit. She's unexcelled as comedian and mimic. Her father was Judge Bernard J. Duras, New York magistrate. And as a little girl, she often watched the drab parade of transgression and poverty that passed before his bench. In the role of the Brat, she plays a character that she's known since childhood. The courtroom in which our play opens might well have been the very room in which she and her father sat so many times. Co-starring with Miss Davies in tonight's drama is Joel McCrea as Steve Forrester, the black sheep of a wealthy New York family. Both Miss Davies and I claim to have discovered Joel, but I'll take that argument up with her a little later. And now, the curtain rises in the Lux Radio Theatre. The play is The Brat, and here are Miss Marion Davies and Mr. Joel McCrea. On a dimly lighted side street in New York's West 50s, Manhattan's famous night court is in session. A restless crowd stares and murmurs. Along the wall is ranged a line of shabby miscreants. They shuffle uneasily in their places, waiting their turn before the bench.
Next case, Daniel A. Fogarty. Here. Stand over there. What's the charge? Disturbing the peace, engaging in a fist fight, and resisting arrest. Guilty or not guilty?
Your Honor, I was only...
Guilty or not guilty?
Guilty, Your Honor, but there wasn't any fight, Your Honor.
No fight?
No, Your Honor. You see, the man was so much to me, Charlie. He was...
That's enough. 10 days.
10 days? Why, Your Honor, no. Glory be and what makes the outcome of this fight now.
Stop it, let me go. I ain't done nothing. I ain't done anything.
Quiet.
I ain't done no fight, you.
Lift down, none of your lip. What's the matter there, Officer? Order. Quiet.
You ain't got no right to do this.
Quiet. What's the matter, Officer?
This girl, Your Honor, she wouldn't come with me peaceful. I had to drag her for 6 blocks.
But I ain't done nothing, Judge. I'm a second.
Just a moment. What's the charge, Officer?
Vagrancy, Your Honor.
Vagrancy. Well, young lady, anything to say?
No, sir.
Why not?
Because I don't know what it means.
Quiet. Order. What's your name?
Peggy McLaren.
And where do you live, Peggy?
I don't live anywhere now.
You have no home?
No, sir. You see, I just come out of the hospital a couple of days ago. I was sick. I went back to the dance hall on Delancey Street where I used to work. Only they wouldn't give me my job back again because they said I got too skinny. And I didn't have no money or nothing, so I didn't have no place to go.
I see. Well, that's what we mean by vagrancy. People who have no jobs and no homes are called vagrants.
So you arrest them. That's fine, that is. How can a guy get a job or a home when you got him locked up in the jug?
Order! Order! You don't seem to understand, Peggy. We don't arrest vagrants as criminals. We do it for their own good, to take them off the street.
That cop of yours took me off the street, all right. He almost broke me arm.
Well, you should have come with him peacefully. Now tell me, before you went to the hospital, where did you live then?
Delancey and Cooper Street. I lived there with an old lady. She said she was my aunt.
She said she was your aunt.
Yeah, I didn't know her so well personally.
Why didn't you go back to her?
Well, I wanted to. But when she found out I didn't have no job and couldn't bring her no wages, she said she wasn't my aunt no more.
You have no one else you could go to? No parents?
No, sir. I ain't had any parents since I can remember.
Well, I'm afraid there's only one thing we can do.
You ain't going to send me up. Not to jail.
Oh, no, of course not. But for your own protection, I think we have to put you somewhere where you can get the proper care and nourishment until you get on your feet again.
You mean a home?
Yes, a home for girls.
Oh, no, Judge, please. Don't send me to one of those places. Please don't send me.
No, it's not so bad as that.
But I don't want to go. I'll get a job again. Give me a chance, please. Oh, please, give me a chance.
Now, there's no use trying here. Look up here. Yes? Oh, Evening, Macmillan.
May I speak to you a moment?
I'm sorry, but...
It's about this case.
Oh,
I can't be alone.
of course. Now, you go over there and sit down, young lady. And please try to stop crying. Come into my chambers, will you, Macmillan? Well, Mac, what are you doing down this way?
Looking for a little local color.
For your new book, I suppose.
That's right, and I think I've got it. That girl, Judge Henry.
What about her?
She's just the type I've been looking for. I'd like a chance to know her better, to study her. You see, the book's called The Brat, and she fits it to perfection.
There's not much doubt about that. But how are you going to get a chance to study her? I mean...
Well, here's the way I see it. If I could take her home with me for a few months...
Take her home? I don't think your mother would appreciate that.
Oh, she won't mind, and it's a great opportunity for the girl. Between Mother and me, we ought to be able to make something out of her.
Well, I don't know, Mac. I can't give her over into your charge. But if Mrs. Forrester is willing to do it...
I'll give her a ring right now.
Well, there's the phone.
Thank you. Hello? Oh, yes, sir. Yes, she's right here.
Who is it, gentlemen?
Mr. Macmillan, ma'am.
Hello? Yes, Macmillan. Where? Well, what are you doing there? Oh. Bring her here? What for? Well, of course, if you want to, Macmillan, but I really don't see... Well, very well, dear. Yes, I will. Goodbye, dear. Simpson.
Yes, Mrs. Forrester?
My son is bringing a young lady home with him. Have some sandwiches and coffee ready, please.
Very good, ma'am.
Is that you, Matt?
No, Mother.
Oh, Stephen.
Hello, Mother. How are you feeling?
Very badly, thanks to you.
Why? What's the matter?
You know very well what's the matter. Where have you been all evening?
At the club.
I thought. You've been drinking again, haven't you?
Well, I had one, if that's what you mean.
Well, that's one too many for you, Stephen.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Mother, you treat me as if I were a child.
That's the only way you deserve to be treated. Why weren't you home for dinner?
I didn't know you expected me.
Well, you might have called.
I'm sorry, Mother. I didn't know you'd worry.
Not worry. With you out until all hours, browsing around with those good friends of yours? Why shouldn't I work?
Well, my friends are all right.
Yes, you think they are, because they're just like you. A lot of young wastrels.
Wastrels? Is that your opinion of me?
If you want the truth, Stephen, yes. You have the spark of ambition in your whole makeup. If you had, you'd have stayed in college. Instead, you failed miserably.
Well, that wasn't entirely my fault. I didn't want to study art. You know that. You and Mac made me. I wanted to go to a regular school and be a real man.
Your brother Mac is an artist, an author. Do you mean to insinuate that he's not a real man?
Oh, you know what I mean. I wanted to study engineering and build roads and bridges.
Yes, and because we didn't allow you, you insist on drinking yourself to death.
But, Mother, it isn't as bad as that. I take a little sometimes. I probably wouldn't take anything if you'd let me alone.
Oh.
You and Mac nag at me from morning to night. All I get is criticism, suspicion, discouragement. Everything I do seems to be wrong. Mother, why don't you let me go out west? I could work on the ranch. I know I could.
What ranch are you speaking of?
Dad's old place in Wyoming. I'd be a lot happier out there.
Well, I don't mind your going, but I'll have to see your brother first. He'll decide what's best for you.
Excuse me, Mrs. Forrester.
Yes, Simpson, what is it?
Will you be needing me any more tonight, ma'am?
No, I don't think so. Just lock the window, please.
Very good, ma'am.
I'm going upstairs now, Stephen. We'll talk about the trip west in the morning. Good night.
Good night, Mother. Oh, Timpson.
Yes, Mr. Pease?
Is my brother in yet?
No, Mr. Macmillan is at the night court, sir.
At the night court? He hasn't been arrested, has he?
Oh, not at all. He's looking for a female character to write into his new book.
Ah, The Brat by Mr. Macmillan Forrester. The life story of a child of the slum.
That's it, sir, that's it.
Simpson, come here. Is there any liquid refreshment about?
Liquid refreshment? But, Mr. Steve, I thought you weren't going to drink any more.
I was merely crippled with good intentions.
At your age, sir.
Age is a mental condition, Timpson. A moment ago, I was a pure old man. Just now, I'm a bad boy about to play hooky from school.
Ah, you're a bit of a tall talker like your father, Mr. Steve. He could say 40 words, and there wouldn't be a bit of sense in 39 of them.
I'm like my father, eh? I don't remember him very well. What kind of a man was he, Timpson?
A fine, upstanding, dependable man, and that's what he was.
Oh, I'm no relative to him, then.
Pat, you're his twin, only a few years younger.
No, Timpson, you're all wrong. You know what I am? I'm a wastrel, Timpson. I haven't a spark of ambition. I was even fired out of college.
Yes, sir. That's what I heard your mother speak of it, sir.
Yes, I'll bet you have. Now, what about that little nip?
Are you sure it's all right, sir? No, Mrs. Forrester said...
Never mind that now, Timpson. Give me the keys to the closet.
Oh, I can't do that, sir. But listen,
I'll go upstairs with you and see if I can't find some.
Now you're talking, Timpson. Come on.
Hey, mister, do you mind if I ask you a question?
Not at all.
Where are we going?
You'll see.
The judge said you were going to take care of me. Is that right?
Right.
Well, what's the layout?
The layout?
Yeah, the payoff. What's it all about?
Oh, I'll explain it to you later. This is the house. Come on.
Are you sure it's all right?
Of course.
I mean, nobody's going to get through or nothing.
I don't think so. There we are. Go ahead.
Thanks. Say, is this where you're bored?
Well, yes, in a manner of speaking.
Gee, it's a swell dump, all right.
Not so bad.
Real fireplace and everything. Brr, he admits his hair froze.
Sit down. I think you'll find this chair pretty comfortable.
No, I guess I'd get it dirty. I've been walking around in the mud all day.
All day?
Yeah, it's been a long day, too. I didn't know I was so tired till I sat down in the automobile.
Well, why didn't you take a little nap on the way up?
I can't sleep if I'm scared.
Scared? You're not scared now, are you?
Uh-huh.
Well, nothing's going to hurt you here. Well, how hungry are you?
Well, I had a cup of coffee for breakfast.
Nothing sent?
Nope.
Well, I'll see if I can't hustle up a sandwich for you.
Make mine a hamburger.
I don't believe there's a bit of hamburger in the house. Wouldn't chicken do?
Chicken? Ah, you're kidding me.
No, I'm not. If everybody hasn't gone to bed, we'll have a bite of supper together.
Wait. I wouldn't ring that bell if I was you.
Why not?
Well, if you get your landlady up, she'll be awful sore on you.
Don't worry. She's used to me for this time. Sit down.
Well, I guess I can take a chance. Hey, Pipe, what's coming down the stairs? Is that your father?
Hardly. His name is Timpson.
Well, you do the swearing. I won't say a word.
You rang, Toots?
Yes, Timpson. I want you to get a few sandwiches and a pot of hot coffee and make the sandwiches thick.
The sandwiches are already made, Toots.
Good. Rush them along, will you, Timpson?
Very good, sir.
He's a mean-looking old guy, ain't he? I never seen a landlady's husband yet that wasn't a grouch.
Wouldn't you like to take off your coat?
Yeah, I guess so.
You didn't seem to like the night court.
I wasn't ever there before. I guess you laughed the way I was, carrying on so.
No, why should I?
Because I was so green.
Where were you when they picked you up?
Sitting on a bench. I was scared stiff the way that cop spoke to me.
Why didn't you come with him when he asked you to?
I don't know. Hey, you're awful nosy, ain't you?
That's my business. I'm a writer. I like to find things out.
Then you put them in a newspaper?
No, I put them in a book, and then I sell the book.
Oh. Don't you get a little tired walking from house to house? Say, what if you had shoes like mine? They was given to me in the hospital. When I get rich someday, I'm going to have 2 pairs of shoes, so I won't know which ones to put on.
When you get rich? Well, I can't make you rich, but I might be able to help you a little.
How do you mean?
Well, right now you have no home, no relatives, no friends.
Nothing.
If you left here now, you'd have no place at all to go, would you?
Nope.
Well, you don't have to leave. I'd like you to stay.
Here, in this place?
Yes, I need someone to work with me, sort of a secretary. And I'm sure my mother could find something for you to do. In return, we can offer you a good home, good clothes, and good food.
Then to be like I was working here? You've given me a regular job?
Yes.
Oh, gee. Oh, gosh, mister, that's just swell of you.
Yeah, please. You mustn't do that. Take my handkerchief.
Handkerchief? It looks like a towel.
Now, no more tears.
No, nary one.
The sandwiches, Mr. Macmillan?
Oh, yes, put them down over here, Timpson.
All right, sir.
There we are. Now, young lady.
Oh, look, a whole flock of them. Which one can I have?
Any one you like.
Thanks. Oh, gee, look at the lettuce. Gee, you're rich, ain't you?
You want your coffee now?
I can swallow only one thing at a time.
You want cream, sugar, or both?
Don't ask me nothing for a while. Me ears is busy, listening to me teeth chew.
Your coffee, miss?
Papa-dough.
I beg your pardon.
Papa-dough.
Timpson, she means put it down.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Say, he don't understand much English, does he?
Not much.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Timpson, will you run upstairs and see if my mother's still awake? If she is, ask her to come down here, please.
Very good, sir.
Excuse me. Hello. Oh, hello, Angela. Yes, I just got in. What? Oh, I'm sorry, Angela. I forgot all about it. I went downtown to the night court and I... Oh, please don't be angry, Angela. Listen, meet me tomorrow for lunch and I'll tell you all about it. Yes, at the Ritz, will you? All right. Good night, Angela.
Angela. Is that a dame?
It's a girl, if that's what you mean.
Oh, a real high-class dame, huh? Uh-huh.
What's the matter, getting a little sleepy?
Yeah, I wish I could die right now.
Well, why wish that?
Because my stomach is so happy.
Well, there are some more sandwiches left. You'll have to finish them.
Gee, I don't think I can hold them. Can I save this big one till tomorrow?
Certainly, if you wish.
Oh, gosh. It's nice and warm in here.
Tell me, why didn't you apply to some benevolent association? There are plenty scattered over the city. At least I've always heard there were. Why didn't you go to one of them? I said, why didn't you... Are you asleep? All tuckered out.
Helen.
Come here, Mother.
You want me, dear? I thought you were going to bring some Cheryl home.
There she is. She's asleep.
Well, for heaven's sake.
She's just what I've been looking for, Mother.
What?
A little savage living by her wits. If I can keep her here for a while, I'll have a perfect living model of the brat.
Well, it certainly is trying to live with a genius. But if you want her to stay, well, stay she shall. I'll call Margot.
Thanks. You can give her some kind of an outfit for tonight, and I'll see that she has some decent clothes tomorrow. What's that?
Let me alone. Let me alone, Tim.
Wait, it's Steve.
Has he been drinking again?
Oh, I don't know, Mac. He was all right before.
Mr. Steve, go upstairs now again like a good man.
No. I want a little drink.
Steve.
Well, if it ain't Mac. Hello, Mac, old boy. How are you?
Oh, Steve.
I'll handle this, Mother. Steve, come down here.
Sure. Come on, Timpson. Mac wants this.
Holy mackerel, the joint's finished. What's going on here?
Be quiet, please.
Ah, there you are. You're all right now, Mr. Steve. You're all right.
What happened?
You fell down the stairs. That's what happened. Stand up. You've no right in a decent house with decent people. You belong in some cheap tenement or corner bar room, you dirty little tramp.
Tramp, huh? Give me a lift, Timpson.
Yes, sir.
Timpson, you leave him alone. Steve, you've been carried up those stairs for the last time. Either you get up alone or you stay where you are for the rest of the night.
All right. I'll get up alone.
Why don't you let the old guy help him? He can't get up alone.
You keep out of this, please.
What are you picking on him for, all of you? Who is he anyway?
He's my son.
Well, get a move on you then and put him to bed. What the deuce is the matter with you fellas? Come on, buddy. I'll give you a hand myself.
In a minute, we will go on with Act 2 of The Brat, starring Marion Davies and Joel McCrea. Right now, I notice a very attractive young woman standing beside our announcer, Mr. Ruick. I know he wants to introduce her to our radio audience.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest here tonight is not in the movies, but she probably knows movie stars as intimately as anyone in Hollywood. In fact, she sees them with their hair down. Am I right, Miss Pedretti?
Yes, that's literally true, Mr. Ruick.
Of course it is. Because Miss Rosa Pedretti is one of the experts in Hollywood's most famous beauty salon, West Boys, with customers like Irene Dunn.
Yes, and Carol Lombard, Ruth Chatterton, Kate Francis, Betty Davis. I could name ever so many.
Your special work is taking care of the stars' hands, isn't it?
Yes. Perhaps the women listening in will think that is easy. A screen star has no housework, no scrubbing, no dishwashing to make her hands rough and red. But here's an interesting fact. I see other hands besides those of movie stars. I've seen many, many hands that go in the dishpan 3 times a day, and yet look as soft and smooth and attractive as screen stars' hands. And it should interest you, Mr. Ruick, that so many of those women give the credit to using Lux Flakes in the dishpan regularly.
We like to hear that, Miss Pedretti.
Lux Flakes deserve compliments. They're marvelous, so gentle and soothing. I know that myself because we use them in the manicure bowls at Westmore's. We find that Lux Flakes are not drying. They don't rob the skin of its natural oils.
You must have some interesting experiences in connection with your work for the stars.
Yes. For instance, the other day Ruth Chatterton thought she'd like to ride down Sunset Boulevard on a motorcycle. She did, with William Wyler, her director in Dodsworth. Next morning, she was dressing for a scene in the picture and discovered that she had broken a nail. A calamity in a close-up. But Westmore's fixed it up.
Now, you're not going to tell me that you grow nails.
Of course not. But we make them. Perfect ones of fireproof celluloid. Not very practical for everyday use, but fine in an emergency.
Thank you, Miss Pedretti. And now, to every woman who wants smooth, lovely hands, please remember this. Be sure to use Lux Flakes for washing dishes, so you'll protect and beautify your hands. And once again, Mr. DeMille.
We resume the story of The Brat, starring Marion Davies. For 3 months, The Brat has enjoyed the comforts of the Forrester home, living a life of luxury while supplying Macmillan with material for his new book. We find her sitting importantly in Macmillan's private study. As the telephone rings, she lifts the receiver and speaks in her best society manner.
Hello? Hello? Who is it? Who is it speaking, please? Who is it? Say, listen, Lizzie. Mr. Forester's a hard-working fella, and he ain't got no time to give with a scrape that won't give a moniker. Get me? That settles that.
Well, if it isn't my old friend, the Brat. How are you, young lady?
I beg your pardon, please. To whom would you speak in? I'm Mr. Macmillan Forester's private secretary.
Oh, well, I'm Mr. Macmillan's brother, Steve. You remember me, don't you?
Oh, yeah. You're that funny-looking guy what lives here in this house.
Right.
Was you looking for somebody?
Yes, I was looking for you.
I ain't here. Come back next Tuesday. Steve, don't it beat the devil what good times me and you had?
Certainly does beat the Dutch.
Oh, that means you don't like for me to say devil.
Does it? Maybe.
All right, have it your way. I'll stand for it from you, but nobody else. Not nobody. Say, did you know that Mac was all through?
Through with the book?
Yeah, we're done. Ain't it swell?
Yes. Well, when are you going away?
Huh?
Well, when are you leaving it?
I ain't.
You mean they're going to let you stay? Did Mac say so?
What are you talking about, Steve? This is where I live. If it hadn't been for Mac, I would maybe be living in somebody's jail. But he wouldn't stand for it. He'd rather I lived where he lived.
Yes, I know that, but you said the book was done, finished. Now what?
I don't know. You going to that charity ball tonight?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think so.
Why not? Won't your ma let you?
Oh, I guess you would.
You ain't been drinking again and got her sore.
Not a drop for 3 months.
Oh, I'm awful glad, Steve.
Thanks to you, little sister.
Me? I didn't have nothing to do with it.
Oh, yes, you did.
You just say that because you like me.
Because I like you.
Gee, you say that as if you mean it.
Do I? Peggy, you've never been out west, have you?
I've been as far as Jersey City.
No, I mean way out west.
Where men and women? Nah.
How would you like to live out there?
Why, is Mac going to move?
No, he isn't. I am.
Oh, you are?
No, it's a wonderful place. Miles and miles of open country where you can ride all day long and never hear a sound. Just the singing of the wind in your ears.
Yeah, and the moon of the cows.
Oh, you wouldn't care to go out there, I guess.
Oh, me? Nah, it's too lonesome. Besides, I can get all that kind of stuff I want watching a Western movie.
Oh, yes, I suppose you can.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Mac.
What are you doing here, Steve?
Well, I wanted to speak to you about something.
Anything important?
No, not very.
Well, I'm going to be rather busy just now.
Oh, all right. Well, I'll be back later then.
I'll be here.
Is anything wrong, Mr. Mac?
What? No, of course not.
You're kind of funny. I thought maybe you was mad or something.
No, not mad, just tired. Hand me that manuscript, will you?
Oh, no, please. Don't read any more today. You'll make yourself sick working so hard.
You certainly take good care of me, don't you?
Why not? You took pretty good care of me once.
You know, Brat, you've grown amazingly the last couple of months.
Yeah, I guess it's because I've been eating regular. Oh, boy, is that a pleasure.
Does food mean so much to you?
Nah, I don't care. Only when I got to go without it for a long time, I kind of miss it. Did you see the flower I put on your desk?
Well, thank you.
That's all right. I swiped it.
Well, it's very wrong for little girls to swipe things. I suppose you knew that.
Well, flowers ain't stealing. They belong to everybody.
You know, I have a half mind to write a sequel to you.
What's a sequel?
It's another book.
Oh, is me and Richard going to be in it like we was before?
Aye, not me.
Is I and Richard going to be in it like we was, huh?
Perhaps. He could come back after 10 years or so.
No, we could, eh? And what would I do?
I don't know. Maybe you'd take him back.
No.
No? I don't believe you like Richard.
Oh, I like him all right. But he never asked me to marry him. That made me kind of sore.
Well, suppose he had asked you.
I would have said, oh, ever since the hours I spent with you, dear heart, the sands of the desert grow more colder, so therefore I will be your bride, and the world is mine.
Nonsense. You know you don't talk like that.
Of course I don't, but it's all right in the book. Go on, tell me about the sequel, yeah.
All right. Now, the 10 years that Richard's been away, you've never seen him. But you've loved him all that time.
Uh-huh.
So when he returns again, he admits that he's been wrong. He takes you in his arms, like this, and he says, I know I'm to blame, dear. I was a young fool. I didn't understand love. I didn't realize the power of it, the beauty and gladness of it. And now I've found you again, and oh, my dear, I love you. I love you. What would you say to that?
You're a liar.
What?
No, not you. I mean Richard. That's what I'd say to Richard.
Well, I'm afraid that'd finish the sequel right there.
Oh, no, please go on.
Excuse me, sir.
What is it, Simpson?
Mrs. Forrester would like to see the young lady, sir.
What for?
Something about trying on a costume, sir.
Oh, I know. It's the dress I'm going to wear at the charity benefit tonight. The one I'm going to do the dance in.
Oh, well, run along then.
All right. So long. See you later, Mr. Mack.
Yes, Mother?
Where is that girl?
The Brat? Oh, she's around someplace. Why?
Mac, do you think it was nice to bring her here?
Why not? Mrs. Lawrence said she didn't mind, and I'm interested in watching the Brat under these conditions.
Well, I hope she doesn't disgrace us. Oh, have you seen Angela yet?
Not yet.
Well, she's in the drawing room. She said if I saw you to tell you that.
Oh, thanks, Mother. I'll see what she wants. Hello, Angela.
Hello, Mac.
Mother said you wanted to see me.
Was that the only reason you came?
Of course not. What makes you think such a thing?
I was just wondering. Mac.
Yes?
Mac, when are we going to announce our engagement?
Well, I don't know, Angela. I hadn't thought about it.
Why not this evening, right now?
It's a little sudden, isn't it?
Well, there's no time like the present, Mac. Unless you don't want to.
Of course I do, but, well, Oh, well, all right. We'll announce it tonight.
You don't seem very keen about it. Mac, I'm going to be perfectly frank with you.
About what?
I've been hearing some rather nasty rumors lately concerning that girl you've had at the house.
The Brat?
Yes, the Brat. What is she doing there, Mac?
Why, you know that as well as I do. She's the model for my book.
But the book is finished.
Oh, I see. You think I should ask her to leave?
Yes, for your own good.
I don't understand you.
Don't you? I suppose you realize that this girl has fallen in love with you.
Who said so?
Your mother told me. She's quite worried about it.
Oh, ridiculous.
Perhaps, but I'm not interested in that. What I want to know is, are you in love with her?
Angela.
Are you, Mac?
Of course not. Whatever put such nonsense into your head? The only reason I'm interested in this girl is that she can supply me with material for my novel.
Well, I just wanted to make sure, Mac, because, well, people are beginning to talk.
I don't see why.
No? You think this creature of yours is an innocent young lamb, don't you? A tender flower blooming in the slums. Well, she isn't.
What?
She isn't. I've taken the trouble to find out. Do you suppose that the night you found her in the court was the first time she'd been arrested?
You mean she's been arrested before that?
Of course.
On what charge?
Suppose we call it vagrancy?
Angela, are you sure of this?
Yes, I am. I've investigated the case thoroughly.
I can't believe it.
You've got to believe it, Mac. And the girl has got to leave immediately for your own good.
Angela, I don't know what to say to you.
Don't say anything, dear.
I'll send her away tomorrow.
I think that would be best. Kiss me, Mac. You know, dear, you are sweet.
Oh, Mr. Mack. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes? What is it?
David's here. He wants to see you, Mr. Mack.
Oh. Well, Angela?
It's all right, Mac. Run along and speak to him. I'll be here when you come back.
Well, all right. I'll be with you in just a few minutes.
Are you stuck on Mr. Mack, too?
I beg your pardon.
You heard me. I asked if you were stuck on him.
How does that interest you?
It would be kind of funny if we was all stuck on him.
Why, everybody loves Mac. Every woman in our set.
Does your kind come in sets?
Sit down and talk to me a while.
No, I ain't supposed to get chummy with no guests here. I only come to do a dance.
I see. But you're rather chummy with Mac, aren't you?
Why shouldn't I be? Him and me is, well, he's a great guy, Mac is.
How do you mean?
Well, he kept me from going to jail one night. I guess you heard about it. And he must have liked me pretty well to do that. And then he give his ma some money, and she got me a lot of swell clothes. That was another thing he done. And I've been living here right in the same house as Steve. And I'm going to keep on living there until he gets used to me. And then I guess we'll get married.
Oh. Has he said anything to you about it?
No. Nobody said nothing. But him and me has had some talk. Oh, gee, we talk every day. And I told him all about how I came to grow up. And he asked me questions like, what would I do if maybe I was jealous of some dame? And things like that. He don't care nothing for you. I'm the guy.
And you love him?
Love him? Gee, I love him so. I have pains in my sleep.
I thought you weren't going to come, Steve.
I wasn't, but I decided to leave for the ranch tonight, and I've come to say goodbye.
So you're really going? Mother gave you the money, I suppose.
Yes.
How much did she give you?
$200 cash and a railroad ticket.
Round trip?
One way.
Well, I hope you make it pay.
I'll have to.
Keep away from bar rooms and you won't have any trouble.
If I don't, you'll never hear of it. Say, before I go, there's something I want to ask you.
Yes?
This book of yours, I suppose you'll make a fortune on it.
The Brat? Oh, perhaps.
What does the girl get out of it?
The time of her young life.
Is that all?
Certainly. For the past 3 months, she's had a good home and plenty of clothes, and as a crowning joy, she's making her debut here in society tonight.
And tomorrow?
Tomorrow, she's free to go where she pleases.
Is it quite fair to turn her back to the slums again?
Why not? That's where I found her.
I know, but perhaps you haven't realized that 3 months spent in an environment like this means a lot to a youngster like her. She may be different now.
They're never different, that kind.
She's already different.
See here, I don't propose to have my judgment of my actions questioned by anyone, least of all you. You talk as if you were her big brother.
Well, I am her big brother, and I'm going to see that she isn't kicked out of here to starve.
What are you talking about? I'm not kicking her out. I'm letting her go.
Where?
That's none of your business, and if you don't mind, we'll drop this discussion right here. Excuse me.
Steve? Hey, Steve.
Oh, hello, Brat.
You ain't leaving, are you?
Oh, yes, I was, but I was going to see you first.
Yeah. You gotta stick around for my dance. I'll be doing it pretty soon, I guess.
I'm afraid I won't be able to stay that long. You see, I'm going to catch a train. I'm leaving town.
Tonight?
Yes.
Gee, ain't that fierce. When you come back, Steve?
Oh, I don't know.
Tomorrow?
No, not tomorrow.
Next week? Next month?
No, never.
Never?
Would you miss me very much if I didn't come back?
Well, I never thought about it before, but I guess I would. Mac will, too. Him and me both will.
Why do you say that?
Well, we just will, that's all.
Why do you say Mac and me?
Oh, that's a secret yet.
You never used to have secrets from me.
I know. This one ain't really a secret. It's just something I think about nighttime. Oh, but you're going away, so it's all right if I tell you. I think I'm going to get married to Mac.
Married?
Yeah, that's why I'm so glad I'm going to dance tonight. Because he ain't never saw me do nothing. And he'd be so surprised, he simply won't know what to say. None of these other dames he knows can do one solitary thing. And I guess he'll be some proud of me, all right, all right. I bet he'll love me even more after tonight.
I'll love you more?
Yeah, he does already.
Oh, does he?
Well, he never come right out and said so, but he does. He couldn't be so good to me and mean nothing.
Oh, no, of course not.
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing.
I know. You think I ain't good enough for him. That's what you think.
No, it isn't.
Honest? What's your address, Steve? I can write a swell letter when I get started. And when he asks me, and it's all settled, I'll drop you a postal card.
Thanks.
Where you going?
Primrose, Wyoming.
Where's that?
The end of the world.
Don't fall off. You'll be lonesome.
Yes, I think I will. Well, don't forget, Primrose. Write when you like and as often as you like. And if you should ever need me, send a telegram, collect.
I won't. I won't forget. And I guess I won't need nobody.
I hope not.
I'm going to miss you something terrible, Steve.
Really?
Cross my heart.
No, but not for long.
I don't know. Maybe the next time I see you, I'll be your honest-to-goodness sister.
Well, goodbye.
Steve, ain't you going to kiss me?
My old pals don't have to do that.
But I want you to.
Why do you? What's the difference?
Oh, you're the first man I ever asked to kiss me. We've been all the time together, and we talk so much that I guess I know you better than anybody else around here. I've been afraid to say a lot of things to the rest, but it was different with you. I could cuss and swear all I wanted to. And you're wise to so many things that Mac, well, even he ain't wise to. We were just pals. That was it. And I don't know whatever I'm going to do when you're gone.
Gee, kid,
Will you kiss me now?
Sure I will.
Oh.
Well, so long, Brat.
Steve?
So long.
Oh, gosh. It was him. It was Steve all the time, and I didn't know it.
Pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Our play, The Brat, starring Marion Davies with Joel McCrae, comes to you from the Lux Radio Theatre in Hollywood. You will hear the third act shortly. Clothes may not make the man, but in Hollywood, men make the clothes. Hollywood creates more styles than Paris. And the man responsible for many of them is with us tonight. Formerly a painter of murals and portraits, he's now stylist for the stars at Warner Brothers, First National, and Cosmopolitan Studios. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ora Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. As one whose job it is to please the eye, it seems very odd to be working for an invisible audience. Before meeting Miss Davies a few years ago, I had been warned she had a wonderful sense of style, and I anticipated lots of clashes. But I found her a real person, lovely of face and possessing what every stylist prays for, a superb figure. I've costumed such other notables as Kay Francis, Betty Davis, Ruth Chatterton, Barbara Stanwyck, Loretta Young, Ruby Keeler, and Ginger Rogers. On the screen you see these stars at their best. In the fitting room I see them at their worst, tired and harassed after long hours of standing while the fitters fuss and pin. Without exception, their patience is amazing. Kay Francis, like Miss Davies, is one of my favorites, insisting on smart simplicity in her gowns, as I think her next picture, The House of Fashion, will prove. This picture provides my first big opportunity to influence style. I have injected a Persian trend into all the costumes, but try to do it subtly. Both evening and daytime dresses will suggest a trouser effect. Coats will have perfectly straight lines, and with these they will wear turbans, small for daytime and large for evening. Nothing will be radical. I've been inclined to underplay styles so that the smart and knowing woman will be able to adopt them.
You, as a man of many modes, for stars of many moods, perhaps can tell us who's the best-dressed woman in Hollywood.
Well, Kay Francis has been named many times, although Anita Louise has an amazing influence on youthful styles. College girls particularly copy her. Olivia de Havilland is another who must be counted on for future fashion importance. But whatever dresses we make, they must be made to last. Through our experience, we at Warner Brothers have learned that as far as washables are concerned, Lux Flakes can always be counted on to keep colors fresh and fabrics looking like new. As for fall styles, I think you are going to see a tendency towards simplicity, thanks in part to the movies. Lion and Concha give the best effects and incidentally enable the public to apply the styles easily. My advice to you is concentrate on Lion. Thank you.
Thank you. And now for the last act of The Brat, starring Marion Davies. It is late the same evening. In the living room of the Forrester home, Timpson is drawing the shades, preparatory to retiring for the night. As he turns from the window, he's surprised to find Steve, grip in hand, framed in the archway.
Good evening, Timpson.
Why, Mr. Steve.
Anybody home?
No, sir, they haven't returned from the benefit yet. Did you change your mind about going away, Mr. Steve?
No, but the train wouldn't hang around the station till I figured the whole thing out, so I missed it.
You did now. And you're home for the night.
Wrong again. I came back to ask you to do me a favor. I don't know whether you know it or not, but tomorrow the Brat gets canned.
What? Canned, sir?
Yeah, Mac's going to throw her out in the street again.
Oh, but he can't do that, sir.
He not only can, but he will. See here, Tim. You've got to do something for me. I've got $200 here, and I want you to take 100 of it and give it to her just before she goes. It'll keep her until she gets work. You needn't say where it came from. Will you do this for me?
I will indeed, sir.
Good. That settles the whole matter.
And will you be leaving at this hour, Mr. Steve?
Well, there's a train out at daylight.
And why don't you take a little bit of a rest up in your room, sir? It's nice and warm there, and no one will be a bit the wiser.
That's a good idea, Tim. But don't tell anyone I'm here. I wouldn't have them know I came back for $1 million.
There's the bell, sir. You'd better hurry up.
Remember, not a word to a soul until I'm gone.
No, sir, I won't say one word.
Hello, Timpson.
Well, are you all by yourself, miss?
Yeah, I didn't like the joint much, so I scrammed.
And what was the trouble, miss? Why didn't you like it?
They wouldn't let me do my dance.
Ah, do you tell me so?
And I practiced it all morning, making believe the phonograph was an orchestra.
Ah, monsieur, between fooling yourself and being fooled by your friend, 'tis a queer world. Let me take your coat, miss.
No, please. Leave me wear it for a while. It's the last chance I'll ever get.
How's that, miss?
Nobody knows it yet, but I'm going away tomorrow.
You made up your mind kind of suddenly.
Well, I do things that way, and then think 'em over later. Sometimes I'm wrong, but I'm most usual wrong.
Oh, yes, miss.
Timpson, how far is it to Primrose?
And what would you be doing in Primrose?
Steve's there, and I want to go to him.
Oh, glory be, but I'm glad to hear you say that now.
You like him, Tim?
Ah, Pet, I do. He's a fine lad.
Ah, why didn't you say so? I thought you was in with the rest of them around here, always treating him like he was in the way.
No, he'll not be in their way any longer, miss.
No, I won't neither. You only like him. I love him. And it's too late.
You love him?
Yeah. But I handed him such a line of talk about the other that he shut his trap and beat it.
And who was the other one?
Ah, that part of it's awful silly. At first I was crazy about Mac.
What, Mr. Macmillan?
Well, I wasn't real crazy, but I thought I was. You know how them kids get daffy over the fellas in the movies? That was me. I didn't know no better. But I do now.
Are you sure?
Oh, yeah.
How sure?
I can't tell you without swearing.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Forrester.
Yes, what is it?
You're wanted on the telephone, sir. Judge Henry calling.
Oh, thank you. Hello? This is Macmillan, Judge Henry. How are you? Did you get my message? Yes, I called earlier this evening. Oh, you did? Well, I wanted to know about it, Judge Henry. You see, I feel sort of personally responsible for the girl. And if she has to be sent to a reform school or anything... What? What do you mean? Oh, I see. Then there was never anything against her. Oh.
What are you doing? Everyone's asking.
All right, Judge.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's all. Thank you very much. Good night.
I didn't know you were on the phone, Mac.
I was speaking to Judge Henry.
Oh.
Angela, where did you get your information about that girl?
Well, why, from a private detective.
You're lying.
What?
You lied to me this afternoon. Judge Henry just told me that girl was never arrested in her life.
Well, what of it?
Then you admit you lied.
If you must know, yes.
You didn't believe me when I told you I didn't love her, did you? You thought you had to blacken her character to make sure.
Mac, listen to me.
You must have known the truth about this would come out sometime.
I didn't care.
I see. And that's why you were so anxious to announce our engagement. Played your cards very well, Angela.
Oh, please, Mac, don't talk like that. Don't you understand it? It was because I love you.
Yes, you had a peculiar way of showing it.
You don't really love this girl.
What difference does that make now?
Can I take that bundle downstairs for you, Alana?
Nah, don't bother, Simpson. I'll do it myself.
Hello.
Oh, I didn't hear you come in, Mr. Mac.
Where are you going?
Me? I'm going back where I started from.
What have you got in that bundle?
My clothes.
Anything else?
You didn't give me nothing else, did you?
No.
And there ain't nothing else in here.
So you're leaving us. Don't you like it here?
Nah, it's too frosty.
Hollywood, California, Monday, July 20th.
Due to studio commitments, Wallace Beery and Stuart Irwin, previously announced for this date, will appear in a future program in Viva Villa. And here's great news. Tonight, the Lux Radio Theatre brings you Claudette Colbert and Walter Houston in The Barker with Norman Foster.
Lux Radio Theatre presents Claudette Colbert and Walter Houston in The Barker with Norman Foster. Lux presents Hollywood. Tonight, you will hear Claudette Colbert, Walter Houston, Norman Foster, Cecil B. DeMille, King Vidor, Louis Silvers, Emily Barry, and many others. Brought to you by the makers of Lux Flakes, direct from our theater on Hollywood Boulevard. Our head usher just reports that once again it's standing room only, and there's a ripple of excitement in the audience, for the crowds have just spotted such famous personalities in their midst as Ralph Morgan, Florine McKinney, and Miss Ruth Waterbury of Photoflay magazine, and two of America's most famous radio conductors, Victor Young and Raymond Page. A hearty welcome to you all. This entertainment is an expression of goodwill by the makers of Lux Flakes, those remarkable fine soap flakes that protect colors,
freshen all fabrics, and keep your washables new-looking so much longer. No wonder Lux Flakes are used in all the leading Hollywood studios. And now our producer. A foremost authority on drama, he has created over 60 great pictures, started more actors, and developed more stars than any man in Hollywood. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, the Lux Radio Theatre is the scene of a reunion as Claudette Colbert, Walter Houston, and Norman Foster repeat on the air the play that started them toward Hollywood and world fame. The play is The Barker, and for 10 months, they kept Broadway audiences enthralled with its drama of life under the tattered canvas of a tent show. Throughout that time, Claudette played the role of a snake charmer. And yet, when I was directing Cleopatra, she was terrified that she'd have to touch a real snake. From the time we started, I'd been secretly thinking of various ways of getting her to handle the snake, and she'd been secretly worrying about what I was going to do about it. As Claudette sat on the glittering golden throne of the pharaohs, I walked up to her with a live California king snake, almost 6 feet long, coiled around my right arm. Behind my back, in my left hand, I held the harmless small snake that was to enact the role of the deadly Egyptian viper. When Claudette saw the big snake around my arm, she shrieked, "Oh, Mr. DeMille, I couldn't touch that snake. I couldn't possibly. Please don't ask me to." "Well, how about this one?" I said, taking the little snake from behind my back. "Oh, that one," she said. "Oh, that's just a baby. Yes, give me that," and took it in both hands, and we made the scene. My only contact with Miss Colbert's distinguished co-star is that he's always escaped me. In every picture I make, I have a great part for Walter Houston. But each time, he has a great part with some other director. So I've never been able to catch him in my net. But at last I have him on my network. If this were 45th Street, Walter Houston's name in lights would be a beacon over Broadway. Taxis would crowd the curb. Mounted policemen would be struggling to disentangle them through a packed lobby. Top hats and ermine coats would move eagerly to their places. There's the same sort of excitement in Hollywood tonight as the Lux Radio Theatre presents Walter Houston. Claudette Colbert. The curtain rises on our play, The Barker. Claudette Colbert plays the role of Lou, the snake charmer. Walter Houston will be heard as Nifty Miller, the Barker, and the part of Chris, Nifty's son, is played by Norman Foster. Colonel Gowdy's big city show has arrived in town. The midway is crowded with pleasure seekers. Many of them stop before the sideshow where Nifty the Barker is coaxing away their dimes with good-natured ballyhoo.
Free outside exhibition. I'm going to ask you to step in just a little closer so that I can tell you what we've got to entertain you on the inside. You are now standing in front of the big feature attraction of Colonel Gowdy's Big City Show. The biggest show for the money that has ever played your beautiful little city. It's a show full of spicy dancing, a show full of peppy dancing. On the inside, you'll see Princess Kalima, the pride of sunny Honolulu. She'll do her famous dance that has made her notorious throughout the civilized world. And folks, when she dances, she makes old men young and young men old. Take her alone. She's worth the price of admission. Then you'll be entertained by that Royal Hawaiian Trio playing and singing haunting melodies from those far-off islands in the Pacific. And folks, if you say when you come out that it ain't the biggest show you ever saw, your money will be refunded as cheerfully as we take it from you. Now, as a special advertising price tonight, the admission is a dime. 10 cents. Tenth of a dollar. Already. The box office is open. The performers retire. And the show starts right away. It takes you all the way through, folks. It's something you can't afford to miss. Hey, 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 hey. How's the ladies, man? How's the ladies?
Well, I'm glad that's over, Hap. My throat's as raw as a piece of beefsteak.
Nifty, looks like we're going to get a little dough in this burg yet. We done 53 flat. That's 18 berries more than last night.
Well, it's time we hit a red one. Any more rain, the Colonel will have to turn this outfit of his into a boat show.
I'll be darned if I ever seen such a bum break in the weather since I've been trooping. I'm going over to the office wagon to deposit the money.
All right, hurry back, Hap.
Okay.
Hey, Nifty, come here a minute.
All right, Carrie, you can come out. There ain't no one around. Well, what do you want?
I just want to talk to you. Gets lonesome back there in the dressing tent.
Well, put on your best clothes tonight. After the show down here, we're going to go downtown to a dance.
All right, Nifty. How much do you love me?
Wait, are you going to start that again?
Well, a girl likes to be told. You know, Nifty, there ain't nobody in the world for me but you. You got me spoiled for any other guy. Honest.
Now, listen, I told you why I can't marry you just yet. You don't seem to remember that I got a kid to put through law college, and it's going to cost plenty of money. I'm going to see that kid gets all the things I miss. See, he's a wonder, too. He's got brains, and living on a farm has made him a husky little devil. Say, you know... Why, you ain't even listening. What's the matter, Carrie?
I get sick always hearing about him.
Now, that ain't no way to talk. I ain't going to stay with this carnival racket always, and... Well, when I come to settle down, there's time enough to talk about getting married.
Give me a kiss, Nifty.
What, out here on the Midway?
Well, there ain't no one round.
You little son of a gun.
Oh, Nifty. I don't know what makes me so crazy about you.
Ah, you're all right, kid. I'll hand it to you. Now, beat it. Here comes the Colonel.
Well, Nifty, how much did we do this fine evening?
53 smackers even, Colonel.
Not bad, not bad. You beat the athletic show $8, and you're just a few dollars behind the Palace of Illusion. Oh, hello, Hap.
Hello, Colonel.
How's Carrie, Nifty?
Fine as silk. She and me are dropping in at a dance to Town Hall after a while.
That's right. I like to see my troopers mixing up with the town folk. Creates good feeling.
You and Lou taking it in?
Well, no. Lou and I had a little tiff this evening, and for the present, she doesn't care for my company.
The way you two strap, you'd think he was married. Yeah?
Hello, Lou. We were just talking about you.
Yeah, we'll save it till my back's turned. Then, Nifty, tell Carrie to stop by my room when she comes down to the hotel, will you? I want to see her.
Lou, won't you reconsider your hastiness in refusing...
Not a chance. And don't you come hunting around me after what you've done.
Well, Nifty, as I always say, gals are like streetcars. You miss one and there'll be another along in a minute.
Yeah, they don't come along like me.
Oh, you're nothing to stop the traffic. Nifty, I think I'll drop in and listen to the music a while. You know, music hath charms to soothe the savage beast.
I'll go with you, Colonel.
Then, when you decide to come off your high horse, drop around to the office wagon to see me, Lou.
Oh, get out of here, you old piker.
Hey, take it easy, Lou. That's the ball.
Oh, dry up.
You got a peeve, huh? How's Snake charming?
Rotten.
You tell me that big diamondback rattler died on you yesterday.
Sure, he starved himself to death. I told Gowdy if he was going to have me bally every 5 minutes, he couldn't expect to keep his snakes alive.
Yeah. Hey, will you look what's coming?
Huh?
That kid, look at him.
Say, a genuine hayseed, huh? I bet he never saw a tent show in his life.
Hey, can you tell me if Mr. Chris Miller's the manager of this show?
What do you want him about?
Well, I'd rather tell it to him if it's all the same to you.
You would, would you? Well, wait here and I'll see what I can do for you. Suppose you can keep him entertained while I'm gone, Lou?
Yeah, I'll try. Well, big boy, live here in town?
Me? Oh, no, I come from near Niles, Michigan.
Niles? Hey, what you doing so far from the big city?
Oh, just sort of looking over the country.
Have a good look. It won't cost you nothing.
Oh, reckon you're one of them actresses, ain't you?
How'd you guess it, handsome?
Oh, I can tell by the way you're all painted up.
Well, what's the matter? Don't you like it?
Sure, it makes you look awful fresh and pretty.
Boy, you work fast. What's your name?
Chris Miller, same's my dad.
What? What? You don't mean Nifty Miller's your old man?
Yeah, what's so funny about that?
Well,
Who'd have ever thought Nifty had a kid as big as you? Where you been keeping yourself?
I've been going to school, but I come to see if Paul won't let me travel with your show.
Welcome to our city. Boy, wait till Carrie hears about you being here.
Who's she?
Carrie? She's the hula dancer. Yeah, Princess Kalima. Friend of your daddy's. Oh, very special friend, you might say.
Oh.
Hey, Nifty! Old Home Week. Look who's here.
Well, I'll be... Hello, Pa.
Why didn't you tell us you was a proud father, Nifty? Yeah, he's some looker, too. You better watch him close.
Go on, beat it, Lou.
Okay. See you later, Chris.
So you're Nifty's young'un. I'm Hap Spissel.
Pleased to meet you.
Hap, go inside and don't say nothing to the colonel. Don't say nothing about the boy, see?
Hey, your daddy talks like he's ashamed of you, but he ain't. You just ought to hear him blowing you up to the skies around here.
Go on, go on.
Sure.
Well, Pa.
Well, what did you do? Run off from Ella and your grandpa?
Well, they knew I was leaving. School's let out for the summer. Oh, Pa, I got so restless on the farm.
Yeah, and you thought you'd come to me, huh?
Well, you're my dad, ain't you? Gee, I thought you'd kind of be glad to see me. Well, you kept writing you wished you could see me.
Well, I am glad to see you, Chris, but, well, I didn't expect... Well, I'll come and see you next winter, same as I did last year.
Well, that's a mighty long time to wait, seems to me. You know, since Mom died, you're the only close blood kin I gotten. Well, we ought to sort of get acquainted.
Well, you sure have grown up since I last seen you. Let's see, you're 19 now, ain't you?
Going on 20, big for my age at that.
Well, it don't hardly seem possible.
Oh, Paul, I want to do the things you do. Travel around and all. You know, I was sort of hoping you'd see your way clear to take me...
Well, now, listen, you get that out of your head right now. What do you suppose I've been spending money to keep you in school for? End up by messing around with carnivals? No, sirree. We're going to amount to something. You're going to amount to something, Chris. You got to. Hey, listen, you ain't forgetting you're going to be a lawyer, are you?
Well, no, I'm going to be a lawyer, only don't you think I got to know something about life?
Now, listen, you can learn all you need to know about life out of school books. Now, where do you suppose I'd be if I'd minded my old gentleman and got me an education? Well, I'd probably be a bank president or a lawyer myself. I tell you, Chris, as I've wrote you in letters many a time, a guy in this day and age without the proper schooling ain't got a Chinaman's chance. Education will get you money and a good name and swell friends to pal around with. I ain't had none of them because I was pig-headed.
Well,
all right, now I know what I'm talking about.
Oh, I only want to travel with you while it's vacation. I'll go back to school in the fall. I'll be a lawyer like you want me to. You won't be sorry. Honest, you won't.
Well, I'll tell you what, Chris. If the colonel says so...
You will?
Now, wait a minute. Wait till I finish. I'll take you on. If you don't behave yourself and mind me, then you'll be shipped back to the farm right off.
Gee, Paul. Hey, what's my job going to be?
Well, anything you're told.
I learn fast. You'll see.
Yeah, and there's lots of things you ain't going to learn, if I can help it.
Nifty, did you catch my number?
Carrie, come here.
What do you want?
Chris has turned up.
Chris?
Yeah, you know, the kid.
Is this your kid?
That's what I said.
What's he doing around here?
Well, this is a vacation. He's going to stay with the outfit for the summer. Chris, come over here and shake hands with Carrie.
Pleased to meet you.
Well, I can't say the same for you.
Now, look here, Carrie. You two got to be good friends. You hear me? I said good friends, and that goes. Come on, Carrie, sweeten up. You look like you'd swallowed a pint of vinegar.
What's it all about, Nifty? For the last 10 days, you've been treating me like I was the dirt under your feet.
Well, I've been pretty busy, Carrie.
I'll say you have. Since that kid of yours joined the outfit, I ain't hardly had a minute alone with you. What's the matter with you, Nifty? You never used to act like this.
Now, listen, Carrie, I've been thinking things over, and I decided the only thing to do is to lay our cards on the table. Now, it comes down to this. We're through.
Through?
Understand, this ain't something that I'm doing on the spur of the moment. But there's other things I've got to consider, and... Well, I got to think of Chris.
Chris? You make me sick. All of a sudden you start squawking because you think I ain't good enough to associate with him. But I'll show you. You can't throw me off like an old shoe. I'll show you. Oh, what was I doing to ever fall in love with you? You ain't got a heart in your body.
And, Carrie, I don't like this any better than you do. But it had to come sooner or later, and... Well, now it's over, and I guess there's nothing more to say.
Get out of here! Get out of here and let me alone.
I'm sorry, Carrie.
Carrie, could you lend me your... Hey, what's the matter here? Carrie. Oh, Carrie, what's come over you? Is it something nifty done?
He quit me, Lou. He quit me.
Why, the dirty bum. Oh, pull yourself together, honey. No, there ain't a guy living worth crying over.
There's only one thing for me to do, Lou, and that's quit the show. I can't stand having all the gang laughing at me behind my back.
Now, who's going to laugh at you?
No, I can hear him. Nifty's give Carrie the air since his kids come on the show. She don't know enough to clear out.
Well, if you feel that way, instead of giving up, do something to turn the laugh on Nifty.
The only way I could get back at him would be doing something to that kid of his. If anything happened to that young puzzface, he'd get a taste then of his own medicine. To make him see how it feels when you lose someone you love.
You might let me vamp the kid. I can make him forget his happy home.
Lou, would you do that? Would you?
Do what?
Help me get the kid away from Nifty.
What? Hey, I was only kidding.
I know, but you can do it. Make him fall for you. Gee, he's green as grass. Well, he'd never be able to pass up a good looker like you. Them eyes of yours would draw ducks off a pond. Say, I'll tell you what I'll do, Lou. If you'll get this kid to fall in love with you, hook, line, and sinker, I'll make you a present of $100 cash.
Oh, you're kidding me.
I'll show you if I'm kidding. I'll give you the 25 right now, and the rest later.
How would I ever get him alone? Nifty watches him like a hawk.
I'll fix that end of it. Well, what do you say, Lou? A little business deal just between ourselves?
Hey, Carrie.
It's him.
Oh, gosh.
Do you think he hurt us?
Well, if he's standing outside the tent, he couldn't help it.
Carrie, can I come in a minute?
Oh, wait a minute. Well, Lou. All right, I'll do it. Here's the 25. All right, Chris. I guess you can come in now.
Oh, hello. I kind of thought I heard talking in here.
Yeah? Sit down, Chris. You know Lou, don't you? Hello.
Oh, sure. We ain't ever talked much, though, since the first night I joined the carnival.
It's your own fault. Where you keep yourself all the time?
Well, when I'm not working around the show, I'm usually somewheres with Paul.
Oh, I guess you ain't got the time for girls, have you?
Oh, they don't have much time for me.
Hey, a good-looking young fella like you could make any girl fall in love you wanted. Why, Lou here was telling me only today how she'd like to get better acquainted. You ask me, I think she's kind of gone on you, Chris.
Gary, hush up.
Well, suits me.
Well, you two kids will have to excuse me. I got to go over to the office wagon to see the colonel about something. Anyhow, 2's a company and 3's a crowd. I can see that all right. I guess you won't miss me. So long.
So long. Come on over here and sit, Chris. Oh, come on now. Come on, take the load off your feet.
Oh, all right, thanks.
Well, now way over there. Here, by me.
Oh, like this?
Yeah, that's better. I heard you and Nifty had your pictures took this afternoon. You gonna give me one when it's finished?
If you like. Oh, I don't look for them to be much good, though.
Now, how could they help being good? Sure, I bet you take a swell picture. Nice features like yours.
Oh, I don't know.
How was your pose, huh?
Well, we were standing up. Paul had his arm sort of around my shoulder like.
Something like this?
Oh, sure.
Oh, no, you're moving away.
No, I ain't.
Don't you like me to put my arm around you?
Well, sure. Yeah, sure I do.
You know, you're an awful nice kid.
You're kind of nice yourself.
You think so?
You bet I do.
You think you could get to really liking me?
Well, I don't see why not.
Well, how are you on keeping things to yourself?
Huh?
Well, I mean, you don't go telling Nifty everything that goes on, do you?
Of course not.
Would you run and tell him if I was to kiss you?
Oh, what do you think I am?
I bet you must have had a lot of sweethearts when you was home, Chris.
Well, I never had much use for country girls. They don't know anything.
Sure. Didn't you have a special one? You'd take out buggy riding sometimes?
Well,
Sure, I thought so. And did you used to kiss and hug her? Tell me how you used to kiss her. Oh, come on. Come on now. You can shut your eyes and pretend I'm her. What's the matter? Wouldn't you like to kiss me?
Well, sure, but...
But you're scared? Aren't you? All right. I'll kiss you.
Oh, Lou.
Listen, kid. You and me, we've got to get together more, huh?
Yeah, well, suits me.
Will you meet me somewhere tonight?
Sure I will.
You're a sweet kid. You're awful sweet.
The second act of The Barker will follow in just a moment. Tonight, we take you inside a Hollywood movie studio. The lights are on, and they're all set to shoot a scene. Listen, here's the director.
All right, let's get going. Time's money. Where's that extra that's going to climb on the chair when the mouse runs across the floor?
It's me. Here I am.
Okay, now here's what you do, sister. It's a mouse, see? You don't like mice. You hate them. So you take a flying leap and land on the chair, see?
Okay, here I go.
Oh, cut.
Oh, dear, I'm sorry.
Oh, holy smoke. Can't you girls get up on a chair without getting a run in your stocking? Oh, get down. We'll try somebody else. We haven't the time to fiddle around wasting time with you.
Oh, gosh, that's 2 runs in 3 days.
And that night, when the extra got home...
So he wouldn't let me do the scene just because of that old run. Gosh, I'm just sick.
Why, Peggy, it's your own fault, I tell you, when you rub your stockings with cake soap the way you do. Use your head and try Lux Flakes. You know they're mild, and with Lux, there's no rubbing necessary.
Smart girls everywhere know that Lux Flakes cut down on stocking runs because they save the elasticity that allows the silk threads to stretch and then spring back again without breaking. Cake soap rubbing and soaps with harmful alkali weaken elasticity. Stockings tend to pop into runs under strain. Tonight, protect your stockings against tomorrow's runs. Use Lux.
We continue with the second act of The Barker, starring Claudette Colbert as Lou and Walter Houston as Nifty. A week has passed since Lou agreed to Carrie's scheme. It's late in the morning, and outside the tent show, Nifty has been waiting for Chris to come to work. At last, the boy turns the corner of the tent opposite the sideshow and hurries across the midway.
Morning, Pa. Sorry I'm late. I guess I must have went back to sleep.
I suppose you know you're holding us up. I told you I wanted them jacks built.
We got plenty of time. I thought we'd wait till it cooled off.
Now, listen, when I give an order, I ain't talking just to hear myself talk. The sooner you get that in your head, the better.
I'm sorry, Pa. I didn't know it was that important.
Now, Chris, it ain't my idea to be nagging at you. But I ain't satisfied with the way you've been acting lately. And I might as well tell you, if you want to stay around here, you got to brace up and take more interest in what's going on.
Well, a fellow's got a heavy sleep.
Yeah, if you'd go to bed nights, you wouldn't be so groggy mornings. Where'd you go the last 3 or 4 nights after we shut down here?
Oh, I don't know.
Where were you last night?
Well, nowhere in particular. Took a walk.
You took a walk? Yeah, it must have been a long one.
Well, it was a nice night, and
Was you by yourself?
Sure, why not?
Where'd you go after your walk?
Well, I stopped uptown at the lunch car, and I had a bowl of chili. Hey, what you so nosy about?
Now, listen, Chris, I don't mean to be nosy. Don't get me wrong. Only I think I got a right to keep track of you a little. You see, kid, I've made a good many mistakes in my life that I ain't any too proud of. Well, I figured it wouldn't be right to let you go and not put you wise.
Oh, I'm all right.
Yeah, I think you are, too. That's why I'm counting on you. Now, you and me hit it off pretty good, and there's no reason that after you get to be a lawyer, we can't settle down somewhere together. I ain't going to spend the rest of my days on a lousy carnival. I got plans for us, Chris.
Well, it'll be a long time before I get through all them colleges.
Yeah, I know. It seems long now, but you'll see how quick the time passes. Just think how nice it'll be to have an office of your own and people coming in to see you to get them out of trouble and more dough than you'll know what to do with.
Well...
Come on, Chris. Let's be pals. What do you say?
I didn't know we ever stopped, Paul.
That's the boy. Now get after them jacks. And when you get finished, you and me'll go down to the creek and have a swim. Okay, how about it?
All right, Paul. I'll see how I feel.
Well, Colonel, what's on your mind?
Considerable, and of an unpleasant character. Do you know what that young squirt of yours has been up to, sir?
What, Chris?
He has the impudence and audacity to be carrying on a love affair with Lou right under our very noses.
What? Why, there ain't a word of truth in it.
Ah, my friend, in spite of your vigilance, the lad has fallen in love. And with Lou, of all people.
Why, it couldn't be possible.
Are you with your son every minute? For instance, were you with him last night?
Well, he took a walk.
I'll tell you where he was last night. He was keeping a rendezvous with the little snake charmer, that's where.
How do you know?
Last night, Nat Brody shadowed the lady in question, saw Chris meet her, and they walked off together with their arms around each other.
Well, what do you think I ought to do, Colonel?
Do? There's but one thing to do. We must put an end to such flagrant disregard of the conventions. I expect you to give your son a severe reprimand. And I shall dismiss Lou from my employ at once.
That's letting her off too easy. She ought to be horsewhipped. Wait till I get hold of her. I'll make her pay for this.
Now, Nifty, we can't blame it all on Lou. Boys will be boys. You and I know the lure of the petticoat.
Yeah, now I can see what's changed Chris in the past week, the little simp. He'll try slipping something over on me, will he? Well, I've got a good notion to ship him right back to the farm.
Lou, where'd you come from?
I was waiting outside the tent with Carrie. I thought you'd never be in here alone.
Well, I'd known you was there. There'd been no hole in me. Come here. Gee, Lou, it's a long time since we've been together.
Oh, it was only last night, foolish.
Seems like a year.
Will you meet me again tonight? The same place?
You bet. Paul gave me fits for being out so late last night, but I stalled him. I said I was taking a walk.
He didn't swallow that.
Sure. He's got no reason to doubt me. No one's seen us together except Carrie. Oh, Lou, I hate it. The way we got to hide around behind folks' backs. Why, you'd think we were crooks or something.
Oh, no. You know what Nifty'd do if he knew.
He's got no claim to be like that. It's not fair. I'd like to tell him and everyone else how crazy in love with you I am. I'm so happy when I think about you. It's about all I can do to keep it to myself.
I know. It's just the way I feel.
We'll have to tell him, Lou. We can't go on like this any longer. And if Pa don't see it our way, we'll clear out. Go away by ourselves. I even been asking about trains. There's one out at 4 o'clock. Lou, you love me, don't you? Well, don't you, Lou?
Oh, you know I do.
Oh, then I don't care about anything else. You're wonderful. You're the only one in the world I give a hang about. Hey, Lou. Lou, what you crying for?
Oh, Chris.
Hey, what's going on here? Looks like the big scene from Camille.
Well, I don't know, Carrie. Lou started crying all of a sudden.
Well, you two better break that clinch. Somebody's liable to walk in any minute.
What's the matter, sweetheart?
Oh, it's nothing. I'll get over it.
Chris, go get her a bottle of pop. If you ask me, she's crazy with the heat.
No, I don't want nothing.
Sure she does. Go on, Chris. Get her a cold bottle.
Well, I won't be a minute.
Well, what's all the shooting for?
Oh, I've been making a fool out of myself, that's all.
You don't need to tell me that.
Carrie, Chris is in love with me.
Didn't I tell you it'd work? Whenever I want any more vamping done, you get the job.
Oh, cut that out.
Well, what's the matter? What's come over you?
Nothing. Except that I'm crazy about him, too. He's got me going around like a top.
Say, you know what you're saying?
Yeah, all I know is I couldn't go on living without him.
You mean you'd marry him?
Marry him? Carrie, look.
Why, it's a ring.
Yeah.
A wedding ring.
Well, Chris wouldn't take no for an answer. I tried to put him off, but I ain't got a mind of my own where the kid's concerned. I'm so hipped on him. Carrie, if he'd tell me to jump in front of an express train, I'd go do it. Honest, I didn't think there was a guy living could get me this way. Can you imagine? Me, a missus. Oh, I swear, Carrie, when that JP was talking, I thought it was a dream.
And after all I said to you.
Well, for the first time since I can remember, I'm happy. Really happy. I feel like laughing and crying all at once. Chris is the same way, too. We're just like a couple of kids.
Well, you got an awful wallop coming when you wake up. All I can say, you better make yourself hard to find if Nifty shows up here.
As long as I got Chris, I ain't scared of him or anyone else.
Well, I washed my hands of you. Don't forget that.
Well, what are you crabbing about? Say, you ought to be glad to get Chris out of your way, don't it? We're thinking of leaving the show.
Yeah? Where do you think of going?
I'd like to try Chicago. I know it's there.
You can starve and shy as well as anywhere else, I suppose.
Don't worry, Carrie. We'll make out. I can do cabaret work, and Chris ain't afraid of soiling his hands.
Lou.
What's the matter?
Lou, honey, we're in for it.
What?
I just met Hap. Doc Rice was down around the courthouse this morning. He got wind about us being married. He blabbed it all over the lot.
Oh, Nifty. Does Nifty know?
He's looking for us. Hap's trying to hit him away from here till he calms down.
Now we've got to go. Carrie, will you help us?
Well, what can I do?
We've got to have money to get away. We ain't got a red cent to our names.
When you got married, did you charge it?
Oh. Chris had a 10 spot, but that went for the ring and the justice of the peace.
Oh, yeah?
Well, Carrie, what about the money you owe me? You only paid me $25, remember? You promised me $100.
I ain't so sure I owe you anything at all. Seems to me you got your reward when you got Chris here.
What are you talking about? You told me right in this tent you'd give me the other $75 after I got Chris to fall for me. Now you know you did.
So you got any idea what you're saying?
Oh, you needn't worry. Chris knows all about it.
He knows? I don't believe it.
Oh, I asked him.
It's true, Carrie. I heard the whole story.
Well, I've never heard the beat.
I've seen too many marriages go on the rocks through lies. Chris knows the worst about me. Now it's up to me to show him I got a good side, too.
And you think I'm going to get you... You're going to get $75 out of me after blabbing your mouth like that?
Are you trying to welsh?
If you remember right, I said I'd pay you if you kept your mouth shut. I'm not paying any squealer.
Oh, so that's your game, huh? Crawfishing. Well, let me tell you something, you dirty Welsher. You'll come across with that money or I'll make you wish you had.
What do you think you can do?
Do? I'll show you. I'll tell Nifty. That's what I'll do.
Don't make me laugh. Say you'll be lucky if you don't bring your neck.
Oh, you... Oh, so I'm a squealer, am I? Well, wait till I get through. What do you think Nifty'll do to you when he hears how you plan to get Chris away from him, huh? Just you wait.
Chris, move.
What is it, Hap?
Nifty's coming down the midway. He's looking high and low for you. I can't head him off no longer.
Well, if Nifty's on the lot, I guess I'll move along. This ain't my funeral. Go to it, kid. See you later, maybe.
Hap, you think Nifty's liable to come back here?
Sure he is.
Oh, well, listen, Chris, you beat it quick. Pack your suitcase and then come back here for me, see? I'll take care of the money before I get away, some way.
Lou, I ought to be here with you when he comes.
No, I can handle him. I ain't afraid.
But I gotta be here, Lou.
Oh, listen, Chris, he's your father, but I know him better than you do. Now, hurry up and don't argue, will you, please? Sneak out the back way.
Well, all right, then. Don't worry. Everything's gonna be all right. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Hey, Lou, is it really true? Are you really married?
Sure we are. Why not? No, listen, Hap. You've got to help me. I'm awful up against it. How much money you got on you?
How much you need?
All you got and maybe more.
How'll $20 do you?
Is that all you got?
Well, well, here's another 10.
Oh, Hap, you're a white man. You'll never know how much we need this. I wouldn't have had to borrow it if someone hadn't welched on me.
Don't you go saying nothing to Nifty about me giving it to you.
Say, am I a fool?
Oh. Hello, Nifty.
Beat it, Hap. I want to speak to Lou.
Yes, I was just leaving.
Well, Nifty?
It's all I can do to keep from shoving my fist right down your throat.
Oh, listen, Nifty, come down to earth and talk sense, will you? You might as well look things square in the face. Now, understand, I don't expect a kiss from you for what I done. But also, I ain't going to stand for no strong-arm stuff. I married Chris because I love him and he loves me. Yeah, and we're hooked up as tight as if we'd had a strip carpet wedding in a 6-story church. Now, you can threaten, swear till your lungs give up, but you can't change that.
Well, you know how I felt about Chris, what store I put by him, what plans I had for him, how I'd saved up to get him educated, but what did you care? You come along and flirt, in a few days you wreck him for life, and me along with him.
Wreck him? I don't know about that.
After a while with you, I wouldn't give a thin dime for him.
Oh, is that so?
He's just a kid. He don't know how to look out for himself.
Then what'd you leave him come on the show for? A carnival ain't just exactly my idea of a kindergarten. If you'd cared about him, you'd have kept him on the farm. Yeah, it's your fault his running away with me.
Running away? Where do you think you're going?
We ain't particular, so we don't stay here.
Chris, don't go.
How will you stop him? You can't lock him up in the closet like he was a 2-year-old.
Oh, Lou, don't take Chris away from me. Don't you see you'll ruin him? He ain't just an ordinary carnival bum. He's got a future, and with the right education, he can be a big lawyer.
I heard him say he didn't think he wanted to be a lawyer, even if he went to all them colleges. You can't just make anyone into a lawyer.
He ain't had enough experience to know what he wants, but I know. I can make him amount to something. Lou, what do you take to give him up?
Oh. I thought it was about time for you to pull that one.
Well, you're always broke. I'll give you enough to put you on easy street. You can find plenty of other guys to marry you.
Nifty, didn't I tell you before I love
But
him?
you're loving him's all the more reason for letting him go. You're taking him away can't come to no good. Why, it won't be but a short time till you're tired of him and threw him over for someone else. Then where'll he be?
No, you're all wrong, Nifty. I've been around long enough to appreciate the real thing when I find it. Chris and me are going to make a go of it.
How can you? He ain't your kind. He's only a green country kid that don't know what it's all about. And when he wakes up, he'll never forgive you for tricking him into marrying you.
I didn't trick him. Why, if you think I'm taking your boy away under false pretenses, I'll give you a chance to talk to him by yourself. He's leaving of his own free will. You see if you can make him change his mind.
Where is he now?
He's up to the room, packing up.
You'll leave us alone?
Sure. I ain't afraid. Here he is now. All right, go ahead. Run me down to him and see what good it does you.
Well, Lou.
Your daddy don't seem to fancy me as his daughter-in-law.
Chris, I want to talk to you. Lou, you know what you said.
Sure. I'll be outside, honey, when you want me.
Where are you going?
I told him I'd step out while he has his say.
He can say it in front of you.
It seems he'd rather not. I expect he's afraid of hurting my feelings.
Well, you stay here, or I won't either. What is it, Pa? Well, what you got to say to us?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Go on, go away with her. Don't ever let me see you again. She's got you, she can keep you. You ain't worth saving.
Well, that's the way you feel about it.
Go outside. Honey, I'll be out in a minute.
All right, love. Goodbye, Pa.
All right, Nifty. And here's something you don't know. Carrie got me to do it.
Carrie?
Yeah, Carrie. I wouldn't have squealed on her if she hadn't welched. She hired me to vamp him to get back at you for ditching her. Yeah. And as far as Chris is concerned, don't think he's going to be a bum like you. I'll do more for him than you ever did. That's all I got to say.
Carrie. Carrie!
Yeah, Nifty? All right.
Come in here.
What do you want, Nifty?
There's one question I want you to answer, and if you lie to me, as God is my witness, I'll kill you. Did you get that little devil to take him away from me?
You wouldn't take her word for it, would you?
Did you? Answer me.
No.
You're lying, and you know you are.
Nifty. Nifty, you're joking.
Ah, you don't like it, do you? Turn, get out of thought of that. You'll double-cross me, will you? You'll never do it again. I'll learn you. You'll double-cross me, will you?
Nifty!
I'll learn you.
Nifty!
He tried to kill me. He tried to.
Come on, Carrie. You're all right. Give me a hand with her, Colonel.
Take it over to the office wagon. I'll be there in a minute.
Come on, Carrie.
He tried to kill me.
Go on with that, Carrie. I'll take care of Nifty. You're a fine one, I must say.
Oh, you don't know what she's done. You don't know anything about it.
No matter what she's done, you've got no right to do a thing like this. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Well, I'm not. I wish I'd killed her.
Now, that kind of talk won't do you any good. If you don't want Carrie here, why didn't you come to me and say so? We'll get rid of her.
I don't care what you do with her now. I'm leaving, Colonel.
You know you don't mean that, Nifty.
I'll show you whether I mean it or not. This is my notice.
Nifty, I need you. Haven't I always played square with you?
Oh, yes, you've used me well enough, but I'm going just the same.
What'll you do? Where'll you go?
What difference does it make where I go? All I know is I'm through forever with trooping. You took Chris from me and sent him to hell? That's what your lousy carnival's done for me.
Pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We shall continue shortly with the Lux Radio Theatre production of The Barker, starring Claudette Colbert and Walter Houston. There have been no new script girls in Hollywood for about 12 years. That will give you an idea of how difficult the job is, because a job easier to learn would have had thousands of recruits in that time. The best-known script girl in Hollywood is, oddly enough, my own. On the set, I call her Amelia, but I'm obliged to be formal tonight and present her as Miss Emily Barry.
As a matter of fact, Phoebe, the way you usually address me on the lot is, hey, you.
That's when everything's all right. I'm not good at remembering names.
You're not good at remembering small details either. No director is. That's why there are script girls in Hollywood. Why, working for you, a script girl even has to be an explorer. When we were making Four Frightened People in Hawaii with tonight's star, Claudette Colbert, I was sent by plane to an isolated mountain to pick api-api leaves for her costume. It took me 5 days, and when I finally reached the nearest village, my beautiful white linen costume looked like 10 minutes past midnight. Just black. I found a little inn, but no stores and no laundry. Threw myself at the mercies of a little Japanese housemaid and went to sleep, exhausted. When I awoke, there were my clothes, and fresh and spotless as when I got on the plane. I asked her how she'd ever managed to get them so clean. She couldn't speak English, but she led me to a wash tub and pointed to a box of Lux Flakes. Now, I know we use Lux Flakes at Paramount, but imagine seeing that familiar package at the foot of a mountain in Hawaii. That housemaid deserved a reward. I sent it to her from Honolulu, a whole carton of Lux Flakes.
As I remember it, your stay in the Hawaiian Islands was more pleasant than your stay on Blackwell's Island. Even Lux Flakes couldn't help you soft soap your way out of there.
That time, Mr. DeMille needed data on women's prisons, so he sent me to a much more exclusive island than Hawaii. Blackwell's Island, New York's prison in the East River. Mr. DeMille had me jailed as a shoplifter, and no one knew my real identity. I spent 5 weeks in a cell until he remembered where I was and bailed me out. P.S. I got the material.
Emily, in my next picture, The Plainsman, Jean Arthur, as Calamity Jane, is captured by Indians. Now, Emily, I wonder how it feels to be scalped.
That's one thing I'm not going to find out for you. I've just had a new permanent. Good night, Phoebe.
Good night, jailbird. We come to the last act of The Barker, with Claudette Colbert as Lou and Walter Houston as Nifty. 2 weeks have passed. It's a stormy night, and the faraway rumble of thunder is in harmony with Nifty's sullen state of mind. He's determined to leave the carnival. This is his last night with the show, and we find him sitting on the cot in his tent smoking a cigarette, while Hap perches on a trunk opposite him.
Well, Nifty, you sure picked one peach of a night to get out of the show business. Raining cats and dogs. What time you reach home in the morning?
Well, I get to South Bend at 4 and lay over till 6. I'll be home at the farm in time for Ella to get my breakfast, and believe me, it'll be breakfast. None of your greasy cookhouse sinkers in mud.
I swear, Nifty, I don't know what this here outfit's going to be like without you. I'm getting too old to be working with guys I ain't used to.
Oh, Doc will get onto the ropes in time.
Doc, huh? I don't know what the colonel's idea is letting him take over the show. Doc Rice. He couldn't bally on a peanut stand. And that new dancer he's got, Cleo, ain't worth a cuss after Carrie. Say, Nifty, you going away without saying goodbye to Carrie? Are you sure you're shooting square to go off like this without a word?
All I want her to do is to keep out of my way.
Whatever she's done, right or wrong, it was because she loved you. Wasn't in her mind to drive the kid away?
Say, don't you think I can't see through all this gab? Carrie's asked you to beg for her.
Carrie don't have to get nobody to talk for her. The only thing, Nifty, if she comes to say goodbye, don't be hard-nosed. Treat her decent. Tell her you forgive her whether you do or not. It won't hurt you, and it'll save her many a heartache.
Ah, dry up. Don't make me chicken-hearted with all this Sunday school talk. They can't ruin my life and expect a kiss for it. She's getting just what's coming to her.
Nifty, here she is.
I knowed that was how you felt. But I had to come all the same.
Oh, so you heard what I said, eh? Well, all the better. Well, what do you want?
I want to talk to you.
You've got nothing to say.
You listen to her, Nifty, or say, help me out. Well, I'm going now. I want to hear you two get some sense in your heads and part friends. This here's a short life and a rotten one. We don't know what's ahead. Well, Nifty, take care of yourself.
Well, what you got to say to me?
Understand. First of all, I ain't here with any idea of getting you to make it up with me. There's just something I want to explain, and now I'm here, I don't know how to go about it, hardly. Ought to written you a letter, I guess.
I wouldn't have read it.
I didn't think you would. That's why I come. Nifty, I got a bottle of carbolic acid from the drugstore today. A bottle that's going to be empty this time tomorrow.
What are you trying to do, throw a scare into me?
I ain't grandstanding. I'm telling you what I'm going to do so's you'll see I ain't such a bad sport at that. I can see how much I harmed you by sicking Lou on Chris. And when I heard you was leaving the outfit through what I done, I made up my mind I wasn't going to have you believe I was getting off scot-free.
Well, how's your drinking poison going to bring Chris back or help? You're crazy.
I may be, but I see things pretty clear for a crazy person. It ain't as if I was somebody who had something to live for. I'm a nobody. Tired out and broke. I'd like to think you could forgive me, Nifty, but that ain't going to change my mind none. You see, I ain't doing this so much for you as for myself. The others will think I done it because you left me, but I don't care what they think if you understand that that ain't the real reason.
Hey, Nifty! Nifty, what do you think? It stopped raining, and it's clearing off. It stopped raining, do you hear? And there's the prettiest moon coming up you ever seen, big as a washtub.
That's too late. It won't do no good if it does turn clear.
Colonel sent the band boys out to Bally. The whole Midway will be humming with people in an hour. You see if it ain't. It ain't going to be such a bad break for you last night at that. Oh, Nifty. Listen. There goes the old hobby horses. Listen.
Say, Nifty, did you know we're opening up?
You got your spiel ready, Doc?
No, it's like a book. It's a cinch.
Now, I'll go out along and light up the stringers on the front, Nifty.
And get the Hawaiians, and while you're at it, take them wet tarpaulins out the platforms and ticket box.
Okay, Nifty.
Carrie, what you doing over here?
Listen, Doc, you got all you can do. Tend to your own business.
All right.
Oh, go on, get out.
Sure.
Wait a minute, Doc. What's eating on you, Carrie?
Nothing. Well, if I'm going to open up tonight, I got to be getting back to the doll rack. I'll say goodbye. So long, Nifty. Want to shake hands?
I guess we can do without that.
Oh. All right. So long.
Carrie, come here.
On, Nifty.
How'd you like to go on tonight and place the new dancer?
Go on tonight?
Now, you heard me. Do your dance for the last time.
Nifty.
Well, it's just an idea of mine. Well, what do you say?
Well, I got to work the doll rack.
All right, I can fix that up with the colonel. Well?
You think I got time to get ready?
You don't stand there all night talking about it.
Nifty! They're starting to come in on the lot. Any time we start at the valley?
All right, Doc, get out there and give them all you got.
Leave it to me.
Everything's ready, Nifty.
Well, wait. We'll have to wait for a minute. Wait just a minute on Carrie.
Who?
You heard me. Carrie.
Carrie?
Yeah, you think I've gone crazy, don't you? Well, I ain't. Tonight I'm going to be with the Hicks and watch you do your stuff, so you better all give me a good show. Go on now, start the ballyhoo, and remember, I'll be watching you.
about.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are now standing in front of the big feature attraction of the Midway. The biggest show for your money that has ever played your town. It's a show full of spicy dancing, a show full of peppy dancing. And with your kind indulgence, allow me to introduce the artist. First, introducing Princess Kalima, the pride of sunny Honolulu. Well, as I said before, she's the pride of sunny Honolulu. And believe me, she's good. She can dance along with the best of them.
He's dying on his feet, Nifty.
Let him alone. Let him alone.
Next, we have the Hawaiian Three. A bunch of boys that'll please you and tease you with their haunting melodies. If you don't like them, then you don't know what's good music.
Hey, either start and walk away on him, Nifty. Get up there and show him how to do it.
If you're looking for Billy Sunday and his tabernacle, then don't buy tickets.
Nifty.
Okay, all right, I'll hand it. Just a minute, folks. Don't go away. Now, folks,
real trooper.
Just a minute. As Shakespeare said, you ain't seen nothing yet. Now, don't go away. There she is. Princess Kalima, the pride of sunny Honolulu. And when she dances, folks, she makes old men throw away their canes and cripples lose their crutches. She shakes a mean bale of alfalfa. Now, don't misconstrue me when I refer to the young ladies' dance, because this show is clean, moral, up-to-date, educational, and instructive. And as a special advertising price tonight, just to prove to you the great value of this performance, I'm not going to charge the customary price of 25 cents, but a dime, 10 cents. It takes you all the way through. It's something you can't afford to miss, folks. So step right up already. The performers retire, and the show starts right away. A dime, 10 cents. It takes you all the way through, folks.
Nifty, my congratulations. You certainly saved the day.
I can do it, Colonel, as soon as I get the hang of it a little better.
Doc can never get onto it. You just ain't got the knack. You ain't got a selling personality. When you ballet, you've got to tell the world.
I'm afraid Nifty's right, Doc.
That's what I call a raw deal.
Nifty, you were superb. If you'll reconsider your going away, I'll make you partner. I'll give you a quarter interest in this outfit.
Well, I don't want to see the show go on the rocks.
Good. I'll go over to the office wagon and make out a contract.
No hurry about that. I got to think it over.
Well, I'll just have one made out in case, Nifty. You're too old a dog to learn new tricks. I'll be waiting over there for you.
Nifty,
Well, Carrie, what do you want?
I was just wondering, since you're going to stay on and all.
Yeah, who says I'm going to stay all?
Well, if you do stay on, I was wondering if you couldn't see your way clear to letting me come back on the job.
Yeah, you don't want much, do you? The first thing I know, you'll be wanting to... Well, you can finish out the night, but I ain't making no promises.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, and I'll tell you people one thing. If I do stay on here, there's going to be more work done around here. You're all so lazy, you ain't worth a chaw of tobacco. Get inside there, Carrie, and do your stuff. Well, did you hear what I said? I'm the boss of this outfit. Go on, get in there.
Oh, Nifty. Them's the first kind words you said to me in a month.
Hap.
Yeah?
Listen to this.
What is it?
It's a card from Chris and Lou. It came this morning.
What do they say?
Well, Lou's got a job hoofing it in a nightclub, and Chris is working in an office.
Yeah?
Yeah. And Hap, it's a law office.
Play is ended. Walter Houston is through barking, but he'll be back to talk to us in a moment. And we'll also hear from Claudette Colbert, whose reputation as a charmer isn't limited to snakes alone. For his distinguished direction of motion pictures, the gentleman we shall hear next has received a collection of awards that girdle the earth. France, Italy, Russia, Belgium, nations east and west have contributed to it. One of the first winners of the Motion Picture Academy Award for Direction. He is the first to be honored by the League of Nations for his work in motion pictures. His spectacular production, The Big Parade, is one of the outstanding pictures of all times. A Texan by birth, his current picture is The Texas Ranger. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. King Vidor.
Even in that little Texas town, I had a hunch I could make motion pictures. I made one there before I ever saw the inside of a studio. I sold it, too. But I thought I'd better come to Hollywood before I tackled another one. I landed here in a broken-down car and 20 cents in my pocket. Perhaps you remember that, C.B.
Yes, you were not only a Texas Longhorn, you were somewhat of a greenhorn.
Maybe I was, but I remember you accepted the first suggestion I ever made to you. We were looking at a picture you had just finished called Why Change Your Wife? I saw how you could improve a scene with a close-up, and I told you what I thought. Everybody looked at me as though I had spoken out loud in a cathedral. But you said, that's a fine idea, and you put it in the picture.
I never fail to adopt a good idea when it's offered to me, even by a greenhorn.
And I never overlook an opportunity. The trouble is, people don't always know when an opportunity comes along. One time I was looking for the ideal American youth to feature in a picture called The Crowd. I tried to find the right actor for weeks, and then one day I saw a fellow go by on a streetcar. I chased it, jumped on board, and looked for him. But while I was getting on at the rear, he'd gotten off at the front. I left the car and roamed the streets, trying to catch sight of him, but he had disappeared completely. That young man will never know how close he came to a career in the movies.
And the moral of that is, if you want to get into the movies, always ride an extra block on the streetcar.
The fact is that a lot of people don't want a career in pictures, as you'll find out when you start working with those Indians and the plainsmen. When we were out in the desert shooting a battle scene for the Texas Rangers, an Indian boy who had worked for about 3 weeks finally came up to me and said, "When can I go home, Mr. Vidor?" "What's the matter, son? Aren't we treating you right?" I asked. "Yeah," he said, "but I'm getting awfully tired of playing Indian." It's been a pleasure to appear in your Lux Radio Theatre, C.B. There's no other medium that brings Hollywood and the stage to every home in America in such distinctive fashion. Good night.
Good night, King. Last week, I engaged a little unknown girl for a major role in the picture I'm starting tomorrow. For the present, her name is a secret. She's never appeared before the camera. So the first time I talked to her, I arranged to have her see every Claudette Colbert picture made in the last 3 years and study them for technique. I could give this little girl no better advice, and I can pay Claudette no higher compliment. Miss Colbert.
Thank you so much, Mr. DeMille. I think you're doing a marvelous thing by bringing back these grand plays so that everybody who may not have seen them on the stage can enjoy them over the Lux Radio Theatre. I can't tell you how thrilled I was to play the Barker again. Thank you. Good night.
Good night, Claudette. Walter, there's an old popular song called Where Did You Get That Hat? And I'd like to know why you've been wearing yours all through tonight's performance.
Well, I'll tell you, C.B., that hat goes back to 1927 when we tried out the Barker in Atlantic City. After the performance, a real Barker came backstage to see me. He was the owner of a mitt joint, or, in polite language, a place for palms, I read. He liked everything he said. He liked everything I did on the stage except my hat and my acting. He volunteered to teach me how to bark, so I palled around with him and learned the tricks of the trade. After a few days, he told me I was a fool to keep on acting and offered me his hat and a job with the carnival. I took the hat.
Maybe you missed your big chance. By this time, you might have owned a little mitt joint of your own.
No. C.B., we can't all be successes. But I take off my hat to your choice of plays, Mr. Silver's music, and the general excellence of the Lux Radio Theatre.
Tell me, Walter, do you wear that hat in Dodgeworth?
Dodgeworth? Well, no. Sam Dodgeworth was hardly the type, but I am going to wear it in the first act of Othello. Thank you. Good night.
Good night, Parker.
Miss Colbert, whose next picture is Maid of Salem, appeared through courtesy of Paramount Studios, as did Mr. DeMille and Mr. Vidor. Mr. Houston, now engaged in filming Dodgeworth at United Artists Studio, through courtesy of Mr. Samuel Goldwyn. Miss Berry, Paramount, and Mr. Louis Silver's 20th Century Fox. Now, Mr. DeMille.
Next week, the Lux Radio Theatre presents Joan Crawford and Francho Tone in Chains. Miss Crawford will play the same role she played on the screen, promising us one of the distinctive hits of the year.
Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Joan Crawford and Francho Tone in Chained. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, July 27th. From its home on Hollywood Boulevard, the Lux Radio Theatre presents Joan Crawford and Francho Tone in Chains. Lux presents Hollywood. Tonight, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the beauty care used by 9 out of 10 screen stars and by attractive women everywhere, brings you another assemblage of Hollywood's most distinguished citizens. Joan Crawford, Francho Tone, Gilbert Emery, Cecil B. DeMille, Oliver Hinsdale, Helen Burgess, Louis Silvers, and many others. We are also proud to welcome, as members of our audience, a score of celebrated personalities. Among them, Patsy Ruth Miller, Paula Stone, John McGuire, John Lee Mahan, who adapted tonight's play for the screen, Lena Basket, Mary Alice Rice, and Rady Harris, celebrated New York columnist. To all of you, greetings from Lux. No man in motion pictures holds a record of achievement more enviable than that of our eminent director. He brings to radio, just as he has brought to the screen, the greatest plays and players in the world of entertainment. Tonight, he comes to the theater direct from location, dressed in riding breeches and boots, and covered with the dust of the set. And here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Many paths cross and many double cross in Hollywood. But this is my first professional contact with Joan Crawford and Francho Tone. But I know their history, perhaps better than they do. I can trace it back 150 years. Their romance, which began in 1933, was more than a courtship. It was a coincidence which had its beginnings in 1798, when an undersized Corsican named Bonaparte was lighting the fuse that was to explode all Europe, and an Irish patriot named Wolfe Tone was enlisting French aid in a revolt against England. The sympathies of the French people were with Tone, the handsome Irish rebel. But like most Irish rebellions, his was a glorious failure. He merely laid the groundwork for mutual admiration between the French and Irish. And Francho Tone, a descendant, and Lucille Lesseur, a little French girl, took it up from there. You may never have heard of Lucille. Her first job was at the Kansas City department store. After that, she danced in a Broadway chorus and finally came to Hollywood from a Winter Garden show in New York. A magazine asked its readers to suggest a new name for her. And from the names submitted, the studio chose Joan Crawford. Today, more than 200 babies whose last names range from Ginsburg to McKillicuddy are called Joan Crawford, which will give you some idea of the star's popularity. To all the world, she symbolizes the American viewpoint in clothes and manner. And tonight, the Lux Radio Theatre presents Chained, starring Joan Crawford and Francho Tone. Tonight, Miss Crawford plays the part of Diane Lovering, indispensable secretary of a middle-aged but attractive steamship magnate, Richard Field, who is deeply in love with her. Francho Tone is Michael Bradley, young owner of a ranch in the Argentines. The curtain rises on Field's private office in the Empire State Building. We hear him talking briskly on an inter-office telephone.
Hello, Norris.
Yes?
This is Field talking. I've decided to start the Caribbean on the coastal run out of Savannah. That'll put the Southern Cross on the Rio Buenos Aires run until next December. Starting now, she can sail Friday.
What about the Lloyd matter?
Lloyd matter? Well, listen, that's got to be handled with kid gloves. Take maybe 6 weeks. But I'm not leaving this office until it's settled right our way. Okay, Norris, goodbye. Who is it?
Good morning, darling.
Ah, Deanne, it's you.
Darling, I've just been through the Spanish Inquisition, and I came out alive.
What did they say?
4 doctors put me through the 3rd degree, fluoroscope, metabolism, blood pressure, x-rays, the whole works. I felt like a murdered corpse being dissected by the Department of Justice.
Yes, but what did they say? What's the verdict?
Organically sound as a dollar, healthy as a young colt. They claim I'm just run down, that's all. Exhausted. They ordered me to take a long rest. Can you imagine my resting until the Lloyd affair is finished?
Yes, I can, young lady, if I say so.
Now listen, boss.
Mr. Boss.
Boss, darling. You're a strong man and you set a terrific pace, but I've got plenty of reserve power. We're going to finish that Lloyd deal together.
Diane, come here. You think I'm going to let you risk your health just for a business deal? After all we've been through together, and now that we both realize how much we mean to each other? Oh, you do love me, don't you?
How could I help it?
Oh, Diane.
I keep asking myself, am I worthy of Richard Field? Of all the love and bigness that's in his heart? And then you kiss me like that. So I guess I must be.
I keep asking myself, how can an old man like me...
Careful. Mention that subject to me again, and I told you I'll make a scene.
All right, I'm a mere stripling of 46.
Look here. What about this sudden command appearance? Anything wrong?
Diane, it's happened.
You mean your wife?
Yes.
Oh.
She came into my room last night. She was very fine. No scene or anything like that. She simply told me that she knew about us, and had known for some time, in fact. She wanted to know what I was going to do.
Did you tell her?
I told her the truth, that there was nothing between you and me, just that we loved each other. I tried to make her understand what a really fine person you are. I don't know how successful I was.
And then?
I asked her for a divorce.
Darling.
She wouldn't give it to me. Said she doesn't believe in divorce. I even offered to let her keep the children.
Oh, Richard, you can't. You can't give up everything.
I would. For you. It's no use.
Oh, Richard.
Diane, come here.
No, please. There's only one thing to do now.
Don't say it. Don't even think it, dearest.
We can't go on, not after this.
We can, and we will. We've got nothing to be ashamed of. And let's not give up hope that someday she'll give me my freedom.
But
you know what you're going to do?
No.
The Southern Cross sails Friday for Buenos Aires. You're going aboard her. Going away on a little trip. You need a rest. It'll help you to forget. This had to come. It's a little too near us for the moment, but it's only temporary. And when you come back, everything will be just as before.
Will it?
Well, but you love me, don't you?
Oh, yes, Richard.
Well, then you run out and do your shopping and get yourself packed. You haven't got much time. Boat sails at 5:30 Friday.
What a lovely boat. I wish you were going along, too. I want no soul on board.
It'll be only 6 weeks. Besides, I have to give you a chance to know your own mind, haven't I?
It isn't my mind anymore, darling. It's yours.
Good. Where's the ambassador suite?
This way, Miss Field.
Here you are. When we take the Southern Cross together, it'll be called the bridal suite.
Oh, Richard, look at those flowers. You shouldn't have.
Well, they knew you were coming and grew overnight. Stuart?
Yes, sir?
Mine now is Miss Lovering asked for a water spout. You get it for her.
Yes, sir. Oh, here's the chef, sir. Oh, Mr. Field, you want Emile?
Emile, this is Miss Lovering. She likes crepes Suzette and thinner than you've ever made them before. And I know she'd like a pompano with that sauce.
And corned beef hash, too, Emile.
To perfection, mademoiselle.
And if you don't outdo yourself, I'll have you transferred to a banana boat.
And I will deserve it, monsieur.
Now, here's your bedroom, Diane.
It's beautiful.
And still not enough. Oh, it's taking all the willpower I've got not to chuck the whole Lloyd deal and come along with you. You will come back? won't you?
I promise, Richard.
I'll need you. Always. I think I'd crack up without you now.
Oh, dear, we won't have time for our cocktail.
The minute the ship leaves, you go to the bar and order one. Only a sherry flip, remember?
Always a cherry flip, every day at 6 o'clock.
I'll have one ashore.
I'll think of you, Richard. Goodbye, darling.
A sherry flip, please.
Yes, madam.
And I'll have the same thing, and I hate sherry flips. Well, there I go, giving in already. Oh, say, aren't you the young lady who always orders chicken salad? We've met before, huh, miss?
No.
My name is John Smith. Quaint? How are you and who are you?
No.
Yes, please.
Please, no.
Pretty please. With sugar on it?
I want to be left alone, Mr.
Smith. It's a hard name to remember, and I can take a hint. I'm off to dress for dinner, and you'll be sorry when I'm gone.
I won't even know it.
Who is it?
It's Johnny Smith, your faithful servant.
Where have you been?
Oh, in the bar. Now, come on, drop all that housework and come with me and see what I found. She's gorgeous.
Congratulations, Mr. Smith.
Oh, no, they're not in order, Mr. Bradley.
She was a little distant, I take it.
Straight from the Arctic regions.
Is she worth an expedition?
From pole to pole.
Don't stop to get dressed. We'll start now. Lead on, guide.
There she is over there.
You mean the one sitting alone at the table?
Yeah, and believe it or not, drinking a sherry flip. Can I pick 'em or can I pick 'em?
Sometimes I actually have faith in you again, Johnny.
I warned you. She's as cold as a sea lion's nose.
And the first thing for you to do is go over and apologize for your behavior.
Who, me? I should say not. It'd make me look weak.
You don't understand tactics. It clears the decks for future action. Go ahead. I'll be over in a minute to help you out.
All right. Okay, Master, I obey. Charming lady, after thinking over my rudeness, I've come to say that...
So you didn't leave after all?
Oh, but yes, I've been gone a half an hour.
I hadn't noticed. How time flies.
I've been watching you, my friend. You've been annoying women long enough.
Why, you...
No back talk now. I know your type, my man. A half hour out, you want to play Frankenstein.
Well, listen, you big...
I don't know who you are, my friend, but I don't want to see your face on deck again until you can act like a gentleman. You understand?
Oh, you... Hey, miss, whatever your name is, this fella is...
Steward, find out where this octopus bunks and lock him up till he's sober.
Yes, sir.
No, please, sir, come along.
Hey, wait a minute. Let's get me. Hey, wait till I see you.
Thank you. I suppose he's really harmless.
Allow me. An Irish uncle named me Mike Bradley.
Well, good for him. Thank you again, Mr. Bradley.
Look here. You're nervous, probably all unstrung over this attack on your privacy. How about another cocktail?
Thank you, no. I've had my one for the evening.
Well, I'll see you at dinner.
I'm having dinner in my cabin. I'm turning in early.
Then I'll see you around tomorrow in the swimming pool?
Perhaps, if I decide to go in.
Hey there. Good morning.
Oh, good morning.
How's the water? Warm?
Awfully cold. I don't think you'd like it.
I'll soon find out.
Say, what's the idea? Can't you keep on your own side of the pool?
I'm not chasing you. I just turned up like an old cantaloupe rind.
The ocean is full of them.
Hey, wait! Hey, maybe I'm the door-to-door brush man.
Not today.
Special offer. Full set of kitchen brushes and a set of Charles Dickens.
I haven't got a kitchen.
How about a set of Dickens without the brushes?
I couldn't afford it.
You see, it's a contest, ma'am. The one that sells the most brushes gets sent away on a vacation.
And the more you sell, the farther they send you?
That's right.
Hey, give me all you got.
Yeah?
Oh.
You see, that's what comes of trying to swallow the whole pool. Here, let me slap you on the back.
Oh, that's enough. Unhand me.
You know, your eyes are very large and beautiful.
Oh, stop it.
Even when they're bloodshot.
Will you tell me what this is all about?
I don't know, but isn't it fun?
Yes.
Now look at me, really. I'm not such a boogeyman, am I? Just an honest, open face. A little too open, maybe.
When are you leaving this boat, Mr. Bradley?
Going all the way to Buenos Aires. How far do you go?
All the way to Buenos Aires.
Isn't it great, Dinah?
Dinah? Dinah.
Yes, I know. The passenger list called you Diane Lovering, but I call you Dinah.
And in heaven's name, why?
I had a black-faced doll when I was about 1.5 years old. They called her Dinah. I loved her very dearly. Couldn't go to sleep unless I had her safely tucked away in a shoebox.
I'm afraid I don't see the comparison.
There isn't any, except Diane reminds me of Dinah, that's all.
Oh.
See, there you go getting panicky again. I'm out for laughs, Dinah, that's all.
Good.
And you'd look pretty silly in a shoebox anyway.
Very silly.
And I'm not 1.5 years old anymore.
Oh, I see. You're just backward.
Would it be forward of me to invite you to have a cocktail with me?
Sorry, but I'm going to bed at 6 o'clock.
Without your dinner?
I'm having it sent to my cabin.
Okay. Then I'll meet you in the bar at 6, and we'll have dinner afterwards. Hello, Dinah. You're early. It's only 6:15.
Then I've got 15 minutes to get back to my cabin.
Now, how about just one cocktail?
Well, I'll have a sherry flip.
Sherry flip? What's the matter? You seasick?
No, not in the least.
But sherry flips is like water. No tang, no feeling, no oomph to it.
I still like sherry flips.
Okay, lady. I'll show you I can take punishment, too. Oh, Stewart, one sherry flip and a plain lemonade.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
I'm afraid you're a problem girl, aren't you, Dinah?
What makes you think so?
Well, you're a problem to me. And something tells me you're full of problems yourself. What did you come on this trip for? The ride?
Mm-hmm.
Darn long ride.
I wanted a long ride.
Who's the guy?
What guy?
Well, every now and then your eyes are way out there on the horizon. There must be a guy behind a woman's eyes when they're like that.
Would you listen to the conceited male?
Honest now, you're not engaged to be married?
Would that be one of my problems?
Might be. You ever been engaged?
No.
Don't tell me you've lived in a cave all your life.
Don't you remember? It was a shoebox.
Lemonade for the lady?
Do I look as if I drink a sherry flip?
Sorry, sir.
Well, here's to the two of us. Long may we wave.
You came on this boat looking for trouble, didn't you, Mr. Bradley?
I admit it. But then you dropped out of the sky.
But I'm not trouble.
I know. And I've just about decided that you're something distinctly different. Something I've always wanted to meet. And always thought was just a kid's foolish dream.
I'm afraid you're on the edge of saying something very silly, Mr. Bradley.
It doesn't seem silly. And I've never been this close to the edge before.
And let's forget you ever said it, shall we?
All right. Until the day I can make you remember it.
A good cure for that sort of sentiment is walking. Do you like to walk?
Listen, young lady, I'll walk you around the deck tomorrow until you holler for help.
Okay.
20 times around so far. How are you holding out?
I haven't even started.
Then let's go a little faster.
What for?
Because there are a couple of long-legged old school moms that look as if they want to race us.
Oh.
Good morning. Miss Weebles and I have just about decided that you two set the nicest face on the deck.
We like to walk fast. So do we. I think we make a nice little squad. You might say, we'll all have to do this every morning.
Yes, good idea.
You just keep leading the way and we'll follow.
Hey, what do we do?
Pull a fast one.
You do it. I'm all out of that.
All right, here goes. Oh, look at the whales.
Where?
Oh.
Right alongside the ship. There must be 100 of them.
Oh, I don't see any.
No?
There aren't any whales there, Mr. Bradley. I'm afraid you're mistaken.
No whales? Are you sure?
Not a whale. Nothing but ocean.
Gosh, you don't suppose... Not again.
There, my poor dear Mr. Bradley.
Well, what's the matter with him?
Nothing, you see.
They told me a sea voyage would cure me. I won't go back to that place again. They can't tie me up in that room.
Keep calm.
Edith, come along. The man's crazy.
There, you see, it works. That's what I call practical insanity.
You always see whales.
Only when being followed by long-legged school moms. Sometimes I see the Southern Cross.
Really?
If you'll come on the upper deck with me some night, I'll show it to you. Only you'll see it, too.
Will that mean we're both insane?
I'm afraid that's too much to hope for.
It's glorious. Where's the Southern Cross?
Right up there.
Where?
There. Right along the line of my finger.
Oh. Oh, I see. Oh, how beautiful.
You're telling me.
We're looking at the Southern Cross, Mr. Bradley.
You speak for yourself. I'm going to do all the looking at you I can our last night on board ship. Are you coming out to my ranch in Buenos Aires?
I'm afraid I won't have time. I've only 2 days and I've some shopping and things to do.
Where are you stopping?
With some friends.
Who are they?
The Wilsons.
The Wilsons?
Mm-hmm.
I never heard of them. I've lived there 10 years, know everybody in town. Take another name.
No, really. They moved down last winter.
Now, look here, Dinah. What's behind all this? Are you still scared of me?
Why should I be scared of you, Mr. Bradley?
I asked you, Dinah. Oh, it's all wrong. We weren't meant to end this way.
We weren't ever meant for anything else. Goodbye, Mike Bradley. I'll think of you often, and good luck.
All right. So long, Dinah. Just the same old thing. Shipboard friends who never see each other again, right?
Right?
I don't believe it.
Oh, but you must.
I don't believe it. So long, Dinah.
In just a moment, we'll go on with our Lux Radio Theatre presentation of Change, starring Joan Crawford and Francho Tone. But first, we take you to Hollywood's playground, Santa Monica Beach, only 14 miles down lovely Wilshire Boulevard from Hollywood to the sea. We're on the set at famous Santa Monica Beach Club. There are two girls near us, very much excited. Listen.
Look, it's Carol Lombard. There? No, over there to the right. They say she's crazy about the water. Swims beautifully. Doesn't she look slick in that bathing suit? Mm-hmm. Some low cut. Wish I could wear one like that, but my back isn't smooth enough. Say, I read in a movie magazine that Carol Lombard uses Lux toilet soap as a bath soap, too. Gosh, that's an idea, all right, huh?
Mm-hmm. It's dollars to donuts. That's why her back is so smooth. I'll have to give it a try.
It certainly is Carol Lombard's Lux toilet soap care that keeps her skin so lovely. And this beauty bath does other things, too. Carol Lombard herself has told us,
Often I come home from a long day before the camera, so tired I can't bear even the thought of going out. And then I try a Lux toilet soap bath. Lie back a few moments completely relaxed. And when I step out, I feel marvelously refreshed. And I love the delicate perfume Lux toilet soap gives my skin.
Lux toilet soap has an active lather that carries away from the pores all foreign matter, every trace of dust and dirt. It protects daintiness. Lux toilet soap's perfume is a blend of 34 costly scents. But because so many millions of cakes are sold, the cost of this fine soap is brought way down so that any girl's shopping list can contain the words, 6 cakes of Lux toilet soap, please. And once again, Mr. DeMille.
Chained, starring Joan Crawford and Francho Tone, continues. It's the following morning, and Diane thinks she has escaped from Mike by telling him she's visiting the Wilsons, some non-existent friends. Outside her luxurious hotel, she waits for a groom to bring the horse she's ordered for a morning ride.
Miss Lovering.
Yes?
I am Mr. Partos, assistant manager of the hotel. There has been a slight delay about your horse. I shall phone the stables again.
Thank you, Mr. Potter.
Madame has been made comfortable, I hope?
Oh, perfectly. The flowers in my room are gorgeous.
Mr. Field ordered them for you every day, Madame.
Oh, did he? Oh, Mr. Potter, I shall want a guide today, someone who knows the city.
I have already arranged for the guide, Madame.
Can he speak English?
But si, senorita, I was speak the English for 25 years. Allow me, senorita, to present myself. Senor Pancho Mike Bradley at your service.
Mike, where did you bob up from? You scared me.
Oh, still a boogeyman, huh?
No, but how did you happen to be here?
Well, I thought I'd drop around and say hello to the Wilsons. Nice little cottage they have here. Lots of servants, guests. Are they home?
No, but they left word for me to mind the children. I was taking the twins to see the executions on the plaza.
Little Otis is tall for his age, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Or do they have him stretched?
Mike, are you a bloodhound, or is this just accidental?
I'm a bloodhound who can read trunk checks when a lady carelessly leaves her trunk outside her stateroom. Besides, Mr. Patos here is a friend of mine. He owes me money.
Oh, so he told you I was going riding at 10 o'clock.
Exactly. So I thought you'd like to ride out on a Bradley ranch, where horses are horses, not candidates for the bull ring.
I'd love to, Mike.
That's better than I hoped. Let's go.
Mike, let's slow down to a gallop.
All right. Oh, boy. Oh. Quiet. Let's get off and rest a while. I brought a couple of thermos bottles of cold tea in my saddlebag.
Tea?
On shipboard, lemonade and sherry flips. On the Pampas, cold tea.
I forgot to ask the name of my horse.
Chili con carne.
I'm glad to meet you, Tilly. Hey, you got a cold, wet nose.
Tell her she shouldn't smell so nice, Chili.
Where do we hitch them? To a blade of grass?
And just throw your reins over his head. He'll stand like a sentinel. Nothing like cold tea on a warm day on the Pampas. Quenches thirst, peps you up, gives you that relaxed feeling. Here.
Are you going to sell these horses?
Not Chili con carne. Chili's grandma once won the sweepstakes for me and saved the mortgage.
Isn't it quiet out here? Not a human being or a house in sight.
Yes, quiet and harmless, like a day nursery. And you had to lie and run away from me. Why?
I should think you could guess, Mike.
Diane.
No, please. Let me go, Mike. Oh, my darling.
You see, there's nothing to run away from, is there?
No. Just then when you kissed me, you and I reached high above the earth. I don't know where, but we were all alone together where nobody else will ever be.
We're going to settle down up there.
Right in the sun, where we can feel it beating down into us.
However you spell it, it's love. Whether there's sun or moon or rain.
On the boat. Did you really know so soon?
I've known about somebody like you ever since I could think. When did you know?
I never thought about anybody like you. So I guess it must have been the minute I saw you.
You're going to see me from now on, Mrs. Mike Bradley.
Oh, Mike. Now I know that's what I've wanted to hear you say. But I've never dared let myself think about it.
What have you dared think about?
Everything. Your arms around me. Everything except being Mrs. Bradley.
Why?
Because perhaps I'm that kind of a girl.
You're going to tell me about some dark, silly past that doesn't concern you and me. If that's so, I hope you won't want me to start in.
No. I'm going to tell you about the present.
There's no present except you and me.
There's another man. I've promised to marry him.
That's the man I said was behind your eyes?
Yes, but you don't see him there now, do you?
No. And I've forgotten he was ever there.
I can't just forget that way.
I know.
But I've never really known anything until you put your arms around me. You see, I thought I loved him, Mike. He's gentle, honest, dear, and I owe him everything. This trip. I even owe him you.
Well, you've got to write him a letter right away.
No, I've got to go back and tell him face to face.
No, that's only an unnecessary ordeal.
It wouldn't be fair if I didn't. You see, he didn't run out on me, and I couldn't run out on him. If I see him myself, I can make him understand. We couldn't be happy any other way, could we, Mike?
I suppose not. You've got to go back and tell him. But Diane, darling, please hurry back.
Miss Lovering, here's your landing card.
Thank you.
This gangway, please.
Diane!
Richard.
Darling. Oh, my dear darling.
How are you, Richard?
Here, let me look at you. Why, it's almost worth letting you go away just for this moment. Come on, let's get out of this crowd. I've got the cart outside.
What about the customs?
Oh, I've attended to all that. You've got the courtesy of the port. This way, darling. Well, Diane, home at last.
Yes.
Dad?
Of course.
Sometimes I had a strange, terrible feeling that you wouldn't come back. Well, did you have a good time?
Yes.
Nice crowd on the boat?
Why? Yes.
You're tired, aren't you?
No.
Maybe a little excited about getting back.
I've so many things to tell you, I don't know where to begin.
Considering that I'm never going to let you out of my sight again, you have the rest of your life to tell me everything.
But, Richard, I want to tell you something, well...
I don't want to hear a thing. Not till you see what I've got for you.
What is it?
Here. It's your welcome home present.
It's a wedding ring.
Take a look at this morning's paper and see what you think. Listen. Shipping magnate divorced. Mrs. Richard I. Field, wife of Field Line Head, now in Reno.
Oh, no. No, Richard.
True, dear. We had it all out shortly after you left. She saw that it was the only way.
You can't do this.
Oh, but it's all right. She recognizes there's nothing between her and me anymore. She's an honest person, Diane. So, it's all settled. Darling, we can be together always, now?
Always?
Well, what's the matter? Don't you believe it yet?
Well, it's just something I never counted on.
At one time, I never even dared to hope for it.
You've given up your family, your home, and your children. You must love me very much.
Your being away showed me I love you more than I ever knew. Every hour empty. Couldn't do a thing downtown. Just wondering about you and what you were doing. Waiting for you to come back.
Am I really that much of your world?
You're all of my world. If I ever lost you now, I'd... Well, we don't even think of that.
No. We mustn't think about that ever again.
No. What was it you wanted to tell me?
Nothing. Nothing important. Richard?
Yes, dear?
When are we going to be married?
Here, Pablo, walk him till he cools off. And no water till sundown.
Si, senor.
Is there anything fun? Hey, Johnny.
Yeah?
Mail come in yet?
Yeah, sure. It's a letter from New York in small feminine handwriting. You know, it looks awfully thin to me.
Shut up and hand it over. It's the first letter.
Why, Mike. Mike, what's the matter?
Nothing very much. No. Really nothing at all. It just seems there was a first-class chump in the Argentine. His name's Mike Bradley.
You mean...
I mean the works. She's taking a run-out powder. She's married that guy in New York.
Oh, gee, that's tough, Mike. It looks like all women are the same, doesn't it?
Yeah. Only most of them aren't so frank in admitting they're only out to make a sap out of a man.
Well, I never dreamed it about her. It's brutal.
Sure, everything seems brutal when you're on the loser's end of it. But I guess I'm well out of that one.
Oh, how does a dame like that figure things anyway? Can't she recognize a real guy when she sees one?
That's not the point. She's got what she wants. She'll live up there in New York, spending her days buying furs and diamonds to show off in the evening at nightclubs. Probably her husband's a good guy, too. Just another sap. Only he doesn't know it yet.
Is there anything I can do about it, fella?
Sure. If I ever go up to New York again, keep reminding me that Don Juan and Casanova had the only real slant on women. Love 'em and leave 'em.
This way, please. Cash, please, Mr. Brown.
Good morning, Mrs. Fields. We haven't seen you since you and Mr. Fields returned from your honeymoon.
No, we've been on Long Island this fall, but we've been in town all winter.
Anything I can do for you, Mrs. Fields?
I'm looking for a pair of skis. Mr. Field and I are going to Lake Placid for a couple of weeks.
You'll find them on the third floor, Mrs. Fields. Take the elevator straight ahead.
Excuse me. Where's your gun department? I want to buy a rifle.
The second floor,
Mike.
sir.
Thanks.
Mike.
Well, hello. Fancy meeting you in your own hometown. How are you, Diane? This is a surprise.
Yes. How long have you been in New York?
I don't know. 2 or 3 weeks.
Where are you stopping?
At the Westmoreland?
I have my car outside. Can I drop you anywhere?
No, thanks. I think I'll walk.
All right. How's Johnny? Been well and happy?
Sure.
You look pretty well.
I can't complain.
I'm glad, Mike.
So am I. Well, what are you doing? Buying the store out?
No, just window shopping. I'm afraid I've got to run along. I'm supposed to be at the Club Savoy for luncheon.
Well, Diane, keep up the good luck. And I'll tell Johnny I saw you.
Mike, couldn't we go someplace and talk?
Sure, providing you can break that date and have lunch with me.
That's all right.
Providing you let me pick the place.
Any way you say, Mike.
Guess that's fair enough, isn't it?
Oh, I do so want to talk to you.
Sure. I know a neat little joint just about a block away from here.
The luncheon, it was satisfactory, monsieur?
Excellent, Felix. And I like your little private dining room. A nice, intimate feature that New York should have borrowed from Paris long ago.
Quite so, monsieur. Quiet and, as you say, intimate. Liqueur, madame?
No, thank you.
No?
No, Mike.
Anything else?
No.
Very good.
Well, Mrs. Field.
First time you called me that.
Okay, it's the last. But while we're on it, how's it working out?
Why, splendidly.
For you and for him, both.
Why, of course.
That's fine. How's his health?
Why, he's... Do I really deserve that much, Mike?
I'm sorry. If you felt that was below the belt, I didn't mean it. Skip it.
It skipped.
But I see you're still the same healthy girl, aren't you?
Not a doctor's bill, not a dentist's appointment, not even...
Not even the sun.
What, Mike?
The sun. Don't you remember? We went a little balmy under it once. We were going to settle down in the Argentine for life or something.
Mike?
Well, that's out. I don't blame you. But we'd blame ourselves if we didn't take an hour or two of it now that they've stopped the clock for us.
You don't mean that, Mike. You can't mean it.
What's the matter? Do you like to run away and be caught?
Really, Mike, please. I've got to go. I don't know why I ever spoke to you.
Because you remembered something you missed, that's why. Because you're only out for thrills anyway. And I was once sap enough to take you serious.
No, Mike, no.
Oh, forgive me, Dinah.
Dinah. I've waited so long to hear you say that.
Dinah, why did you do it?
What?
Why did you write that letter and let me spend a year thinking of you as a...
Well, I thought I owed you the truth, Mike.
And like a poor daffy kid, I believed it. But only because I was counting the days, I guess.
No, Mike, really. It was true then and it's true now.
Only this is true. You're here saying meaningless words while all the rest of you keeps telling me differently. Every second.
Mike, there are lots of people, men and women, who are, well, drawn to each other. Sort of a little spark that flashes up like a skyrocket every now and then, but...
Are you trying to turn the sun, our sun, into a firecracker? It can't be done, Dinah.
No, I guess it can't be done.
So that changes everything.
Nothing's changed, Mike. There's Richard, and there always shall be.
Why didn't you tell him?
Well, I couldn't let him down then. He's turned his whole world, his whole life over to me. I can't ask him to take it back now. It would disappear, and he'd be alone.
How about you? Me? What about us?
Grin and bear it.
Oh, no. Now that I know, do you think I'll stand here and...
Please, Mike. This can only mean one thing first. I think you'd rather love me than hate me, and now you don't hate me anymore. And I thought I'd rather have you hate me than love me. Now I know why I spoke to you today. Because I hoped your eyes wouldn't be so hard. They were. But now they're not again. This is the only way I could think about them and go on, Mike.
Dinah, you must stay.
No.
Then I've got to see you again. Tomorrow?
We're going away tomorrow night. I'll be busy.
Where are you going?
Goodbye, Mike. Mike, darling.
Do you realize what you're doing?
Yes. I'm keeping you locked in my heart where nobody else will ever be. Where only I can talk to you. Without ever seeing you again. Listen for me and yours, Mike. Always.
Pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The third act of Chains, starring Joan Crawford as Diane Lovering and Francho Tone as Mike Bradley, will be heard shortly.
For the first time in 25 years, I've broken an ironclad rule and given an important role to a person who has never been before a camera. The exception to the rule is Helen Burgess. I noticed her in the studio restaurant and saw what I thought was a distinct mark of genius. She had a contract with Paramount, but there was small chance of her ever appearing in an important part. And she had yet to see the inside of a studio soundstage. I gave her the very important role of Louisa Cody, Buffalo Bill's young wife in The Plainsman. I'm not going to prophesy whether or not she will be a great success. You can decide that when you see her. She comes to the stage of the Lux Radio Theatre direct from the set in costume and makeup. And a week's work with Miss Burgess has shown me that my confidence is justified. A little girl with a great talent, Helen Burgess.
I'm so grateful, ladies and gentlemen, for this marvelous chance to work under Mr. DeMille's direction. If it's a thrill to be the discoverer of someone new to the screen, it's much more of a thrill to be discovered.
I'm sure that everyone in this audience wants to know something about you, Helen. And someone has said that there is nothing so interesting as a fact and nothing so vital as vital statistics. So what are yours?
Well, I was born in Portland, Oregon, and next year I'll be able to vote. I also lived in Tacoma, Washington for a while before coming to Hollywood. And I went to Hollywood High School, like B.B. Daniels and so many other DeMille discoveries.
The one difference in your case is that you had never appeared on the screen at all, and most of the girls like B.B. Daniels and Gloria Swanson, who finally found themselves in DeMille bathtubs, were bathing beauties to start with.
Well, I envied them whatever experience they'd had. When I walked out on the set for the first time and met Gary Cooper and Jean Arthur, Charles Bickford, James Ellison, and the rest of the cast, I was so nervous my petticoats kept rustling. The man in charge of the microphone said it sounded just like a ton of coal going down a chute.
Don't ever fear being nervous, my dear. This is your first picture. It's my 63rd. I begin to get nervous a week before the starting date on every picture, and don't get over it until a week after I finish. The first time I'm not nervous before starting a picture, it'll probably be a bad one.
Well, it wasn't nearly so terrifying walking onto the set, though, as it was seeing our first day's work on the screen. I was so afraid I hadn't lived up to expectations that I'd have run away but for Gary Cooper. Gary said, "Well, don't be scared, Helen. This acting is a cinch. And I'm telling you now, you stole every scene."
Yes, and I happen to know that just about then Gary's knees were knocking together so hard they sounded like castanets.
Well, the thing that makes me feel most at ease is that everybody else in the cast is so much at home. You know, some of the players have been in every one of the 63 DeMille films.
You'll find the DeMille cast is not just a collection of players, it's a reunion.
Well, I can think of only one bigger reunion in Hollywood. Get together all the picture stars who use Lux toilet soap, and then you'd have a reunion. And there seems to be the same friendly spirit here in your Lux Radio Theatre, Mr. DeMille, as there is in your cast, which is probably why the show is as good as the soap. Good night.
Good night, Scarlett. We continue the Lux Radio Theatre play Chains, starring Joan Crawford and Francho Tone. It's the evening after Diane's unexpected meeting with Mike. She and her husband are at home, dressing for dinner.
Diane,
Yes, Richard?
all packed to go to Lake Placid tomorrow?
Almost, but don't worry. Amy never forgets a thing.
Good gosh, I'm hungry. What's for dinner?
I really don't know.
Aha, beginning to forget your wifely duties already, eh?
Yes, I mean, it won't happen again, Richard.
Get to skis today?
Skis? Oh, now isn't that silly? I forgot all about them.
So that's my girl with the efficient head for remembering. Been talking about skis all week and then goes and forgets them.
I'll ask him to send some up by express. Are you all through at the office?
All cleaned up.
Good. Then you sleep late in the morning and stay around the house with me until we leave for the train.
Can't. There's a board of governors meeting. Clubs. As long as I'm in town, I've got to attend.
Richard,
Yeah.
I've got a marvelous idea.
Name it.
Let's not wait for that stuffy train trip tomorrow night. Let's get to bed early, get up early, take the open car and every fur robe in the house and motor up. If we leave by 7, we can make Placid by 6 in the evening, no matter how much snow.
Pretty cold ride.
Oh, it'll whisk the cobwebs out of our brains.
Hey, what makes you so anxious to get away on our little holiday?
You?
I make you anxious? What's eating you, anyway? You've been talking in riddles ever since you came home today.
Have I? Well, it's just that I want to be with you, alone. Just us two together. Away from the whole world. Oh, I can't explain what I mean.
Why, Diane, I believe there are tears in your eyes. Darling, I'm really touched.
We can motor up, can't we?
I'll say we can. We'll run away from everybody and everything.
Oh, thank you, Richard.
Morning, James. Are we glad we're here, or aren't we?
It's very invigorating, sir.
Mrs. Field still out skiing?
Yes, sir. Oh, sir, a gentleman phoned by the name of Bradley.
Bradley? Don't know any Bradleys. Want me?
Yes, sir. I told him I never disturbed you until you came downstairs, sir. Then he asked for Mrs. Field. I told him she was out. And then, before I could ascertain his business, he said he was coming right over.
Right over? Where from?
From the village, I presume, sir.
Ah. Kidney stew. Was this your noble idea, James?
Mrs. Field ordered it, sir.
James, I'm a very fortunate man.
Yes, sir.
If that's that fellow Bradley, show him right in.
Yes.
I'm Michael Bradley. Is Mr. Field in?
Yes, sir. This way, sir. Mr. Field is expecting you, sir.
Mr. Field?
Yeah? Mr. Bradley?
Yes.
Well, you look fresh from civilization.
Came up on the night train.
Sit down, won't you? If you'll excuse me, I'll go right on with my breakfast. All right, James. By the way, Mr. Bradley, have you had yours?
Thanks. I think you'd rather this would be private, Mr. Field.
Well, very well. James, I'll call you when I want to.
Yes.
Mr. Field, there's only one reason I felt I could come up here to see you. And that's because your wife told me you dealt with things pretty straight.
My what? Oh, you know Mrs. Field.
I'm in love with her.
What?
And she's in love with me.
Are you insane?
No. I met her on the boat last year. It was in the cards, Mr. Field, only I couldn't get her to admit it. Until one day she came out to my ranch. And then I knew. We both knew.
What is this? Some filthy blackmailing insinuation that...
No, even then she was loyal to you. If you've got anything else on your mind, forget it, because it isn't so. But you see, she came back to tell you about me, only she found out how much she meant to you and she couldn't let you down.
Well, I guess that about settles the matter, doesn't it?
No, it can only be settled one way. Her way, which she's too unselfish to face. So I'm trying to face it for her.
Oh. I suppose she asked you up here so that you might...
Far from it. When I called your office and learned you'd left for the Adirondacks earlier than you expected, I simply knew she'd run away from me.
Bradley, you're kidding yourself.
No, I'm not. You're in as good a position as I am to know a man can't kid himself about a woman.
I think this talk is finished, Mr. Bradley.
Not yet. Diane came through for you, didn't she? And now it's your turn to come through for somebody else.
And what do you propose that I should do about it?
Give her up. Give her back to herself. Oh, I know, I'm getting the breaks, but there's nothing I can do to keep them on your side. And I know it's tough, but there's nothing you can do. I could drop out of sight and it wouldn't solve matters. Only a miracle in blood and body could change this picture, Field, and neither you nor I believe in miracles.
Get out of here.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Field.
Get out of here.
All right, then, get this. I'll take her away from you. I never tried, but I can, and now I will. Right past divorce courts and marriage certificates and all the rest of it. And we'll be more openly and honestly and completely together than all the...
You heard me. Get out.
Richard. Well, Richard, what's the matter? Mike.
Diane, you love this man?
No, Richard.
He said he could take you away if he wanted to. Is it true?
No, he couldn't.
Diana, look at me.
You had no right to do this. I told you, this is my husband. He means everything to me, everything. Can't you understand? Can't you see what you're doing?
No, Dinah.
I think she's decided.
No, she hasn't.
All right, then I'll decide.
Richard, put down that gun.
Dan, get out of the way.
Put down that gun, Richard. No, you can't. It's Mike. It's Mike.
I know, Diana. I know, Mike. I just wanted to be sure.
What are you going to do?
Do, my dear? We're going to settle this matter like civilized people.
Oh, Richard,
It's all right, dear. I understand. I think Mr. Bradley understands, too.
I'm afraid I don't.
When are you sailing back to the Argentine, Mr. Bradley?
Why, I hadn't thought.
Next week, perhaps. Next week. That doesn't allow you much time, Diane.
You mean?
I mean that you'll be sailing, too, my dear.
Oh, Richard. I can't say anything.
You aren't supposed to. You're not to feel sorry for me. You've given me 2 years, Diane. 2 glorious years. I'm grateful for them.
Please don't.
Diane, please. I said you were not to feel sorry. You see, darling, same old problem. Youth versus, well, shall I say, middle age. You have your youth, Diane. I want you to have it. The man you love with Mike.
I don't deserve this.
Oh, yes, you do, Mike. You deserve anything. Anything that'll make her happy.
Oh, Chili. Oh. Hold it.
Mike, it's glorious out here.
You want to go on?
No, let's just stay here. I want to drink it all in. The moonlight, the pampas.
There's the Southern Cross up there.
Where?
Just about where it used to be.
Oh, it's more wonderful than ever.
And so are you, Mrs. Mike Bradley.
Chains are broken, and our play comes to its close. But Joan Crawford and Francho Tone will be back in a moment for a curtain speech. 2.5 million letters and postcards from movie fans are received at the studios each year. The bulk of this mail is addressed to the stars and asks the same question: how can I get into the movies? Tonight, that question will be answered by the dramatic coach of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios, formerly director of the famous Little Theater of Dallas, Texas. He probably interviews more candidates for stardom than any man in Hollywood. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Oliver Hinsdale.
Well, Mr. DeMille, I think that even you must admit that that's a pretty big order. For, of course, in this case, how can I get into the movies means how can I act in the movies. Acting is an art, and an art of any kind is a hard taskmaster. There's no formula, no open sesame into this land of make-believe, save that of work, work, work. Believe me, there is, in addition to this prime requisite of work, the requisites and requirements of imagination, idealism, sincerity, a knowledge of life, true love of mankind, and a good appearance. These requirements are so essential and so seldom found in one person that when I came to Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, they told me that they would be well satisfied if I found even one promising actor. In 5 years. Well, we've been perhaps a little more fortunate than that. One must have more than a love for acting. He must be willing to leave all for it, even to go without food for it, to think and to live nothing but theater. It's not merely a place to show off a good voice, a good profile, a fine figure. We must be careful lest our urge for the art of the theater is not confused with the desire for self-exploitation. When we have reached the stage in our thinking that we ask nothing of the theater but are willing to give all to it, then we may know that the urge is real and cannot and will not be denied. There's no one key that will open the gates, but a combination will, perhaps. Find that combination, and you will enter. But once in, the real work only just begins. Here are a few of the combination numbers, so to speak. The aspirant must have a broad vision and understanding, a cultivated mind. He should know history, literature, painting, sculpture, music. He should know his Bible. His body must be healthy, active, and must respond to his bidding. A fine, clear complexion which denotes health, vigor, vitality. And there is no better way to a clear complexion than a clear skin. And I know of no better way to a clear skin than by the use of pure toilet soap. Lux toilet soap, for instance. You do not need to be beautiful. Marie Dressler and Wally Beery never won beauty contests. If you are beautiful, don't be misled into thinking that that's all that it requires to get into the movies. The ranks of Hollywood unemployed are full of those with nothing but beauty. I've tested at least 100,000 young men and women for the screen, including those that I've judged from photographs and written reports. Of these, only 17 have made the grade. Among them are Jean Parker, Robert Taylor, Irene Hervey, Martha Sleeper, Mary Lyle, Robert Young, Betty Furness, Michael Whalen, Virginia Bruce. Some of the others are already equally well known. Others you may never hear of. If you are still determined to go into pictures, take whatever opportunity you can get. Go to the little theaters or any amateur group in your neighborhood. Start in, if necessary, by sweeping the floors. Paint scenery, understudy, be a prompter, do anything. And don't worry. If you think, perhaps, that I have painted a dismal picture, bear in mind that every major studio spends thousands of dollars yearly scouting the country for promising performers. We always need talent. Your big chance will come when you are ready to accept it, and only then. Good luck, and good night.
Before the movies discovered glamour, it was just an old Scotch word meaning a spell cast by magic. But a good two-word definition of the term today would be Joan Crawford. She is, of course, one of the best-dressed women in Hollywood, and I seem to have contributed to her leadership in style because I discovered her designer, Adrian. In fact, Adrian asked me to look at the first gown he designed for her. I agreed and waited for her to come to my office. After a while, there was a knock at the door. I said, "Come in, Joan." The door opened. Joan took one look at me and fled, apparently in terror. I didn't know until this week why she ran away, and think the reason is one she'd better explain to you herself. Miss Joan Crawford.
To tell the truth, I was scared to death of Mr. DeMille. I had visions of entering a room in complete darkness and suddenly finding myself underneath a blinding spotlight with Mr. DeMille seated on a throne and shouting, "It won't do." The shock of finding him a human being was too much. I had to run.
Yeah. It's time to do something when beautiful women run from you like they do from Harpo Marx. But no need to apologize, Joan. Your performance tonight makes up for everything. My congratulations to you also, Francho.
It's been great playing on a program that Joan and I listen to so often, CB. And I'd like to congratulate you on the way you speak. Joan and I call you the Final G-Man because you never drop a final G.
But I speak an entirely different language on the set. Out there, Jenny isn't a girl's name. It's an electrical generator. A hi-hat isn't something you wear. It's a camera stand. A lily isn't a flower. It's a good take or scene. I once asked a new assistant director to rush a lot of babies on the set. In 10 minutes, he was back with about 50 children. And what I wanted was some spotlight.
You learn more in pictures with a new language. For instance, Clark Gable learned to swim. When we were making Chain, the script called for several swimming scenes, and Clark couldn't swim a stroke at the time, but I taught him how. And in return, he taught me how to shoot a gun.
Personally, I'm a chess player. You can see where Joan gets her complexion, CB. Swimming, shooting, she's out of doors all the time.
In just a minute, dear. If you were a little more observant, you'd know that Lux toilet soap has lots to do with it. I've used Lux for years, at home, on the set, and I even carry it with me when I go away. It's really wonderful.
So that's the secret, is it? And here's another little secret, CB. Joan's taking singing lessons.
Oh, won't you sing for us, Joan?
No, Mr. DeMille.
Joan. Joan, whoever heard of saying no to Mr. DeMille?
No. Millions of people just heard it. But I'll make up for it by announcing next week's show.
Oh, thanks.
Next week, Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray will be with you in the Lux Radio Theatre. The play is Main Street, adapted from the famous novel by Sinclair Lewis. And with two such marvelous players, you can look forward to a really great program. My thanks to you all, and good night.
We'll be listening in next Monday. Good night, CB.
Good night.
Thank you, Miss Crawford and Mr. Tone. And lots of success to both of you in your new Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, The Gorgeous Hussy, soon to be released with Robert Taylor, Lionel Barrymore, Melvyn Douglas, and James Stewart. Our cast tonight included Gilbert Emery, Wally Mayer, Lou Merrill, Frank Nelson, Margaret Seddon, Walter Solderling, and Leora Thatcher. Miss Crawford, Mr. Tone, and Mr. Hinsdale appeared through courtesy of MGM. Our play, Change, was based on the MGM photoplay of the same name, which starred Miss Crawford and Clark Gable. Mr. DeMille and Miss Burgess appeared through courtesy of Paramount, and Mr. Louis Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he has just completed the musical arrangements for To Marry with Love. And now, Mr. DeMille.
As Miss Crawford announced, our play next Monday night is Main Street, starring Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray in this modern classic by Sinclair Lewis. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us at that time to welcome Miss Stanwyck and Mr. McMurray. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. Love Will Tell, from the 20th Century Fox production, Sing, Baby, Sing. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, August 17th. The Lux Radio Theatre presents John Bowles in The Vagabond King with Evelyn Venable. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, John Bowles and Evelyn Venable. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our guests, Robert Riskin and Geneva Sawyer. And our director of music, Louis Silvers. Welcome also to the distinguished personalities in our audience. Craig Reynolds, Adrian Ames, Mrs. John Bowles, and Helen McFadden of the McFadden Publications. To our listeners, seen and unseen, greetings from Lux. It is fitting that this program should come to you from this city of stars, because nowhere in the world are Lux Flakes better known or more extensively used than in the leading motion picture studios here in Hollywood. For washing woolens, prints, silks, in fact, for all fabrics that are washable, the studios know how newness is prolonged, how colors are protected by washing with those light, sheer, but marvelously effective Lux Flakes. The flakes that have made cake soap rubbing a thing of the past. And now, may I again present as our producer the man who has given us dozens of our best-known performers and 62 of our great motion pictures. He comes direct to the Lux Radio Theatre from one of the big stages at Paramount, where he is now filming The Plainsman. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. This play had its beginning more than 100 years before Shakespeare was born. In those days, a tragic harlequin roamed the streets of Paris, drinking in its cellars and sleeping in its garrets. He had the conscience of a pickpocket and the soul of a poet. His name was Francois Villon. Almost 5 centuries later, Justin Huntley McCarthy wrote Villon's story in a play called If I Were King. B.H. Southern starred in it. And in that first company, I had the honor to be one of Francois Villon's vagabonds, the worst cutthroat in the play, Colin de Cailleux. It was excellent training for my later career, my actors tell me. With us in the cast were 2 lovely ladies, Constance Adams and Margaret Illington. Yesterday, Miss Adams and I celebrated our 34th wedding anniversary. And Margaret Illington, then the wife of Daniel Frohman, later married Major Bowles. A few years ago, the play reappeared on Broadway with Rudolph Frimmel's music and a new title, The Vagabond King. And starring in it tonight is John Bowles, who starred in the first production of the Lux Radio Theatre almost 2 years ago. Fate tried to keep John off the stage. At the University of Texas, he was a star pitcher, not a pitcher star. He once struck out 26 batters in a doubleheader, which brought him 3 offers from the major leagues. He preferred to study medicine. But when the war broke out, John enlisted. He spent 22 months overseas and was wounded twice. Returning to the United States, he taught French in Glens Falls, New York. But the next season found him on the New York stage. As the star of the Vagabond King, he is the only player who has starred in the Lux Radio Theatre 4 times. Featured with him is Laughing Eyes, so called by the Iroquois tribe that adopted her, but better known as Evelyn Venable. Miss Venable won a place in Walter Hampton's repertoire company with a performance of Juliet. The balcony for that performance was the hayloft in the barn at Walter Hampton's Connecticut farm. Her audience was Mr. Hampton and her father. After several seasons with the Hampton Players, she was signed by Paramount and has been on the screen ever since. In tonight's play, she appears as a lady in the court of King Louis XI. And now the Lux Radio Theatre presents The Vagabond King, starring John Bowles as Francois Villon and Evelyn Venable as Lady Catherine. Paris is in the 15th century. Louis XI sits on the throne, but his violent subjects plot and grumble in the Fur-Cone Tavern, haunt of thieves and murderers. Tonight a fire is burning on the massive hearth, and stretched before it on the floor is Francois Villon, played by John Bowles. He's an unkempt youth with vivid eyes, dark hair, and a tangled beard. Beside Villon sits Huguette, a slim, dark-haired beauty who prods him in the ribs with her foot as she demands an answer to her question.
Answer me, Francois.
Stop kicking me, would you? I want to look at your face.
Answer me.
I've never seen it upside down before.
Answer me. Your best friend Tabry swears you've been out of jail 2 days, and this is the first I've seen of you. 2 whole days.
And in roaming the streets of Paris.
Tabry swears you've spent them in scribbling verses to a lady, a great lady, in the palace of a king.
Ah, Tabary is a loose-mouthed mongrel.
A sharp nose for your scent. Outlandish, you of common thief in the frenzy over a lady. King Louis's court. Laughable, that's what it is.
Now, just a moment. You're in the frenzy. I'm laughing.
Answer me. Don't you care a fig about me?
Oh, a lot of figs, my pretty one, as I've answered you countless times, but not enough for frenzies. Now come. What's the news since I went to jail?
Oh, I wish you rotted there.
Tut.
Oh, go away. Be a clown. Woo the whole court for all I care.
Oh, Huguette, why can't we chat comfortably? Hand me my wine.
Oh, your mug's empty again. That's the last drop you'll get from this tavern without money.
Oh, well, there are other taverns in Paris.
Oh, come back, Francois.
Have no fear, pretty one. I'm not leaving.
Then why do you open the door?
Oh, there's magic in the air tonight. Feel it?
No, I feel a chill.
Oh, here's queer magic.
What?
2 muffled figures at the head of the street. They're coming this way.
2 customers?
Oh, perhaps. Come along, Huguette. We'll go to tell the mistress of the tavern. The prospect of new business may solve the old elephant.
And I suppose you'll tell her that you brought them here.
Why not, you guess? Why not?
Look here. The door is open. Really, get on, Tristan. But...
No, stop butting. And come in.
An evil-looking place. A sort of cellar.
What did you expect? A bird's nest?
I had no illusions, Your Majesty.
No Majesty here, fool. Plain doing. You go shouting that I'm the King of France. What's the good of my being snuffed under this itchy cloak?
You're well disguised, sir.
So this is the trysting place.
The Fir Cone Tavern. An unsavory spot.
The bright man. Look at my flight. The Duke of Burgundy with a full armed force is just without the Paris gate. My throne sways like a rocking chair, but do I pull a sad face?
Worse. You run sniffing about caverns after the skirts of a wench.
Wench hardly describes my kinswoman, the Lady Catherine de Versailles. She's coming here tonight, or so I've heard. As for sniffing about taverns, you forget that I dreamed a dream last night.
Dreams and stars and women, while Paris goes to the dogs.
I dreamed that I was a swine rooting in the streets of Paris. That I found a pearl of great price in the gutter. I took it and set it in my crown. But it shone so bright it filled all Paris with its light. Then a great star fell from heaven. Who are those creatures in the other room?
The worst cats and rats in all Paris. Bullies, wantons, thieves, murderers.
Bad company for a king.
Look over there. That young bearded fellow standing near the doorway with the tavern mistress.
Oh, the fellow with the cocky air?
Yes, he's Francois Villon, their leader.
Francois Villon.
Poet, pickpocket, drinker, and scholar. In their thieves' language, they call him King of the Vagabonds.
Now leave me be.
Oh, come, please, Mrs. Taverner. One more mug of wine, please.
You've had all you'll get on stage.
Pardon, sir. Will you honor me?
Honor you, sir?
By drinking at my expense. Mistress, a bottle of your finest wine.
Yes, monsieur.
Tristan, give me a gold coin.
A gold coin? Hey, everybody, come here.
Not everybody, monsieur.
We'll all honor you, monsieur. And if we ever meet in a dark alley, remind me of this, and I'll let you go. Come, we drink to the downfall of the treacherous Duke of Burgundy.
So, monsieur, you are a patriot.
Say, rather a poet. Down with Burgundy makes good rhyming.
Yes, excellent. What is your ballad?
Sons of toil and danger will you serve a stranger, and bow down to Burgundy. Sons of shame and sorrow will you cheer tomorrow for the crown of Burgundy. Onward, onward, swords against the foe. Forward, forward, the lily banners go. Sons of France around us break the chain that bound us, and to a hell with Burgundy. Sons of toil and danger, will you serve a stranger, and bow down to Burgundy? Sons of shame and sorrow, will you cheer tomorrow for the crown of Burgundy? Onward, onward, swords against the foe. Forward, forward, the lily banners go. Sons of France around us break the chain that bound us, and to hell with Burgundy.
Excellent. 'Tis a pity Burgundy can't hear your rhyme.
He may. If we ever get a real king.
More wine, Margot.
You drink too much for your health, sir.
Well, what can honest thieves do but drink? With a bloodthirsty enemy at our door, and a helpless nincompoop upon the throne. Aye, nincompoop.
No doubt, Francois Villon, you could do better than the king if you were in his place.
Francois made a rhyme about that, too.
So, maybe not very.
Well, if you'll buy another drink, sire.
Very well. Begin.
The figure on this throne you see is nothing but a puppet. Planned to wear the royal bravery of silken coats and jeweled wands. Not so we Frenchmen understand. We bid the damned Burgundian dance. And such a one would take command. If Villon were king of France...
I've been waiting for you, you sniveling tattletale.
Another time. The king's archers are on the corner.
The king's archers?
Aye, a whole nest full of them.
All of you, in there, strangers, hurry.
Stop! Let me go.
You have your tools this time. Bravo, in you go. Hop in, Taberry.
Close the door.
Taberry, are you sure it's the king's archers, or are you just being playful?
I'm sure, all right. But what's more, Francois, there's an answer to your pretty verses.
What?
She's here, the lady of the court.
The lady?
Will you come inside, your gracious reverence?
Is the man I seek here?
There, by the fire. Excuse me, your gracious reverence.
Are you he they call Francois Villon?
Aye.
The room is so dark. I can't see my way.
Your hand.
Thank you.
In this be dreaming, God never let me wake again.
You wrote me this verse. If I were king, ah, love, if I were king, what tributary nations would I bring to kneel before your scepter?
And to swear allegiance to your lips, your eyes, your hair, beneath your feet. What pleasures would I fling if I were king?
Why did you send me this verse?
Because you're all my dreams of loveliness. Because I love you, Lady Catherine. I love you.
Monsieur.
Yes?
I...
Is your heart always so jumpy?
Why? What are you staring at?
Oh, that frantic rose tossing on your breast. May I have it?
What sort of man are you?
Briefly, one who steals without shame, sticks a dagger in his enemy, and sleeps with an easy conscience. There you have my virtues, my lady. My vices, at best remain a puzzle.
You risk such things for yourself. What would you do for my asking?
What could I do for such as you?
Something dearer to me than life itself.
What could be dearer than your life?
France. My France. Your France. Listen, Francois Villon. I've learned that our Grand Marshal, Thibaut d'Aussigny, would sell our France to the Duke of Burgundy and plot to open the gates of Paris to his army.
What can I do?
Thibaut is coming here any moment to meet one of your men who is in the pay of Burgundy. You declare you love me.
With all the meaning love can have.
Enough to kill Thibaut d'Aussigny?
Kill?
You spoke of daggers. But perhaps you didn't expect to be taken at your word.
Well, I didn't hope to be. You'll stay and point him out.
Where can I wait?
Up those stairs, on that gallery. You can reach the street from there.
There's someone at the door.
Your hand, quick, to the balcony. You're safe up here. There's Margot going to open the door.
Who's there?
Open the door.
That's Thibaut's voice.
What's wrong here? You're so thin and rated that it's quiet at this hour.
The door was unlatched, monsieur.
Then why not show a light?
Oil and wicks have their price.
There's a man here by the name of René.
There is.
Send him to me at once.
If he'll come, monsieur.
So, sly old René is in the pay of Burgundy, hmm?
You'll kill this Thibaut.
You have my word. There's René.
You asked for me?
I did. Tell me, how is your garden, friend?
The grapes are ripe.
That's the password.
Monsieur Thibaut, this note was carried to me by a Burgundian owl, shot over the walls at noon.
Give it to me. The Duke of Burgundy agrees to give me a dukedom and the maid Catherine de Vaucel.
That's you.
20,000
Did you know?
Not bad.
acres of land. King Louis has denied me the maid. Very well, it shall cost him his crown.
Yes, sir.
Quiet. Fool. Let me read further.
Go now, Lady Catherine. Leave Thibaut to me.
You will not fail.
I'll play the drunken knave, engage him in a fight, and then my sword shall do the rest.
For the glory of France. You asked me for this rose, Francois Villon. I give it to you now.
My lady.
May heaven give you speed. Farewell.
What's that? There's someone on that balcony.
Hello, hello. Well, wait, my friend. I'm coming down.
Who is this drunken fool?
It's only Francois Villon.
Aye, aye, Francois Villon, yes, Francois Villon. Good evening, monsieur. Will you crack a bottle with me, aye?
Out of my way, Guzzler.
Oh, not so fast.
Let go.
Guzzler, did you say? Apologize.
Let go, you drunken dump.
Oh, so you will strike me, huh? You will strike Francois Villon.
Francois, what's happened here?
Stand back. Friends, why, this rogue has insulted me. Draw your sword, rogue.
I'll draw it and kill you too, you swine. Your Majesty, Villon, Villon has run him through.
The king's orchards, Francois, the orchards are here.
Stop! In the king's name.
Captain.
King.
That devil there, Francois Villon. Take him out and hang him.
Stand back.
One moment, Captain. That young gentleman is my affair.
Who dares delay the king's justice?
I am the king's justice. I am the king.
Your Majesty, 1,000 pardons.
The king? You? Francois Villon? Captain Case, this man.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Wait. If Villon were the king of France, was that just good rhyming, Master Poet?
Your peasant fellows don't frighten me. If I'm not a better man than Louis Do-Nothing, Louis Dare-Nothing, may I never drink wine again. Is there one heart in all France that you hold, even as I hold my rabble in this tavern? Is there one enemy of France that you can down, as I just downed that bouncing traitor with his long sword? Take me to your dungeon prison. Hide me away from all the world, and still I'll say, unsullied would our banner stand, if Villon were the king of France.
Our play, The Vagabond King, starring John Bowles and Evelyn Venable, will be resumed shortly. But now, we're at the Union Air Terminal at Burbank, just a few miles from Hollywood. And we're right up where, in just a minute, we should see the big silver-gray New York transport take off. A baggage truck has just pulled up to this giant plane, and bags and suitcases are being stowed away in the luggage compartment. Two women are standing against the passenger's gate to the field, watching their bags being put aboard.
Isn't it thrilling? This is my first trip. I've lost count of mine, but I still get excited. Oh, you must know all the ropes. Oh, yes, you just ask me anything. Well, for one thing, what about baggage? I nearly died trying to keep mine down to 35 pounds. Oh, that's a cinch with my system. Tell me about it.
Oh, that's easy, darling. Never more than 2 of a kind, and everything Luxable.
Yes, a wardrobe of Luxables solves the limited wardrobe problem for the smart crowd that travels by air, just as it does for the girl who has only a small amount to spend for clothes. Cared for with Lux Flakes, colors and fabrics keep their lovely brand-new look for ages. These tissue-thin flakes have no harmful alkali. They do not fade things. And with Lux, there's no rubbing. You can trust to safe, gentle Lux, silks, chiffons, woolens, rayons, and acetates. Anything that's safe in water alone is safe in Lux.
We continue with The Vagabond King, starring John Bowles as Francois Villon and Evelyn Venable as Lady Catherine. It is late the same night, and Francois Villon rages in a prison cell, where the king's guards have thrown him for his rashness. But the king is still uncertain and uneasy. With his aide Tristan, he has come to the court astrologer for a reading, and now they stand in a tower, scanning the starlit sky with anxious eyes.
Well, astrologer, what have the stars divulged about my dream? The position of the moon and Jupiter bespeak your Majesty's dream as one of immediate moment. Yes. Your pearl of great price that you found in the gutter indicates that there is a person in the depths who, if he be exalted to the heights, may serve and save your kingdom. As did the Maid of Orleans. Mayhap. What means the star that fell from heaven? There, the reading is confused. It may mean that this same creature from the depths, if he be exalted to the heights, will, at the end of 24 hours, fall of his own weight, exalted from the depths, you say? For 24 hours. Mm-hmm. And full of his own weight. That would be all. Wait, one thing more. What message is there for me in the heavens concerning my suit for the fair Lady Catherine? Your Majesty, I... Well. There are some things, Your Majesty, that even the stars cannot fathom. Good night, astrologer. Your next. Sister?
Sire.
You heard the astrologer. A person exalted from the depths may yet save France. Tristan, I have this hour appointed a new Grand Marshal of France.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, sire.
No, not you. Francois Villon.
Francois Villon?
Don't stop there gaping. Now, tonight, you'll see to it that a flagon of drugged wine is placed in his prison straw. Let him awake tomorrow morning in the palace. Washed, bearded, sumptuously dressed, so changed his very mother would not know him. You and I alone will know of this.
But, sire...
Thou no buts. Jeanne d'Arc saved my sire's throne, may not Villon save mine.
Then you are going to spare his life? Francois Villon will live?
For 24 hours. Then he hangs.
Look here, Your Majesty. I know it sounds crazy, and you hate to keep telling me, but for the last time, who am I? Now, last night I was Francois Villon.
And this morning you are the Count of Montcordier, our new Grand Marshal of France.
Grand Marshal of France? I can't make out whether I'm drunk, mad, or dreaming.
Was it a dream that you could be a better king than I?
No, sire. That was true enough.
Good. Well, how would you like to be king?
That solves it. We're both drunk.
Not so fast. King, say, for 24 hours. Until this time tomorrow. And after?
Well, and after?
Why, then you'll be yourself again. The self-same thief and cutthroat. You shall build me a great gallows. And your last act as king will be to hang Francois Villon.
Come, sire. You don't actually mean...
Are you so keen to live?
I never knew I was until yesterday.
You'd rather crawl back to your gutter, live out your petty, sordid life than die to fulfill your dream?
Living is sweet habit, sire. Whether it be in a palace or the gutter. And who knows what tomorrow holds. But death it's so final. Let me go. Let me free.
Free to run howling with your tail between your legs.
Your Majesty.
What is it?
There's a page, Your Majesty, come from Lady Catherine de Vaucelles. The lady begs audience with the new Grand Marshal.
The new Grand Marshal is no more. Take this whimpering thing that boasted so. Strip him of his silks and whip him back to his kennel.
Wait. Lady Catherine begs audience of me?
Of a man. Or a cur who dare call himself a king. Go.
No, wait. Wait, please. Listen to me. May I still choose?
For the last time.
You said that I might rule for a day if after, hang. Is that right?
Precisely.
On your word of honor, sire?
My word is my honor.
Very well, so be it. King for a day. And afterwards, the gallows.
I was told I might have audience of the new Grand Marshal.
I am he.
I am Catherine de Vaucelles.
I know.
As Grand Marshal, monsieur, you hold the lives of prisoners in your hands. I have come to beg a favor of you.
Yes?
You hold in prison now a certain Francois Villon.
Why, yes, I do.
I ask that this man's life be spared.
What is his crime?
He risked his life to kill a traitor who deserved to die.
Oh, is this Villon so fired by patriotism?
Why, no. He did this because a woman asked it. He thought he loved her.
He thought, you say?
He wrote her verses.
Oh, a rabid poet, I see. But why do you plead for his life?
Because I am that woman.
You risk disgrace and great punishment telling me this?
He risked his life.
You don't, by some strange chance, think that you love him, do you?
I? He's of the street.
Oh.
A common thief, a nobody.
I've blundered.
Still, he does not deserve to die.
Does anyone? Your wish is granted. Villon is free.
Free?
Well, free, as I am.
I am deeply grateful for your clemency.
Wait, please. Don't go at once. I too would ask a favor. Not as a bargain, but if you choose to grant it freely, as a gift.
Yes?
I quite quite realize why this fellow risked his life for you. How from his kennel he looked up at you and thrilled, even as a muddy pool might thrill at the moon in heaven.
Monsieur,
You're startled.
I seem to remember you.
Remember?
Yes.
I seem to have known you always.
Really, sir?
I think your poet, what is his name? Francois Villon must have felt as I do now.
How do you know that?
How do I know I live? I'm somewhat of a poet, too, Lady Catherine. And I love a lady, as Villon thinks he loves you. I saw her first on her way to Mass. She saw me no more than the cobblestones she stepped on. She seemed to be listening to words her heart was speaking. Someday you will seek me and find me. Someday, of the days that shall be, surely you will come and remind me of a dream that is falling for you and for me. Someday, when the winter is over, someday, in the flush of a my child shall discover the soul born for her lover, not man with a heart of a As she passed from me, all the world went with her. But I have found her again in you.
I care little to be flattered, and less to be wooed.
What can I do to win you?
There is no time to talk of love. I had a hope that a man had come to court, a man who will rid France of Burgundy. A treacherous enemy is at our gates, and no one has dared to strike.
And if that man has come?
My love is all for France, and to the man who saved her.
With you close by me, what miracles might I not achieve? Lady Catherine.
Lady Catherine.
Your Majesty.
I grieve at shattering this tender interval. It is not I who intrude, but business of state.
What business, sire?
The Herald of Burgundy has come for answer under the flag of truce. He awaits our pleasure in the palace. Tristan.
Your Majesty.
See Lady Catherine to the inner chamber.
I know the way myself, Your Majesty.
Well, Francois. Power tastes sweet, does it not? You meet the lady now on an equal footing.
I thank Your Majesty.
I please but myself. And, Francois, if the Count de Montcorbier should win the heart of the Lady Catherine, Villon shall escape the gallows, and the Count will marry his lady love.
You mean that, sire, on your word of honor?
My word is my honor.
Is Lady Catherine, if she offers me her love, I may go free?
That is the bargain. I'll go now to the chamber.
At once, sire.
Your Majesty, this is madness.
Hold your tongue, Tristan.
You offer him his life?
Only if he should win the Lady Catherine.
But why, Your Majesty? Why do you make this mad bargain?
My measure of revenge. Mistress Catherine has spurned me too long. It'll be sport when the lady finds she has disdained my love to smile upon a beggar. I overheard their meeting, Tristan. She spurs him on to great deeds against Burgundy. He'll fight for her as he would never have fought for us. Come, the herald awaits us in the palace. I am anxious to hear Villon's answer.
The Herald of Burgundy. In the name of the Duke of Burgundy, greetings to Louis of France.
Greetings, and be brief.
Will it be peace or war?
The Lord Grand Marshal will answer that.
I, Your Majesty?
You, Grand Marshal.
Well, Is it peace at our terms?
One moment, please. Just one moment, please. Lord Tristan, the court is dull and wants excitement. You are good at planning fate. We give a ball tonight, a masquerade.
At a time like this?
A masquerade?
King Louis, what is this folly?
He is king for today. He speaks for France.
Thank you, Your Majesty. Now then, Harold?
The Duke of Burgundy summons you to surrender. If you refuse, it means disaster for you.
Disaster?
Disastrous spilling of blood, manifold death, and gold to pay.
Great words, Harold of Burgundy. In God's name and the King's, go back to your master and say, we are well fed, we are well armed, we lie snug and warm behind our Paris walls. We laugh at your traitorous master. This is our answer, this and a drawn sword. God and Saint Denis for the King of France!
God and Saint Denis for the King of France!
We pause for station application. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You are invited to attend the ball in the palace, which the Lux Radio Theatre will present shortly as the third episode of The Vagabond King, starring John Bowles with Evelyn Venable. But before starting out for this brilliant court function, let's take a dancing lesson. On the stage of our theater tonight is Geneva Sawyer, a dance director at 20th Century Fox. A few months ago, Miss Sawyer was only a member of the chorus, but opportunity tapped at her door. Opportunity, in this case, was Bill Robinson, the great Negro tap dancer, who chose her for his assistant in teaching new steps to his most famous pupil, Shirley Temple. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Geneva Sawyer.
A dance director's hardest job is not teaching new steps, but discovering them. And I think we've succeeded in discovering an entirely new dance for the big new musical show at 20th Century Fox, Pigskin Parade. We've named it the Balboa.
And Balboa discovered a new ocean. I suppose you've discovered a new motion.
That describes it, and I believe you'll see it danced everywhere this fall. It will be performed for the first time in the picture and by such stars as Jack Haley, Betty Grable, Patsy Kelly, Dixie Dunbar, and that great singing quartet, the Yacht Club Boys.
The Yacht Club Boys? They must have found their high sea legs.
Their dancing is still subject to doubt, Mr. DeMille. They may be called the Yacht Club Boys, but their feet are more like tugboats. But in a couple of weeks, they'll Balboa with the best of them. When dancing is regarded as a pleasure and relaxation, it's really very easy to master. The only part of our dancing that's hard work is caring for the costumes. We often change costumes 5 or 6 times a day, yet they must always be fresh and new-looking for the camera. This means constant freshening. But at 20th Century Fox, we've learned to depend entirely on Lux Flakes for everything washable. Lux not only protects the colors, it prolongs newness and makes our costumes look lovelier. To those young men and women who hope to get dancing jobs in movies, my advice is first to get as good an education as you can. Secondly, don't let any physical impediment keep you from dancing. Just remember that the man who established ballet dancing, Sebastian Samoli, lost both feet as a boy. Jack Donahue, a former riveter, broke both kneecaps but became dance director at Fox. And Bobby Arntz, one of the cleverest dancers on the stage today, learned to dance after an attack of infantile paralysis. If you want to dance, you will. Good night.
Good night, Papa. And now we continue with The Vagabond King, starring John Bowles as Francois Villon and Evelyn Venable as Lady Catherine. Francois Villon's one day of glory has come to an end. Night has fallen. The ball is in progress, and the palace and surrounding gardens are bright with festivity. In a dark corner of the garden, Villon is standing, half hidden, when out of the shadows, Tabary, his friend from the Fur Cone Tavern, suddenly appears.
Taberry, what news? Are our men ready for the attack on Burgundy?
The archers and the army are...
No, not those mercenaries. I mean our men, our people, Taberry, who strike at Burgundy with hatred of traitors in their hearts, with love of Paris in their souls.
Every pothouse swarms. At 10 tonight, they'll wait their orders from the new Grand Marshal, who lifted the tax off their wine, opened the prison doors, and gave them food. Oh, it's a new Paris, Francois. A live, fighting Paris.
And all for how little? Not 1/20th part of what is theirs by right. You're doing well, Taberry. Go. Keep amongst them every minute till we ride at 10. If we meet again, well met, friend Taberry. If not, well, we've had our day.
My Lord Grand Marshal.
Why, you leave the ballet, Lady Catherine?
To see what great new wonders you have worked in the hour you've been gone.
Well, you truly believe I've worked wonders.
I do. You've made the king popular, the Parisians loyal, the army faithful. And I think now I've guessed the reason for this fate.
That Burgundy might think me a giddy fool. The king's toward an orgy, and tonight's the hour to catch us unprepared. But our swords are tempered in the wine. At 10 we strike.
I would I were a man that I might go with you.
You would go with me? Why do you say that?
I'll tell you tomorrow.
Tonight.
You ask a maiden to be too unmaidenly.
But this night is all we have. Oh, Catherine, I love you dearly, outlandishly, with a love so hopeless that it's done for me. For I can find no reason why you should love me. Do you hear?
Not one word. True loving is without rhyme or reason. Now then, would you sing?
Would I sing?
When we met this morning, you sang. It was oddly stirring.
Paris lust for blood. I die of love, and you'd have me sing. Well, but it so happened that last night, as I tossed upon some straw, I thought of a rose I once begged of a lady, and I made a song about it. But I'll not sing it all unless you come closer. Oh, so much closer. Only a rose I give you, only a song dying away, only a smile to keep in memory until we meet another day. Only a rose to whisper, blushing at rose. I bring along a smile or a song for anyone. Only a rose for you.
You are a poet.
My lord.
Yes, what is it?
A message, my lord, from one of the guests. He asked to see you at the north end of the garden at once.
At once? Very unfortunate. Did he give his name?
No, my lord.
Tell him to wait. I'll be there. Catherine,
Until later.
you'll stay here?
I promise not to move a
I'll
step.
not be long. Well, monsieur?
Not monsieur, Francois.
Huguette, what are you doing here?
Francois, I had to come.
In deep disguise?
The only way I could get in.
How did you know that I was
The news
here?
has leaked out that Vion is the new Grand Marshal.
Oh, Taberry again. He talks too much.
Francois, you must leave here at once.
Leave?
Thibault D'Aussigny has sworn to kill you.
Thibault?
Yes, the one you almost fed to Hades last night. He and Renee are here with enough men to overpower all your guards. They're in disguise.
Thibault D'Aussigny? This time I'll have to finish him for
Oh,
good.
Francois, you can't. You won't even know him.
But I can't leave now.
Your
Huguette.
life is in danger.
I can't leave now.
Oh, there's something holding you here? I see. You found your lady.
Yes,
And does she love you, Francois?
I love her.
You love her. I once thought you... But you never really cared for me, did you, Francois?
I'm sorry, Huguette.
No, don't be sorry. Be happy. I want you to be.
I think of you often.
And I'll think of you. I'll remember how gay we were together and the times we had. What songs you sang. How you sang them.
Oh, Juliet.
Forgive me.
What's that?
Thibault.
There's someone hiding in the shadows.
It's Thibault. Quick, Francois, for your life.
Let Francois Villon stand where you are.
Ah, Monsieur Thibault, I bid you welcome.
Well, did your soul Godspeed when I plunge this dagger in your throat?
No.
Oh, have you reckoned on the king's archers, good Thibault? They're just outside the walls.
Cry out but once and you die.
No.
So be it. Archers!
Francois, the dagger!
In your throat!
You get, stand back. You've stabbed her. Seen, this is your last infamy.
Your Majesty, these murders the girl.
This time may Villon run him through for good.
Exile upon the ground. Thibault has killed her.
And now he pays the price.
Take him. You must sword to the hilt.
The other guard.
All leave.
Juliet, why did you do it? Why did you rush between us?
It doesn't matter, Francois. My life is such a little thing. Hold me. I'm going.
No.
Hold me close, Francois. I'm so afraid. I live too free. I've sinned. Oh, God forgive me.
He knows his children.
You were always hopeful. Kiss me, Francois. Kiss me. Just once.
Juliet! Oh, that you should die for me.
Should or not, she has. And the hour strikes its 10.
The hour for battle, sire. For a moment May he be taken with all gentleness to the palace.
At once, see to it, Tristan.
Yes, sire.
And you, sir, for your deeds against the traitor Thibault, ask us any grace.
Sire.
Except your life. That depends upon your lady. Well?
Before I tell you, sire, order Tristan to erect a gallows tree facing your church on the Place de Grève, lest I appear too boastful.
Your gallows tree, yet you hope to win.
Hope dies hard, sire. But Lady Catherine is royally proud. She may not relish the deception. Pardon the cheat, his lie.
You mean to tell her?
Everything. She shall know me before she makes her choice.
If she refuses, be assured you'll swing.
And gladly, for what is life if it be a lie?
Gentlemen.
Ah, my dear Lady Catherine.
Whatever keeps you here this long?
Oh, some trifling matters of life and death.
It struck 10, Your Excellency.
I know.
Time flies.
And I now must take my leave, Lady Catherine. But first I have to tell you...
First, I too have this to say to you, sir. Outraged decorum though it may, wear this token with my prayer.
My lady.
And with it, I give you my hand.
Wait.
And my heart.
Charming.
Say no more until you know me.
Know you?
Look at me. Look closely. Do you see nothing to remind you?
Yes. Of honor, of manhood, of shining hours among bright roses.
No, of last night, a gloomy tavern, of a thief who wrote you a long love song.
What of him?
Simply this. I am that thief.
You?
I am Francois Villon.
Oh, it's not true. It can't be true, sire.
Quite true, my royal friend. You are betrothed to a jailbird, a full-fledged scavenger.
Oh, I see. You wreaked a royal revenge upon me, sire. And you, sir, why did you do this?
I love you.
Love? You shame the word. To you, love's but a cunning trick, a boast to mock me with. Well, I know you now. Go back to your dregs, your filthy tavern, and boast. You may well gloat, sir. I'm snared beyond forgetting.
Lady Catherine.
She's gone. Methinks you'll hang, Master Villon.
As a thief, she first bade me serve her. As a thief, I go to fight for her tonight. Sire, the archers will defend the lower gate.
The lower gate, but who fights at the crossroads?
I and the beggars of the slums, the thieves out of the prison. We fight at the crossroads. Do you hear that song, sire? My song. The song you hoped Burgundy might hear.
Look, sire, the rebel of Paris, armed with axes, knives, drunkenly.
The voice of Paris, drunk, inspired.
Beware, sire, they fill the garden.
Friends, vagabonds, You have not failed me. No, mon Carbier, but Francois Villon, monsieur. Fight for the mothers that bore you, the women that love you, the children that renew you. Forward, in God's name and the King.
The dawn is breaking.
None too cheerfully, Your Majesty.
No further news of the battle, Tristan?
None, sire.
That hammer. Where did it come from?
Yonder, sire. They are building a gibbet to hang Francois Villon when and if he returns.
Your Majesty,
Ah, fair Catherine, you arise early.
I've been to Mass.
To ease your heart?
My heart is on the battlefield, sire.
With France, yes, I know. And bless you for it. But France is a broad target for a little art. It's time you narrow it down to, say, a Frenchman.
I have.
Have you now? Just since last night?
I've realized so many things since then, sire. So much happened so quickly last night that unreasoning pride confused the truth.
The truth?
I fear it will startle you. And that's pointless now, as I doubt I shall ever see him again.
Oh, Villon. No, probably you won't. And that would be kinder to all concerned than to see him dangling on that gallows.
That gallows?
It's for Francois Villon, if he survives the night.
Sire, do you say this to torture me?
Oh, does it torture you?
Is this the reward for bravery, for courage?
The reward he gambled for. Your hand in marriage or the gallows?
My hand in marriage? But that could never have been. My rank forbids it.
I counted on that, milady.
Your Majesty.
Well, Captain?
Sire, your Grand Marshal returns in triumph. Your archers and his fighting rabble at his heels.
Victory! Summon the Queen and all the court. A madman has saved my throne, as the Maid of Orleans saved it for my sire.
He comes! And see how they pour into the square after him. They've gone wild! It's chaos!
Francois Villon, you have returned.
Banners for your copy. An hour ago, they flung over Burgundian helmets. In the King's name, a golden coin to every man and woman who fought. And wine to every man, woman, and child who wishes to drink the King's health.
Ever generous, Villon.
To the end, sire.
Pray, speed the end.
As you wish, sire. Hear you, all my last duty. Some among you know me as Count Montcarbier, some as Francois Villon. I fought and lost the hazard, and it is now my task as your Grand Marshal to declare the life of Francois Villon forfeit, and to pronounce upon him this sentence, that he be straightway hanged on yonder gibbet.
Sire, it's vile injustice. Listen to your people. He led France to victory, your France. Will you let him die like this?
My good people, you've heard Master Villon and the lady here. If there be one among you ready to take this hero's place on yonder gallows, let him speak and come forward. What? No one?
No man shall die for me. We're wasting time. Take me to the gallows.
Wait. Sire, I claim your promise.
You choose to die in this man's place?
I offer the hand that spares his life.
That's folly. Madness.
No, I love you.
Why, last night you loathed him.
I was blinded.
You mean this?
I do, Francois Villon.
Your rank forbids you.
I renounce my rank. Before you all. I'm Catherine de Beaucel, Grand Seneschal of Gascogne. In my domain, I hold the power of life and death, which I now renounce with all my rank, that I may claim to marry this gentleman.
A miracle has happened. A star has fallen to me out of heaven.
A star. My dream, Tristan. The stars have spoken. Keep your lands and titles, Catherine, and God speed you with this freak to a priest.
Higher.
Do you love me, Francois Villon?
With all my being, I worship you.
I prayed for a man with the soul of a king. My prayers have been answered.
Louis of France, we ask your blessing.
You have it, but no more playing king for you, little man.
Never, sire. 'Twould be a great nuisance, then. With a star to cherish.
Plays like journeys end in lovers' meetings, but John Bowles and Evelyn Venable return in a moment. The man you will hear next is one of the most successful scenario writers in Hollywood, winner of the Motion Picture Academy Award for that classic of the bus lines, It Happened One Night. His many hits include The Whole Town's Talking, Broadway Bill, and the current box office windfall, Mr. Deeds Goes to Town. A former playwright and producer, he has written every picture directed by Frank Capra during the last 5 years. And in a few weeks, you'll see his adaptation of James Hilton's best-selling novel, Lost Horizon, starring Ronald Colman. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Robert Riskin.
Thank you. I'm a little nervous. What do I do now?
Just talk into that microphone.
It won't talk back at me, will it?
No, that's the beauty of microphones. You can whisper in its ear or bark your head off. It holds its tongue. Haven't you ever spoken on a radio before?
Yes, just once, about 10 years ago. I spoke in the interest of a play of mine. Nobody ever came to see it after that. If the Lux sales fall off next week, you'll know the reason why.
Lux sales never fall off. I'll have you know.
Yes, I know. It's the finest product in the market. What do I say now?
Huh? Talk about yourself.
Why?
That's the reason you're here.
I thought I was selling Lux.
Here you are. But you've been a very successful writer in Hollywood, and we'd like to know the secret.
Say, look, I know a good knock-knock.
Oh, come, not you.
Mm-hmm. Knock-knock.
All right. Who's there?
DeMille.
DeMille who?
The mills of the gods grind slow.
But they do grind exceeding small.
I know another one.
Never mind. We're trying to find out the secret of your success. I saw Mr. Deeds Goes to Town. It's a grand picture. How did you ever think of the word pixelated?
I thought of the people who pay my salary every week. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
I see you're catching the spirit of the thing.
I'm very quick. Well, who's there?
Lux.
Lux who?
Lux, like this interview ought to come to an end, don't you think?
Not until you answer the question. What's the formula for success in Hollywood for a writer?
Oh, that's a cinch.
Now, you're going to be serious, aren't you?
Oh, yes.
All right. How can a writer succeed?
By finding himself a magnificent director like Frank Capra.
Agreed.
Or one like you.
Thanks for including me.
No idiot.
Indeed, you're not. You've worked with Frank Capra a long time.
Nearly 5 years.
Any trouble?
Trouble. It's the longest vacation I ever had in my life, with pay.
I'll venture to say working on The Lost Horizon was no vacation.
I'm sorry you mentioned that. You're forcing me to be serious. It's the one job I'm really excited about. Did you read the James Hilton book?
Yes.
Beautiful, wasn't it?
Truly great. Did you write the story for Grace Moore's next picture?
You can ask more questions.
And you give so little information. Did you write it or didn't you?
Yes, I did.
I think the audience would be interested in hearing what technique you follow in writing a picture.
Knock, knock.
What is your method of approach?
Knock, knock.
Would you rather adapt the story or write an original?
Knock, knock.
All right, who's there?
Yvonne.
Yvonne who?
Yvonne to go home.
Good night.
Good night.
And now, Evelyn Venable and John Bowles.
It seems odd not to be at home tonight listening to the Lux Radio Theatre. Why, in our house, John, Mr. DeMille has 48 regular fans.
Really? Well, that's more than I had when I played baseball at school.
Yes. There's myself, and my husband, and our baby. Then there's Tessie, the English Bull Terrier, Jim the Turtle, 3 tomcats, and 40 goldfish.
The animals came in 2 by 2, the elephant and the kangaroo. What are you waiting for, Evelyn? Another flood?
Not quite.
What I'm waiting for is to learn how John likes to be directed by a woman. His next picture, Craig's Wife, is being filmed by the only woman director in Hollywood.
Yes, Dorothy Osner. Very good director, too. Well, speak for yourself, John.
Well, I've been bossed by women all my life. But seriously, it's really a pleasure working with Miss Osner. Rosalind Russell, though, plays the part of my wife, and Rosalind has to boss me, nag me, and, almost to death. Sometimes I wish I'd been a ball player after all.
I think you've done better in pictures. I saw you play last summer when the leading men played the comedians. John pitched for the leading men. After the game, the comedians voted him their most valuable player.
Well, you see, Mr. DeMille, I was just a little off form that day. Why, I might have even been a member of the Cleveland Indians today.
I've beaten you there, John. As Mr. DeMille said, I'm already a member of the Indians, the Iroquois.
And he said your name in English is Laughing Eyes. What is it in Indian?
Oh, that's something I don't know, John. Laughing Eyes. Well, it's probably a great deal like Minnie Ha Ha. And now, Mr. DeMille, my thanks to you for so many delightful Monday nights, both past and future.
Good night, Evelyn.
And by the way, C.B., when you're picking actors for your picture, The Plainsman, don't take any wooden indents. Good night.
Good night, picture.
Thank you, Mr. Bowles and Miss Venable. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Supporting our stars tonight were Walter Kingsford, Wyndham Standing, Brett Morrison, Lou Merrill, Cecil Elliott, Margaret McKay, Ross Forrester, Russ Dudley, and Frank Nelson. Mr. Bowles and Mr. Riskin appeared through courtesy of Columbia Studios. Mr. DeMille, Paramount, and Miss Venable, Miss Sawyer, and Mr. Silvers, 20th Century Fox. Mr. Silvers prepared the musical score for their new hit, Sing Baby Sing. And Miss Sawyer is a featured dancer in this picture, which stars Alice Faye and Adolphe Manjou. Miss Venable will be seen shortly in Star for a Night. Mr. DeMille tells us now of next week's program.
Next Monday night, we all have an appointment with a dentist. But it's one dental appointment we can look forward to with pleasure. Because in this case, the gentleman with the drill will be Jack Oakey. Performing for us in the Lux Radio Theatre as the small-town toothache expert in the stage and screen picture success One Sunday Afternoon. Co-starring with Jack will be Miss Helen Twelvetrees. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be our guest next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theatre presents One Sunday Afternoon, starring Jack Oakey and Helen Twelvetrees. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, August 31st. The Lux Radio Theatre presents George Raft in Cheating Cheaters with June Lang. Presents Hollywood, The makers of Lux Toilet Soap, official soap in all the leading motion picture studios, again brings you an hour with Hollywood's outstanding celebrities. Tonight, you will meet George Raft, June Lang, Cecil B. DeMille, Gloria Swanson, Donald A. Loomis, Louis Silvers, and many others. It is also our privilege to have in our visible audience such guests as Henry Wadsworth, Dean Janis, Lois January, Maxine Jennings, Sari Maritza, and Virginia Pine. And to all our listeners, greetings from Lux. There's an excellent reason why Lux Toilet Soap is used by 9 out of 10 screen stars and by lovely women everywhere. This pure white soap, with its delicate fragrance and active lather, removes cosmetics thoroughly, protects daintiness, and brings you the charm of a clear, smooth skin. It's Hollywood's beauty care, yet it's so inexpensive that everyone can enjoy Lux Toilet Soap every day. And now our producer. At present engaged in making his 63rd picture, he has started more actors and discovered more stars than any man in motion pictures. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. In 1916, the famous Al Woods was a hit-and-run manager with a hit on Broadway that ran for many months. Also enjoying his run in those days was a delivery boy by the name of George Raft. Many times young Raft passed the theater where Mr. Wood's company was performing, but the play Cheating Cheaters meant no more to him than he did to the swirling crowds on the busy streets about him. But tonight, 20 years later, George Raft stars in Cheating Cheaters in the Lux Radio Theatre. Born and raised in Hell's Kitchen, the handsome young delivery boy enjoyed his rounds until he entered the ring. Then they brought him nothing but punishment. After his 25th professional bout, he woke up in Bellevue Hospital. George was a leading man even then, but he'd been caught leading with his chin, and his dream of becoming lightweight champion was over. He next tried baseball as a minor league player, but his hits were all ahead of him. Because as a batter, he couldn't get to first base. But after being fired, he struck out once again, this time for a new profession, dancing. And the feet that couldn't cover the bases or hold him upright in the ring brought him immediate fame on the stage. He starred in musical comedies, introduced a dance called the Charleston, taught King Edward VIII, then Prince of Wales, how to do it, and was the highest paid American dancer to tour the continent. Coming to Hollywood for a vacation, George was seen in the Brown Derby restaurant by a director who thought he'd make an ideal screen gangster. A few weeks later, the delivery boy from Hell's Kitchen was delivering lines in a studio. June Lang, our leading lady, has the distinction of being twice discovered by the movies. A dancer since the age of 5, June was given her first part when only 14. Last year, her contract expired and she was dropped. But Darryl Zanuck rediscovered her in an old test, called her back, and gave her leading parts in 4 recent films, Captain January, The Country Doctor, Every Saturday Night, and The Road to Glory, in which she plays the only feminine role and is starred with Warner Baxter, Frederick March, and Lionel Barrymore. Tonight, we hear her in the part of Ruth Brockton. And now, the curtain rises on the Lux Radio Theatre, presenting Cheating Cheaters, starring George Raft with June Lang. We're on the boat deck of the liner Argyle, 4 days out of Liverpool. It's late evening, and in the shadow of a lifeboat, Tom Palmer, played by George Raft, and Ruth Brockton are sitting close to each other in deck chairs. As they gaze out over the moonlit waters, Ruth breaks the long silence.
Moonlight on the crest of a wave. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Getting poetical.
A little.
That's a good sign.
How do you mean?
Well, now maybe you'll pay a little attention when I tell you how I feel about you.
I've been paying attention.
You haven't done very much about it. I meant every word I said.
Perhaps you did with the ocean and the moonlight. But wait till we dock in New York. You'll forget me soon enough.
Just like that, eh?
Uh-huh.
Well, you're wrong. You can't get rid of me as easily as that. I'll make you listen to me if I have to follow you clear across the country.
And the villain still pursued her.
Right.
Oh, Tom, you're mad. Do you realize we've only known each other 4 days?
That's long enough for me. I make up my mind pretty fast.
If the steward hadn't accidentally put us at the same table, you wouldn't have had a chance to make up your mind at all.
That's right. Remind me to leave an extra large tip for the steward. He's a great guy.
Oh, I wouldn't give him all the credit.
Who else is there to thank?
Well, if my father hadn't gone to Antwerp to add a few jewels to his collection, I wouldn't be on this boat.
3 cheers for your father. And if my mother hadn't decided she needed a sea voyage, I wouldn't be here either.
Yes, that's so.
Well?
Well, what?
Go on. Say it.
Oh, all right. I'm glad your mother decided she needed a sea voyage.
Swell. Now we're getting someplace.
Yes, that's what I'm afraid of.
Well, there they are, Mrs. Palmer. I told you we'd find them spooning on the boat deck.
Hello, Dad. Hello, Mrs. Palmer.
My dear, we've been looking all over the boat for you.
What's the matter, Mother?
Mr. Brockton was afraid Ruth would catch cold up here, Tom. It's getting terribly chilly.
Oh, I'm all right, Mrs. Palmer.
Better get a steamer blanket if you're going to stay. There's a fog coming up.
Say, looks like you're right. There goes your moon, Ruth.
Oh, by the way, Ruth, I've quite a surprise for you.
Yes?
Mrs. Palmer just told me that she and Tom are taking a house in the country. And where do you suppose it is?
Where?
In Westchester. And if I'm not mistaken from Mrs. Palmer's description, I believe they're going to take the old Barstow mansion.
Why, that's only about 5 miles from our place.
Isn't it a coincidence?
Well, there you are. Guess I won't have to make that cross-country trip after all. What's that? Nothing much, Mr. Brockton.
Tom, this fog is getting thicker every minute. I think I'd better go down.
All right, Mother. I'll take you to your cabin. Good night, Ruth.
Night. See you at breakfast.
Good night, Mrs. Palmer.
Good night.
This way, Mother.
Well, Tom?
Wait till we get away from here.
To get the dope?
Shut up, I tell you. You want to crab everything?
Say, don't talk that way to me. I'm getting sick and tired of acting the part of your old lady without taking any guff.
Listen, Rosie, you're supposed to be my mother, and you'll go on being my mother until I say so. Now, take it or leave it.
All right, all right. All I want to know is, did you find anything about the Brockton jewels?
Yes, Brockton keeps them in a safe at his place in Westchester.
Oh, yeah? Well, they've fallen swell for the mother and son stuff. We can move right up there next to them, and they'll never be the wiser. Pretty slick work, Tom.
Yeah, maybe it's too slick.
What are you talking about? Say, you ain't falling for the dame, are you?
I don't know. I feel like a heel, that's all. Telling her I'm nuts about her, then turning around and copping her old man's jewels.
Oh, so I was right, huh? You have fallen for her.
Forget it, will you?
Sure. Maybe you better forget it, too. I'm going to my cabin. This fog is as thick as pea soup.
See you in the morning. What the devil?
Tom, what's wrong?
I don't know. Sounds like they reversed the engines. Ruth, I've got to find Ruth.
We're sinking.
Come on, hurry up.
Don't leave me here alone.
Ruth, where are you?
We've hit an iceberg. Get to the boat.
My boy, somebody help me find my boy.
Ruth, where are you?
Oh, Tom.
Are you all right?
Yes.
Where's your mother, Tom? We're sinking fast.
Look, those sailors are launching the boat. They're going down by themselves.
Stand back there, you men. Stand back.
Find the boat for yourself, will you?
Listen, you men, I've got a gun here, and I'm not afraid to use it. Now stand back or I'll blow you to bits. Now free that boat. Go on. If any man gets in there before a woman and child, I'll shoot to kill. Ruth, get in that boat.
Let me in, too. Let me in.
All right, Mother. Go on. Hurry, Ruth.
But, Tom, what about you?
Never mind me. Get in there. All right, men, work fast. Clear that boat and lower away. Stand by those davits. Watch that line. Come on, you men. Hurry up.
Did you read this, Tom?
What?
The fact that no lives were lost in the Argyle disaster was due chiefly to the heroic work of an unidentified man who induced order at the point of a pistol. That's you.
Unidentified? Yeah. All I need is to have my picture spread all over the newspapers.
Might start a little excitement anyway. I'm getting sick of hanging around up here in the wilds of Westchester with nothing to do.
It was your idea to take this house, wasn't it?
Sure, but I expected a little action before this. We've been living up here 2 whole weeks, and what's happened? Not a thing. We ain't even seen the Brochtons.
Take it easy, Rosie. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah? Well, you're the only one who does.
What would you like me to do? Walk over and ask for their jewels?
You could at least go and see the Brochtons. Pay them a little social call. You know, like you dropped in by accident.
In society, Rosie, you don't make social calls unless you're invited.
Oh, yeah? Since when are you an expert on etiquette?
I know enough for that.
You must have been reading again. Listen, Tom, my idea is this. Go on over and make yourself sociable. The dame likes you. You know that. You can get a line on the joint and spot the safe. Then Mike goes over at night, of course, and cracks it open.
That's your idea.
Well, why not? Better than sitting around twiddling our thumbs. We laid out plenty of shekels for this setup, and so far, all I've done is act polite to delivery boys. I'm getting fed up.
Take it easy, Rosie. Rome wasn't built in a day.
There you go, putting on the dog again.
Hello, boss. Hey, can I come in?
Sure, come on in, Mike.
Hey, look, boss, I got a beef.
Yeah? Spill it.
Well, it's these here chauffeur clothes you got me wearing. The color's choking the daylights out of me.
Oh, shut up.
Who's talking to you?
Shut up.
Shut up, you dizzy dame.
Keep quiet, now, both of you. Keep quiet. We didn't come up here to fight.
No, we came up here to lay our hands on $250,000 worth of sparklers, but I don't see us doing it.
We got the Stuyvesant collection in France, didn't we? Say, that job ought to net us $500,000 easy.
Sure, but I ain't no piker. Besides, those Stuyvesant rocks are as hot as a live coal.
Hey, that's right, boss. We can't get a fence to touch them.
Yeah, what's going on?
Come on and join the party, Phil.
You're looking mad, Rosie.
I am mad.
Hey, Phil. Huh? Where's your tie? What do you mean? I said, where's your tie? You're supposed to be the butler around here, aren't you? Now listen, I don't mind being a butler, but I gotta have something to buttle, don't I?
Yeah, me walking around this monkey suit. What am I telling you to be, you dummy?
Shut up! I'm running this deal, not you. Well, let's get started then. We'll get started when the right time comes. As it stands now, we ought to be glad of a chance to lay low. You mugs don't seem to remember there's a dick on our trail. You mean Ferris? I mean Ferris, the best jewel detective in this business. If he ever gets wind that we're after the Brockton jewels, it's curtains for us. And quick.
Say, who is this guy, Ferris? Has anybody ever seen him?
No, that's just why we got to be careful. We've got to watch our step every inch of the way.
Well, it's okay with me.
Answer that, Rosie.
Sure. Hello. Yes, this is Mrs. Palmer. Oh, hello, Ruth, dear. It's the Brockton dame. What'd you say, dear? Of course, just a moment. She wants to speak to you.
Give me the phone. Hello, Ruth. Pretty well. How are you? What? Well, yes, I think so. Wait a minute. Mother, Ruth would like us to come over for tea. Do you think we could make it?
You bet your sweet life we can.
Hello, Ruth. She says she'd be delighted. All right. Thanks. Goodbye.
Hot stuff, boss.
Tea at the Brochtons. Stepping in high society, hey?
Yeah, put on your best rags, Rosie, and do your best to act like a lady.
Don't worry about me.
Mike, you'll drive us over. Wait there for us.
Oh, sure, sure.
And remember, no gassing with their servants.
Not even a word.
Boy, this is a break. Right in the same house with the Brockton jewels. This may be the big chance you've been waiting for, Tom. Yeah, maybe.
Another cup of tea, Tom? Tom,
Oh, no thanks.
what's the matter with you?
Nothing. Why?
You've been sitting here all afternoon looking like Blue Monday. All I can get out of you is yes and no.
Well, I'm not always as talkative as I was on the boat.
Yes, I've noticed that. How does it feel to be an unidentified hero?
All right, as long as I'm unidentified.
Would it be such a tragedy if they found you out?
Well, you never can tell about those things.
Modest man. I wonder where our respective parents are all this time.
I think your father said he'd show Mother the garden.
More than likely, he's showing her his jewel collection. She seemed quite interested when he mentioned it.
Oh, yes, she's a jewel fancier herself.
She seems to be. Dad says she talked nothing but jewels all the way over on the boat.
Is that so?
She has quite a collection, too, hasn't she?
Did she, say that?
Why, yes, of course. She does have a collection, doesn't she?
Oh, yes, the Palmer jewels. Very famous.
I thought so.
Well, I think it's time we were going.
Tom, what's the matter with you? Why do you act so distant?
Am I distant?
You were different on the boat.
Yes, talkative.
Too talkative?
I'm afraid so.
Oh. Then you don't feel the same. About me, I mean.
Sure I do, only...
Only what?
Look, let's not talk about it now. Someday I'll tell you the whole story.
That yellow diamond is the pride of my collection, Mrs. Palmer.
Oh, it's beautiful. Tom, you must get Mr. Brockton to show you his diamonds. They're just lovely.
Yes, they must be.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Brockton.
Yes, Wilson? What is it?
A telegram just came for you, sir.
Oh, excuse me, please. This may be important.
Of course.
I hope it isn't bad news, Dad.
I'm afraid it is. I've got to leave for Chicago immediately.
Oh, dear.
I'm sorry, Ruth, but you'll have to come along with me.
Must I?
Well, you can't very well stay here all alone.
No, I suppose not.
Oh, Mr. Brockton, if Ruth doesn't want to go, why can't she come over and stay with us? We'd love to have her, wouldn't we, Tom?
Why, yes, of course.
Well, it's awfully nice of you. If it's not too much of an imposition.
Nonsense, my dear. We'd be offended if you didn't come, really.
Well, all right. Thank you.
Oh, I just thought of something. I can't walk off and leave my jewels here, and the bank vault is closed.
That's a little difficult. Unless, of course, you'd like to leave them in my safe.
That's, of course. Why didn't I think of that?
That's an idea, Dad. I could bring them over to Mrs. Palmer's. I'm sure they'd be all right in Tom's safe.
Well, I hate to burden you, Tom, with a responsibility like that. Those jewels are worth a fortune.
Certainly, that's why we want them. I mean, to keep them safe for you.
Very well. It's really awfully nice of you.
Oh, not at all, Mr. Brockton.
No, not at all.
I'll come over as soon as Dad is packed, Tom, and I'll bring the jewels with me.
Fine. Well, we'll run along. See you soon, then.
About an hour.
Come on, Mother.
Goodbye, and thanks again.
Oh, don't mention it. So long, Ruth.
So long.
Don't forget, dear. Hurry over.
I will.
Well, it worked.
Where's Wilson?
It was perfect. Perfect.
They've gone, Ruth.
Come here, Wilson. You certainly made a great butler. Didn't they, Ruth?
Not so bad.
Not so bad. Say, that was terrific. They fell for that phony telegram like a load of bricks. What's the next move, Ruth?
I spend the night at the Palmers. Put our jewels in their safe. Learn the combination. In the morning, we'll have our jewels and the Palmer collection.
Swell. Then I can stop playing Papa and have a little fun.
Take it easy, will you? We ain't got the Palmer jewels yet. And there's still Ferris to worry about.
Oh, stop calamity howling. If Ferris was on our trail, we'd all been in jail weeks ago.
Well, there's another thing I don't like so much. Letting those jewels get out of our hands. We had a tough enough time snatching them in the first place. I don't like throwing them around like this.
Now, listen, Ruth knows what she's doing. She's the best little crook in the business. A plan can't fail, can it, Ruth? Hey, what are you dreaming about?
I was just thinking, if we applied the same energy and resourcefulness to being honest, we'd probably all be rich.
Yeah? Well, we'll be rich anyway.
Say, Ruth, what's getting into you? Is it that guy Palmer?
That guy Palmer, as you call him, is all right. I hate lifting his jewels this way.
Listen, baby, you better forget him. You ain't no match for a high society mug.
No, I guess I'm not.
Well, come on. What's the layout? How do we get the Palmer rocks?
Leave it to me. When he puts our jewels in the safe, I'll be right there with him. I'll get the combination.
And you come down in the middle of the night and lift his and ours both, right?
That's it.
Swell.
You know, it tickles me pink to think of them suckers driving home without a thought in the world.
Yeah. I can just see their faces when they wake up tomorrow and find their rocks has gone bye-bye.
Say, what suckers these Brocktons must be. Laying their jewels right in our lap.
Yeah, it's perfect. Yeah, you sure had the right hunch, boss. Laying low like this till the time was right.
Yeah, the Brockton jewels are practically in our pockets right now. Well, it looks like a good day's work for us.
Now, before we resume the story of Cheating Cheaters with George Raft and June Lang, let's breeze over to the Paramount Commissary. It is gay with waitresses in green and orange dresses and extras in costumes, hungry for their lunch. Near the window is a very pretty extra with a friend, and the extra says,
Well, which are you going to pick? The 35-center?
Oh, I guess I'll have to. Wish I could plunge on an expensive lunch once, or have somebody buy me a few.
Where's Dan? He used to buy you tons of lunches.
Oh, he's gone. Oh, men sure are fickle. I heard he's taking Jane out these days.
Oh, not really. Jane?
Uh-huh.
Well, I don't believe it. Well, I mean, Jane hasn't a thing to recommend her, except, of course, her lovely skin.
Well, apparently that does the trick. Dan always did notice a girl's complexion. He used to pay me compliments on mine before it went so sad.
All men prefer the girls who have soft, smooth, clear skins. A lovely complexion is appealing, so it's important to guard against cosmetic skin, dullness, tiny blemishes, enlarging pores. No need to take this risk if you use Lux toilet soap, for Lux toilet soap's active lather sinks deep down into the pores, removes every trace of dust and dirt, stale rouge and powder that might remain to choke them. Use cosmetics all you like, but protect your skin. Remove them thoroughly. You do this when you use Lux toilet soap. So make this the beauty care you use. And once again, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with Cheating Cheaters, starring George Raft as Tom Palmer and featuring June Lang as Ruth Brockton. Two gangs of jewel thieves working at cross purposes. Each gang intent upon robbing the other of a valuable collection of diamonds. This is the situation as our curtain rises again. It's early evening in the living room of the Palmer home. Tom and Rosie, whom he calls his mother, are entertaining Ruth Brockton, their more than welcome guest.
Mrs. Palmer, your dinner was grand. I must thank you again for letting me impose upon you.
No, not another word. You're embarrassing us, isn't she, Tom?
It's a pleasure to have you, Ruth.
Thanks.
Oh, by the way, Tom, I do hope you've taken good care of Ruth's jewels.
Well, no, not yet.
I was going to speak to you about that. Do you think we'd better put them away? I brought them down with me. They're in this box.
My dear, you mustn't let them lie around like that. They may get lost. Tom, open the safe for Ruth.
Yes, Mother. Come over here, Ruth.
Oh, is it in this room?
Yep, behind this panel. Watch.
Well, isn't that clever? No thief would ever think of looking for it there.
Well, if someone did find it, he'd get a big surprise when he tried to open it. You see, the combination dial is charged with electricity, high voltage.
You mean if he touched that dial, he'd get a shock?
A couple of thousand volts.
Oh, would it kill him?
No, not instantly.
Oh, I see.
The torture would last about 10 minutes unless someone turned off the switch. It's hidden right here in this bookcase, see?
Oh, yes. Don't you think you'd better turn it off for a moment?
Of course. There you are. Now, just a second till I work the combination.
Isn't that interesting? I've never seen a safe open before.
This happens to be a pretty good one. Simple, but effective.
I can imagine.
All right. Let's have the jewels, Ruth.
Here you are. Are the Palmer jewels in this safe, too?
Oh, yes. We're very careful about our collection.
Well, if you keep yours there, I guess mine are safe enough.
Of course, dear, of course.
I beg pardon, Mr. Palmer.
Yes, Phil, what is it?
Mr. Morton Hanley to see you, sir.
Morton Hanley?
The gentleman who's been calling you all afternoon.
Oh, yes. Did he say what he wanted?
No, sir. Just that it was very important.
Important? Oh, all right. Ask him to come in.
Very good, sir.
Would you rather see him alone, Tom? I can run upstairs.
No, don't go. It can't be as important as he thinks it is.
If I were you, Tom, I'd close that safe. You never know who it might be.
All right, Mother. But don't be so jumpy.
Well, close it anyway.
There. Does that make you feel better?
Thank you, dear.
Mr. Palmer is in the living room, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, good evening.
Good evening.
You are Mr. Palmer?
That's right. Would you have a seat?
Thank you. My name is Hanley. I represent the Dexter Hero Foundation.
Oh, yes. This is my mother, Mr. Hanley.
How do you do?
And our guest, Miss Brockton.
How do you do?
Miss Brockton? Miss Ruth Brockton?
Yes. You know her?
No, not personally, but her name is on my list. You see, Mr. Palmer,
I'm gathering testimony from people on board the Argyle. An unidentified man was quite a hero on that occasion, and we really must find him.
What for?
We're going to award him a gold medal for his valorous conduct.
I'm afraid I can't help you.
No, yes, you can, Mr. Palmer. Yes, you can. You see, we have it on excellent authority so far that you are the unidentified man.
You're making a mistake.
Tom, don't be modest. You know it was you.
Thank you, Miss Brockton. Well, your statement completes our chain of evidence. Mr. Palmer, allow me to congratulate you.
Just a minute. You said you had other evidence that I was the man. Who told you that?
Oh, we have reports from several of the passengers. Dr. Holt, whom you doubtless recall, gave a really glowing statement. But the clearest account of all we received from a detective, a man named Ferris.
Ferris? Excuse me. Did you say he was a detective?
That's right.
Ferris? I don't recall the name on the passenger list. Do you, Mother?
I don't believe I do.
Well, he may have traveled incognito. Detectives often do when they're after somebody.
Have you seen this Mr. Ferris?
Well, no. I called at his office this morning, and one of his assistants told me Mr. Ferris was after a very clever gang of jewel thieves.
I see.
Very interesting. Well, Mr. Hanley, thanks for calling, and please give my thanks to Mr. Ferris when you see him.
Thank you. I'll do that. And I hope shortly to have the honor of witnessing the formal presentation of your medal. Well, good evening.
Good evening.
The butler will show you out.
Thank you. Good night.
Well, you're going to get a medal. That's exciting.
A little too exciting for me. It's given me a sick headache. I think I'll run off to bed.
Is there anything I can do, Mrs. Palmer?
No, dear. Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, Tom, I'd like to see you before you go to bed.
Yes, Mother.
Good night.
Good night.
Your mother seems quite upset.
Oh, she'll be all right.
Well, I guess I'd better run along, too.
Wait a minute. Don't go yet. I want to speak to you.
I'll be here in the morning.
I want to speak to you now.
Sounds important.
It is.
Well?
Do you remember what I told you on the boat?
Of course. But you needn't worry. I've no intention of holding you to it.
I wasn't afraid of that. As a matter of fact, I want you to hold me to it.
What?
I meant what I said then, and I mean it now. I want you to marry me, Ruth.
Tom.
Well?
Well, are you sure that...
I've told you that I loved you.
Yes, but...
But what?
Oh, I can't explain it. It's just impossible.
Why?
Oh, Tom, you're mad to do this. You don't know a thing about me, not a thing. You're taking an awful chance.
So are you. Listen, I've knocked around a lot. More than you think. And I've found out something. It doesn't make any difference what a person has been. It's what he's going to be.
Suppose you found out something about me that did make a difference.
What, for instance?
Oh, you can't tell. I might have a secret life of my own that you know nothing about. Maybe I tap every third post or step on every other crack in the sidewalk. For all you know, I might even be a thief.
You? That's a laugh.
Is it?
I'm serious, Ruth. We could be married tonight. By tomorrow, we'd be away from here. For good.
For good? Tom, I don't understand you. Why should you want to leave here?
Oh, never mind that. Will you marry me?
I can't, Tom.
You mean you're not in love with me?
I didn't say that.
All right. I'm not going to rush you. Suppose we wait till tomorrow. You can give me your answer then.
Tomorrow?
Well?
All right, Tom.
Excuse me, sir. Yes, sir.
Miss Brockton's butler is here, sir.
Oh, yes. I asked him to bring something over for me.
Show him in, Phil.
Yes, sir.
I'll say good night, Ruth. See you in the morning.
Of course. Good night, Tom.
You'll find Miss Brockton in the living room. Thank you. Good evening, Miss Ruth.
Good evening, Wilson. Sorry I had to bring you all the way over here.
Oh, that's all right, Miss Ruth. Well, how's it going?
Be careful.
Everything okay?
Yes.
Jewels in the safe?
Of course.
You know the combination?
I told you everything was all right.
Okay. What time do you want me back here?
3 o'clock. There's sure to be a sleep then.
3 o'clock, right. Well, looks like a good day's work for us.
2 o'clock. Well, do we pull the job or don't we?
Yeah, what do you say, boss?
We've been sitting up here for an hour doing nothing. Let's get started.
Sit down, sit down. We'll go down for the jewels when I say so, not before. In the first place, we don't even know if she's asleep yet.
She ain't no night owl.
Shut up. In the second place, I'm not so sure we ought to pull this job at all.
Say, what are you talking about anyway?
Keep quiet. You all heard what that bird Hanley said. Ferris spotted me on that boat. He's got his eye on us right now.
Ah, so what? We grab the rocks and scram.
Sure. And get pinched at the border. A lot of smart guys you are.
Yeah. Gee, I never thought of that.
The way I see this is, we lay off the Brockton jewels for good. Clear out of here and forget it. Then when this Ferris thing blows over, you can get together and pull something else.
Hey, wait a minute. What do you mean you can get together? Ain't you in with us anymore?
Well, sure, of course.
You mean we ain't going to grab them rocks, boss?
That's what I said.
Holy gee, that hurts. $250,000 worth of sparklers, and we got to leave them flat and play tag with a dick. Gee, that hurts.
It's the best thing to do right now.
Yes, I guess so.
Wait a second, boys. Tom, you ain't fooling me at all. You ain't worried about Paris.
No?
No, it's that dame. You're soft on her, and you're trying to welch so she won't have to grab her jewel.
What? You're a pretty smart girl, aren't you, Rosie?
Smart enough to know when I'm getting a shakedown.
Hey, now look, Tom. I don't know whether Rosie's got the right dope on this thing or not. All I know is that we sunk plenty of coin into this layout, and this ain't no time to go back on us. Well, what do you say?
Keep your voice down.
I'll tell you what he's got to say. He's going through with this deal whether he likes it or not. Because if he don't, I'll queer him with that dame for keeps. I'll tell her what you are. I'll tell her plenty.
Yeah, and so'll I. You dirty two-time and double-crossing.
Holy Moses.
I warn you to keep your voice down. Now, if you want another sample of that, get up and start yelling again. Now, listen, you mugs. I never double-crossed anybody yet. And I'm not going to start now. I'll go through with this job, sure. But this is the finish, understand? I'm through with you, all of you. Now get out of here and let me alone.
Come in, Wilson.
Been waiting outside for half an hour.
I told you, 3 o'clock.
Is the coast clear?
They're all asleep.
Swell. Where's the safe?
Over here in the wall. Come on. Use your flashlight.
Okay. Did you say on the wall?
It's behind the panel.
Not bad. Not bad. Now, come on, let's get to work.
Look out.
What's the matter?
Don't touch that safe. It's full of electricity.
That's nice. Well, what do we do now?
We turn it off, stupid. Look out.
Atta girl. You got the combination?
I'll give it to you. Keep your light on the dial.
Okay, shoot.
24 right.
24 right.
18 left.
18 left.
6 right.
6 right. Well?
That's all.
There she is. Wide open.
Listen.
Huh?
There's someone coming downstairs.
We better duck.
Here, get behind the sofa. Quick. Don't even breathe.
Put out that light, Rosie.
Oh, she won't see it. Her room's on the other side of the house.
All right, then, come on. We'll have to work fast. Well, fuck.
What's the matter?
Look at that safe. It's wide open.
Somebody's been here.
They got in through that window.
But they didn't get anything. Look, the stuff is still here in the safe.
All right, we've got to snap into it. Pass that stuff out to me. Come on, now, hurry up.
All right, take your time. Here's the girls' jewels.
Now, give me yours.
Don't move. I got you covered, both of you.
Who's that?
The Brockton's butler.
Wilson's the name, lady. All right, Ruth, grab those jewels.
Ruth? What are you doing down here?
She ain't playing marbles.
Did you open this safe?
Yes, I did.
You are a crook, then.
Looks like all of us are, Tom.
I get it. They're another mob. We thought they were on the level, and they're just a bunch of crooks.
Hey, watch out who you're calling names, lady. You was trying to swipe our stuff yourself.
Another mob.
I don't see anything so funny. What's a joke?
I'm not sure, but I think it's on me. So that's why you wouldn't marry me, eh?
Any objections?
I don't see any now.
Come on, cut out the chatter. We got to get out of here.
Wait, I've got a proposition to make.
Yeah?
We're all a bunch of clever people. What do you say we team up? Your crowd and ours. We'd have a combination that couldn't be beat. Even Ferris would never catch up with us.
Sure, this is a fine time to offer a partnership when we got the jewels.
You haven't got the jewels.
Huh?
You got to take them out of here. But you couldn't get rid of them if you went to Mars. That happens to be the Stuyvesant collection.
The Stuyvesant collection?
They're hot enough to melt steel. Well, what do you say? Do we get together or don't we?
Oh, what do you think, Ruth?
Suits me.
Swell. Now, there's all the jewels. I vote we pool the lot and split it 50-50.
Okay, but look, if you... What the devil?
What's that?
Come on, we gotta get out of here. Come on, let's get out of here, I say.
Hide those jewels.
Quick. They got us. They're all around the house.
Come on, Ruth, this way.
Stand where you are, everybody.
The meaning of this, I demand an explanation.
Don't give us that. Don't anybody make a move. We've got the whole joint surrounded. Come on, boys. Round them up.
Keep your mouth shut. Everyone, anything you say can be used against you.
You sound like an old-timer, mister. What's your name?
I'll do my talking to the sergeant.
You can bet on that.
Well, nice work, boys. Got them all? Yes, so, Chief. McGuire grabbed 2 of them at the back door. That makes 6, doesn't it? Yeah, that's right, Chief. Just like Ferris said.
Ferris? Oh, so he's in on this, eh?
He's had you covered for weeks, all of you.
There you are, Chief. The jewels, the whole bunch of them.
Fine. Well, boys, it looks like a good day's work for us.
For station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Our play, Cheating Cheaters, continues shortly from the Lux Radio Theatre. 8 years ago, a vaudeville gymnast injured his back severely while performing at the Hippodrome in New York. He refused to surrender to the doctors who told him he'd be a cripple for life. Instead, he commenced treating himself through exercises. Today, he's not only a perfect physical specimen, but he holds what is probably the only job of its kind in the world. He's employed by the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios to keep their stars in proper physical condition. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Donald A. Loomis.
Every day, I worked with such stars as Joan Crawford, Jean Harlow, Louise Reiner, Eleanor Powell, Jeanette MacDonald. The beauty and glamour they reveal on the screen are direct results of constant training and strict adherence to regular exercise. The advice I'm about to offer is the same advice I have given to them. I don't mean that if you follow it, a movie contract will be waiting, but I do believe you can develop charm and beauty beyond your expectations. The fact to remember is this: only through the proper circulation of blood can you have a healthy, beautiful body. And nothing in the world promotes good circulation like exercise. It has no substitute. It'll take off weight or put on weight, tone up your skin marvelously, and develop a figure such as you now envy in the stars. But you must exercise every day, or at least every other day. Begin gradually, out of doors if possible. For most people, swimming is usually the best form of exercise. But take it easy. Watch your posture. Round shoulders is the most common fault with women. Copy Norma Shearer. Her posture is the best among all movie stars. Cleanliness is all important. An invigorating shower with plenty of Lux toilet soap will do 2 things for you: free your pores of foreign matter and keep your complexion clear and smooth. I'm glad to say that Lux is the soap used by the stars at MGM. Eat, play, and work as you see fit. Don't pass up a good dinner because you're afraid of getting fat, but compensate for the food by proper exercise a little later. Give your body this attention it deserves, and I can safely say that after a few weeks of sensible training, you will feel better, look better, and your whole mental attitude will be completely renewed.
But you get a different view of these stars than anyone else. Who are the best physical specimens in Hollywood?
I'd say Joan Crawford, who has trained faithfully for years, Norma Shearer, and Dolores Del Rio. And the men with the best physiques, in my opinion, are Clark Gable and Robert Taylor. A couple of weeks ago, Robert Taylor flew 3,000 miles from New York to Hollywood just so he wouldn't miss a workout. But exercise need not be vigorous. Jeanette MacDonald's singing helps greatly to keep her fit. Try singing. It's great for your lungs and chest.
And perhaps a little rough on the neighbor's ears.
That's why I say never try to do too much of anything at one time. And here's something that may surprise you. When Eleanor Powell does one of her dance routines, she actually uses up more energy than Max Schmeling required to knock out Joe Louis.
Well, that seems to prove that Joe ought to take up dancing.
Or that Eleanor should challenge Braddock. In any event, I'm glad to have been here, Mr. DeMille. And if any of our audience would like a little more specific advice regarding exercises best fitted for themselves, I'll gladly try to help. Just address your letter to Donald Loomis, Metro Golden Mayer Studio, Culver City, California. Good night.
Good night, Samson. And now we bring you the last part of Cheating Cheaters, starring George Raft as Tom Palmer and featuring June Lang as Ruth Brockton. It's the following morning. We're in the office of the National Detective Agency, where the members of both gangs are waiting for the official proceedings that will put them behind the bars. All are present except Ruth, who is in Ferris's private office.
Oh, when are they letting us out of here? I'm stiff as a board sitting here all night.
Stop beefing, will you? You think the rest of us was sleeping on feather beds.
Hey, do you think they got the goods on us, boss?
Enough to send us all up for about 10 years.
10 years? Oh.
What did you think? That they'd slap your hands and tell you not to do it again?
I want to see my lawyer.
Say, how did they nab you, Brockton? I thought you went to Chicago.
That telegram was a fake. I stayed at the house.
Yeah? Well, you see what you get for telling stories.
Oh, shut up.
By the way, are you Ruth's father?
I've never been a father in my life.
That's a break for somebody.
Hey, this guy Ferris, is he on the police force?
No, he's a private detective employed by the insurance companies.
Good morning, everybody.
Hiya, Folly. Pull up a chair.
Never mind the wisecracks, young fella.
Hey, look, Chief, how about some ham and eggs? I'm starved.
Oh, you'll all get breakfast over in the tombs.
How long do you think you can keep us here? This isn't a police station. It's the offices of a private detective agency.
That's right. You see, this is just a little stopover on the way to headquarters. As soon as we get a confession, we'll get going.
Yeah? Who do you think is going to confess?
Well, we're getting one right now.
You mean Ruth?
What do you think?
So she welched on us, huh?
Yeah, came through with everything we asked her.
You're a liar.
What?
You heard me. Ruth's no squealer. She wouldn't let us down.
Wait till you find yourself in the jug, Palmer. Maybe you'll change your mind a little. Hello? Who wants Ferris? Oh, the district attorney. Well, I'll talk to him. Hello? Well, how are you, Mr. Andrews? No, this is Farley speaking. I'm sorry, but Ferris is engaged. Getting a confession. Yeah, Ruth Brockton, head of the Brockton gang. She's spilling it now. All right, I'll tell Ferris. We'll shoot the confession over to you as soon as she signs it. Goodbye, Mr. Andrews. You'll excuse me, won't you, folks? I'm very busy this morning.
Scram, bum.
You don't think Ruth is squealing, do you, Palmer?
Not a chance. That phone call just now was a gag.
If we'd only gotten away with this job, I was going to retire.
Yeah, me too. It's a dirty shame.
Say, I've got an idea.
Yeah, we could use a good idea right now. Well, what is it?
When we lifted those Stuyvesant jewels, we broke it all up and had the stones reset, didn't we?
Sure, what about it?
It's our one big chance.
How do you mean?
Don't you see? Ferris represents the insurance burglary companies. Now, what's worrying the companies most is how to get back the jewels. Now, with the stones reset, how many of the original owners will be able to identify their stuff? Not one of them. That's why Ferris is keeping us here in this office. And that's why he wants us to think Ruth has squealed.
Yeah, that's it, all right.
We'll beat the rap yet?
Everything depends on Ruth. If they break her down, we're licked. But...
She can't break down. If she does, she'll land in the jug herself.
No, she will. None of you will. But you've got to let me do the talking. Now, look. I'll ask to see Ferris.
Snake, look out, boys.
All right, miss. Come in here, please.
What do you want me to do?
Be careful what you say, Ruth.
Quiet, you. All right, miss. Now, if you'll identify these people, I'll call them off in the order in which they're named in your confession.
She's squealing on us.
Quiet, I said. Ready, miss?
I'm ready.
Good. George Brockton.
That's George Brockton over there.
You cheap squealer. You're not fit to associate with others.
Take him away, men. Keep him outside.
Come on. Let me go, will you? Come on. Take her.
Now, Steve Wilson and Phil Davis.
That's Davis, and there's Wilson.
And I thought you was regular.
Outside, you two.
I'll get you after swing for this.
Rosie Snyder next, alias Rosie Palmer.
That's Rosie.
All right, I'm going.
Mike Donovan.
Well,
That's me, I guess. So long, boss.
See you up above.
Yeah.
One more. Tom Palmer.
I'd like to speak to him, please, alone.
I want to see Ferris.
Hold your horses. Okay, miss. You can talk to him here. I'll go out and take care of the others.
Thank you.
So you squealed on us, eh? You let us down.
I'm sorry, Tom. I had to.
Pretty low, even for a crook.
You hate me, don't you?
If I do, it's your fault. I almost went straight for you last night. I would have taken the rap for you today.
What do you mean?
If I could have gotten to see Ferris before you confessed. I was all set to cover you up. Take the rap myself.
You would have done that for me? Oh, Tom, I'm sorry.
Oh, what's the use? It's all over now.
Sit down, Tom. I want to tell you something. Something about myself.
Forget it.
Please, Tom.
Well, what is it?
You see, I used to be a newspaper reporter at $30 a week. On one assignment for my paper, I ran into a gang of crooks and recovered a lot of money for an insurance company. They liked the way I handled the case and offered to set me up in business as a private detective to investigate their thefts. I used the name of Ferris.
Ferris? You?
Yes, Tom.
Well, that just makes everything fine and dandy, doesn't it? I bet you're getting a terrific kick out of putting me behind the bars.
Wait, Tom. A minute ago, you said you'd go through for me. Well, I believe you. I'm going through for you.
Yeah? How?
I didn't look for this job. The job found me. When I got to working with Brockton and the others and to knowing you, I felt pretty cheap. I would have given anything to have been out of it, but I couldn't help myself. Then, last night when you asked me to marry you, I thought of our future, yours and mine together. I knew the better side of you, and I wanted to help you find yourself.
Why didn't you tell me this before?
It's not too late even now.
No. What'll we do? Set up housekeeping in Sing Sing?
Oh, excuse me.
Yes, Farley?
The rest of the gang want to see Ferris.
All right, let them come in.
Okay.
Well, what are you going to do?
I said it wasn't too late, Tom.
You mean you're going to give me a chance to go straight?
I think that's all you need, a chance. Am I right?
If you'll stick close to me.
I'll never let you out of my sight.
Oh, gee, Ruth, I don't over...
Be careful.
All right, boys, come on in.
What is that? Hey, where's Ferris? Yeah, where is he? He ain't in here.
Yeah, we said we wanted to see Ferris.
Just a minute, boys. Let me introduce the head of the National Detective Agency, Miss Ruth Ferris.
Well, all right, Ruth. If you're Ferris, I've got a proposition to make.
I think I know what your proposition is, George. But let me make one first. Now, boys, you want to make restitution of the stolen property in exchange for a light sentence, right?
Right.
Well, I'm going to do better than that for you. I'm going to put you all to work.
What?
Look.
Did you say work? Oh, this is the end.
For a long time, you've been preying on society. Now I'm going to give you a chance to come in here and help protect society. But let me tell you this. The first time you hear of a job that's being pulled off and fail to report it, or double-cross me in any way, it means 20 years.
She's going to make detectives out of us.
Well, I've had a good education for the job.
Now it's up to you. There's pen and ink out in the front office. I want a signed confession from each one of you.
What are you going to do with the confession?
Nothing, as long as you remain on the square with me. Now take your choice. The confessions or 20 years.
Hey, lead me to the pen and paper.
There's plenty of both out in the front office.
Yeah.
Hurry up. Well, Rosie, not going to sign?
Oh, I'll sign it all right. Me, a detective. Huh. I'll never be able to hold up my head again.
Well, Tom?
I suppose you want a confession from me, too.
Uh-huh.
All right, I'll go outside and write it.
That's not the kind of confession I want from you.
No?
I want you to confess that when you told me you loved me, that you meant it. Every single word.
Guilty. You want a couple of witnesses to that?
I think we could use them.
Sure. 2 witnesses. We can let them sign the marriage certificate. Well, it looks like a good day's work for us.
As Thackeray wrote, the play is done, the curtain drops. A moment yet the actor stops and looks around to say farewell. Tonight's stars, George Raft and June Lang, return shortly to the microphone. I think that discoveries are accidents designed by destiny. A fabulous fortune and hundreds of the jewels women now wear were found in South Africa because a Dutch farmer happened to notice a group of children playing marbles. The marbles were diamonds and led to the opening of one of the richest mines in the world. It was also by accident that I myself once discovered a diamond in the rough. In fact, it was in the rough and tumble action of a Keystone comedy that I saw her. And just the way she leaned against a door conveyed to me an appeal that I knew would intrigue the world. I took her out of comedies and made her the star of 6 DeMille productions. She was an absolutely new type of heroine, because most of the heroines who preceded her were sweet and charming ingenues, while all the sirens were evil women and heavies. She combined the best qualities of both and became the screen's first romantic siren who was not a villainess. This famous young woman was the first of many screen stars who can truly be said to have possessed glamour. She did more than any girl before or since to make Hollywood the fashion center of the world. And she now steps to the microphone just as fascinating as she was then. Ladies and gentlemen, Gloria Swanson.
You're very generous. I changed the old adage of hitch your wagon to a star and hitched mine to a director and became a star.
That's just modesty, Gloria. You're talking through that pretty little brown and white turban of yours.
As a matter of fact, ladies and gentlemen, I just happened to fit into the DeMille scheme of things, which consisted of putting realism, beauty, style, and sophistication on the screen.
You're one of the world's most exotic women. It just happens that you're also a very good actress.
No, all women are good actresses. And I still insist, ladies and gentlemen, that it was Mr. DeMille's daring that made me a star. Until he produced Old Wives for New, every picture followed the same formula. A boy met a girl, lost her for a while, and then finished the picture by marrying her. Mr. DeMille took the story up from there. So producers believed that you couldn't make a successful picture about a husband and wife. Mr. DeMille made one, and thereby made history. It was a great success and introduced the social drama to the screen.
It wasn't my daring that people talked about. It was yours. Do you remember the scene in Male and Female? When we duplicated the famous painting, The Lion's Bride, and had a lion crouched above you with its claws on your bare back, while the trainer cracked a whip in its face to make it snarl?
Yes, Mr. DeMille, I remember.
Now, I've got a scene in my present picture, but...
I'm very sorry, but I'm not as daring now as I was then.
Well, you're just as charming. I never saw you look more beautiful.
That's Lux.
Now, what's that spell?
Oh, Shane, go to the bottom of the class. That spells Lux.
Oh, yes, I know.
Lux is my favorite beauty soap, and now, through its radio theater, you and I meet again for the first time in nearly 7 years.
Then before we say goodnight, I'd like to give you one final bit of direction.
What is it?
Sing for us.
Well, I don't pretend to be a singer, but if you're willing to risk my singing on your program, so am I. I'll sing None But the Lonely Heart by Tchaikovsky.
Please.
Heaven's bond
George Raft and June Lang are a study in contrasts. So far, June has always played the role of a young and innocent girl, while George made his reputation as Hollywood's streamlined villain. George spent most of his life in New York. June has just returned from her first trip to Manhattan. But suppose they speak for themselves and as themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, George Raft and June Lang.
Thanks, Mr. DeMille. Well, June, how did you find the old hometown?
Oh, easily, George. I took the plane to Newark and drove over the Skyway, through the Holland Tunnel, and there it was.
I mean, did you like it?
Oh, immensely. I was fascinated by the New York crowds, and I've never seen so many well-dressed women before. And judging from their wonderful complexions, they apparently use Lux toilet soap just as much as we do here in Hollywood. I even had Lux in my hotel room. It made me feel really at home in New York.
In New York, George was the most popular boy in his neighborhood. The other kids would do anything he told them to. Incidentally, George's grandfather owned the merry-go-round on Coney Island.
My grandfather also was a gold prospector here in California. He made several strikes.
And you followed his example as a ball player?
I guess you're right, but in pictures I'm better with a gat than a bat.
I don't know why you're a gangster on the screen so many times, George.
Oh, I don't know. I like being a villain. I think it's more interesting. I also think it's more true to life. June, down deep, I believe there's a bit of villainy in every man.
Even in Mr. DeMille?
Why not?
Why, I think Mr. DeMille's one of the nicest men I ever met.
Now, don't stop, June. I'm beginning to enjoy this interview.
Just let me tell you what he did to me one day. He was making This Day and Age.
Well, you talk, George, like one of my actors. You weren't even in that picture.
Well, one morning when I came to work, my dressing room had completely disappeared.
Why blame me? I'm a director, not a magician.
The reason I couldn't find it was that DeMille had completely surrounded it with one of his big sets.
Didn't he give you another room?
Oh, yes. For 2 solid weeks, I shared quarters with Tuffy, the collie mascot. But it wasn't so bad. I used to be a mascot myself.
George was mascot of the New York Yankees, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, I chased home runs all over New York City.
Tonight you hit one yourself, George. And you too, June.
Thank you. It's been marvelous being here. Good night.
And all is forgiven, Mr. DeMille. I've had a great time, and I hope to be back again sometime. Good night.
Good night, George.
Thank you, Mr. Raft and Miss Lang. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Assisting our stars in tonight's play were Wally Mayer as Mike, Justina Wayne as Mrs. Palmer, Victor Rodman as Mr. Brockton, Lou Merrill as Wilson, Frank Nelson as Phil, Ross Forrester as Hanley, Richard LeGrand as Farley, and John Lake and Charles Emerson as police officers. Mr. Raft and Mr. DeMille appeared through courtesy of Paramount Studios. Miss Lang and Mr. Silvers, 20th Century Fox, and Mr. Loomis, Metro Goldwyn Mayer. The music for the new picture, Road to Glory, produced by 20th Century Fox, was arranged by Mr. Silvers. Mr. DeMille tells us now of next week's program.
One of the screen's most colorful figures comes to the Lux Radio Theatre next Monday night, James Cagney. You've seen him as a sailor, taxi driver, gangster, G-man, and aviator. But you'll hear him next week in an entirely new role. The manager of a prize fighter in the famous comedy Is Zat So? By James Gleason and Richard Tabor. Robert Armstrong and Boots Mallory will be featured in the cast with Mr. Cagney. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, together with Mr. Cagney, Mr. Armstrong, and Miss Mallory, join me in inviting you to be with us next Monday night in the Lux Radio Theatre presentation of Is Zat So? This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, September 7th. The Lux Radio Theatre presents James Cagney in his Zat So with Robert Armstrong and Boots Mallory. Lux presents Hollywood. During the next hour, the makers of Lux Flakes bring you an entertainment headed by such famous Hollywood celebrities as James Cagney, Robert Armstrong, Boots Mallory, Cecil B. DeMille, Dr. A.H. Giannini, Sheila Graham, and Lois Silver. In the motion picture studios are found the greatest collection of costumes in the world, and we know of no higher recommendation for Lux Flakes than the fact that all the leading Hollywood studios protect these wardrobes by washing them in Lux. Order some tomorrow. You will find that stockings and all clothes that are washable last longer and look newer when cared for with these pure, gentle flakes. There's no harmful alkali, no cake soap rubbing, with inexpensive, wonderfully effective Lux Flakes. And now, our producer, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Yorkville, one of the frolicking sections of New York City, is famous for its fine German citizens and fine German food, its burgers and its hamburgers. Thinking of James Cagney coming from there is almost as hard as imagining Hitler, a native of Dublin. Yet it was in Yorkville that James was born, a harp in a German band. Before he started swinging his fists at various screen villains, Jimmy was a bellhop, a bundle wrapper, and a tea-room waiter. With the money he earned, he studied art at Columbia University. But the most remarkable thing he ever painted was a verbal picture of his career as an actor when he talked his way into a job in vaudeville. Some years later, Jimmy won his first dramatic part by a hair. In fact, a whole head of hair. They were looking for an actor to take the part of a swaggering hobo in a play called Outside Looking In. The first requisite for the role was that the actor have red hair. Other players were after the job, but Jimmy took his hat off to the producer and went to work. When his biography is written, it will probably be titled So Red the Head. To moviegoers, Cagney has since become the perfect example of a wisecracking Irishman with muscles of steel and a heart of gold. In reality, there are few more cultured gentlemen in Hollywood. His tastes run to music, especially the piano, and art. He's quite accomplished in both. In tonight's play, however, he appears in the type of role that has made him successful on the screen. He is Hap Hurley, a prizefighter's manager. The unmanageable fighter being managed is Robert Armstrong, one of the stars of the play when it ran on Broadway for 2 years. We shall hear him as Chick Cowan, who rates as a lightweight, both mentally and physically. Our leading lady tonight is Miss Boots Mallory, who plays the part of Sue. And now the Lux Radio Theatre presents the first round of our comedy, Is That So?, starring James Cagney with Robert Armstrong and Boots Mallory. We're in the dimly lighted dressing room of the Bronxdale Fight Club in New York City, where we find Hap Hurley and his fighter, Eddie Chick Cowan, the pride of Brooklyn. Chick, ready for the next bout, has just had his hands bandaged, but there's a dreamy look in his eyes, which seems to cause Hap a great deal of concern. Hap paces the floor nervously, offering last-minute advice.
Now, Chick, listen, just remember one thing, will you? Keep your mind on the fight. Don't think of nothing else. Just think about the fight.
What?
The fight, remember? You're fighting tonight.
Hey, Hap, you think she'll be there?
Oh, about crying out loud. Will you forget James for a minute? I'm talking to you about a fight. Now, this is important. If we don't win, we don't eat.
Gee, Hap, she's got such pretty eyes.
Oh, now, look, Chick, I'm going to tell you just once more. Every nickel we got, our whole into the purse. Everything's riding on that busted snozzle of yours. Now, will you please, for my sake, for your mother's sake, will you please forget that dame for a while?
Boy, has she got pretty teeth.
Oh.
Just like corn on a cob. No kidding.
I wish you'd have broken a leg before you went to that Brooklyn yesterday. I wish you had born a hermit.
Okay, you guys, you're on that.
Okay, we're coming right up. Now, come on, Chick. Now, look. Just like I was telling you. This guy's a sucker for a straight left, see?
I wish wish I knew where she was sitting. I'd like to wave to her. I bet she'd like that.
Oh, all right. Don't listen to me. Go ahead and get your head punched off. And then see how much that dame will think of you.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, that's so. And fight her, won't I? Listen, you get this. Come here. All right, boys. You know the rules. Clean breaks and clean fights. All right, okay, Rep. My boy always fights clean. Hey, Dan, pal, go back to your corners and come out fighting. Now, come on. Now, sit down. Now, listen. Just remember what I said. When he comes out, Hey! What are you looking around for?
Hap, ain't that her sitting over there?
Will you stop thinking about that dame? Now, there's the bell. Now, go in there and finish you quick, will you? And don't forget that left, Chick. Chick, get in there, will you? Get in with that left. Get into it. Stop looking around, will you? Chick! Come on, Chick. Get up, will you, kid? You're breaking me heart. Get on your feet, will you? Get on your feet, will you? Take that noggin. Come on, get up and fight. Come on, Chick, get off the grass. Huh? The grass, get off it.
What for? You drag me out to the park and then I can't even sit on the grass.
It's wet, you dummy. You want to catch your death of cold? Sit on the bench or I'll poke you one.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Since when was you me, old man?
Okay, stay on the grass. Crawl under it if you want to. I should grieve over a rosin bum like you.
Bum? Oh, yeah.
Yo hide me bum. I'm done with you. You and your dame.
You mean I'm done with a fighting game?
I mean you better go back to the Navy and leave box fighting and them as can stand it. You a fighter. Yeah. That's a hot one. You a fighter.
Oh, Herb.
Listen, now get your setup. A guy that couldn't punch a hole to a lace curtain, and what happened? I bet the whole roll on you, that was the worst. And you deliberately get yourself knocked out. So to fight and your manager too, deliberate.
Oh, gee. I told you, Hap. I could have swore I saw her there when I met in Brooklyn.
Oh, Dame. Always looking for Dame. Where is she now? No Joe, no Dame. We're all alike.
Oh, Hap. I'm sorry about that go tonight. Honest, I am, Hap. No kidding, Hap. I swear I'll never look at another dame again, so help me.
I wouldn't care if you started to hear him. We're washed up, see?
Oh, good evening, boys. Hey, mister, you dropped your watch. Oh, that's all right. It's perfectly all right. I meant to drop it. I was going to come back in the morning and get it. Say, you want to fight?
Sure, we want to fight. I'm this boy's manager, and he fights anybody, see?
All right. Tell him to take off his coat.
Huh?
Come on and fight, you coward.
Hey, take it easy. Hey, you know who this is.
I don't care who he is. I'm going to knock his block off. And then I'm going home and do the same thing to my sister's fiancé.
Oh, now listen, chump. This is Eddie Chicowan of Brooklyn.
I don't care if he's an admiral in full uniform. Come on, Mr. Chicken-Hooses. I'm going to knock your head off.
Oh, now listen, mister. Look, you wouldn't want to take advantage of a poor sick man, would you?
Sick? Who's sick, Hap?
Who's sick? You are, you sap, you are. Shut up. Yeah, poor sick as anything. He had kind of a bad fall a night.
Oh, is that so? Are you really sick? Yeah. I ain't feeling very good today. Well, now, that's too bad. Look, someday, when you're feeling yourself again, you come around and I'll knock your head off. Is that all right? Sure, that's fine.
Is that so? Who said it was fine? Listen, mister, he'll get his head knocked off when and where I tell him that. I'm his manager, see?
Oh, you are you?
Yeah.
Well, now, let me tell you, Mr.
Hurley, Hap Hurley.
Quite so, Mr. Hurley. And this young man is...
Eddie Chicowan of Brooklyn.
Eddie Chicowan?
Yeah.
Oh, it seems to me that I've heard that name somewhere. Yeah, Hap just told it to you. Oh, yes. Yes, that's where I heard it. I knew I heard it. Oh, I beg your pardon, gentlemen. My name is my card.
Oh, thanks. Mr. C. Clinton Blackburn. This is Mr. Blackburn, Chick.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Blackburn. You know, if my head would stop going around for a minute, I could think. Didn't I see you whip young Tierney last month?
Oh, and what a lacing he gave that bum. And when I think of what he did tonight, that makes it even worse.
Something go wrong?
Yeah. He turned around and looked for a dame.
Lay you off, will you? Look, Hap, I'm awful hungry. How's for getting a couple of hamburgers, huh?
Yeah. How about some nice breasted chicken on the glass?
No, I think I'll get a nice sirloin steak.
And what do you think you're going to use for money, slug?
Pardon me, but do you boys mean that you're broke?
Broke? Listen, mister. Tomorrow we start borrowing from the church mice. Get it?
Oh, that's terrible. No, I tell you what. You boys come home with me, and we'll get something to eat. What do you say?
Oh, that's awful nice of you, but...
No, not a word. We'll take a taxi. I live way over that way.
In Brooklyn?
No. Park Avenue isn't in Brooklyn.
Swell, huh?
I'll get a taxi. Taxi!
Hey, Hap, you suppose it's all right? I think this guy is nuts. It's easy, you sap. Didn't I tell you you're stuck with me? You've been living on Park Avenue?
right in, boys.
Thanks.
Johnson. Johnson. Oh, that's an awful headache.
Oh, you'll be okay in the morning.
Johnson, where are you?
Pretty swell joint, eh, Chick? The berries.
I'm sorry, boys, but the servants seem to be out. You just drop your things over there. We'll see if we can find something in the kitchen.
Hey, somebody's coming.
Johnson. Oh, it's you, Parker, eh?
Hey, in the town again, weren't you, Clint?
I was beautifully. Mr. Hap Hurley, Mr. Eddie Chicktown of Brooklyn, my future brother-in-law, Mr. Robert Parker.
Pleased to meet you.
Hello.
I wish you'd make a little less noise, Clint. You needn't bother calling for Johnson or anyone else. The servants have left.
Oh, they've left, have they? Well, I don't have to ask why. Where's my sister?
She'll be home presently.
Does she know the servants have left?
What difference does that make? They left because I told them to leave. I hope that's sufficient explanation. When Sue comes, tell her I'll be in the library. Oh. You and that guy get along fine, don't you, Clint?
Yes, don't we? Oh, I wish I had enough nerve to do what I'd like to do.
That bad, huh?
It's worse than that. Say, I think you boys can do something for me, if you will.
You want me to take a poke at that guy? Hey, you're always taking a poke at somebody. It's the one you wouldn't do it at the right time. And maybe you wouldn't hit the mat so often.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Is that so?
Oh, shut up. Leave him get through, will you? Go ahead, Clint.
Well, as I was about to say, I'm almost convinced that my brother-in-law-to-be is a crook.
No kidding.
Well, at any rate, he's made some insinuations against one who can't defend himself. One whom well, you understand.
No, I don't understand. That ain't nothing new. You never understood nothing in your whole life.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so. You just shut up and listen. Okay, Clint, go ahead.
Thanks. Now, there's plenty of room here in the house. You boys might just as well stay here, and I'll stake you until you're back on your feet again. All I want you to do is to get me into some sort of good shape again, physically. Then I can attend to Parker myself. What do you say?
Sounds good to me. Hey, Chick? Wonder where he is. Oh, it's no use. What are you going to do with a guy like that?
Hello, Clenny.
Oh, Sue, I want you to meet some friends of mine. Mr. Hurley, my sister.
How do you do?
Pleased to meet you, Miss Blackburn.
And this is Eddie Chicktown, my sister, Chick.
Hiya, babe. Cut out that babe stuff, you love.
Hap, why don't you and Chick go into the kitchen and help yourselves? I want to speak to my sister for a moment.
Sure, just don't bother about us. We'll be okay.
The kitchen's straight back. Just keep walking.
We'll find us all right. Come on, Chick.
Clenny, where on earth did you ever... Who are they?
Now, listen, Sue, dear. They're going to stay here and get me into shape again, physically.
Stay here? Oh, Clenny, don't be ridiculous. You know perfectly well Robert would make a terrible row.
Well, let him. After all, this house is mine, or rather ours. You're not married to Parker yet, and I'll be darned.
Clenny, you know we can't afford to antagonize Robert.
I'm not so sure anymore. I don't believe everything that crook says. I don't care if he did handle the estate. I still don't think poor Jerry had anything to do with embezzlement or forgery or anything else.
But, Clenny, how can we afford to take a chance? Robert swears that Jerry forged...
I know. But I'd be willing to bet that Parker took that money himself. You know as well as I do that our brother never gambled, so how could he possibly have owed all that money? And forgery... Jerry never did anything crooked in his life.
But what can we do, Clenny? We can't afford to drag Jerry's name through the courts. It'd be different if he were alive and here to defend himself. Well, he isn't. And Parker has enough evidence to blacken his name and ours, too. We'll just have to keep on this way.
Well, I still don't see why you have to marry the crook.
Well, you certainly don't suppose I like the idea any more than you. But he holds all the cards, Clenny. We've got to play his way.
By George, Sue. I've got it.
You've got what?
An idea. A tremendous idea. Parker fired both of the men servants tonight. Why not make Hap and Chick the butler and second man?
Oh, Clenny, you're talking nonsense.
Well, why not?
Well, because they know nothing about it. They'd be terrible. You know they wouldn't last a day.
I'm not so sure. Oh, Hap.
Well, right up. Hey, Clint, where do you keep the ketchup around here?
Hap, there's something I'd like you to do for me, if you will.
Clenny, please don't.
Anything you say, Clint. You know me. Old faithful Hap Hurley.
Good. 2 of our servants left suddenly tonight.
Yeah?
My sister's fiancé, Mr. Parker, you know, was rather fussy. So we thought perhaps that you boys would accept the situation, just for a week or two. You, Hap, you could be the butler.
Butler? What would I have to do?
Oh, you know, sort of look after things. Manage the household.
Oh, a manager. Oh, sure, that's a cinch. What about Chick?
Well, he'd be the second man. Footman, you know.
Footman? Oh, that'd be okay for the kid. Footwhite swell.
Well, then it's all settled. You see, Sue?
Yes, I see. Well, as long as you're going to remain here, you may as well begin now, Hurley. Straighten up the kitchen, then you may retire. I'll give you detailed instructions in the morning. Good night, Hurley.
Good night, Bottom. Boy, was that good or was that good?
That was fine. Good night, Clenny.
Good night, Stu. Now, in the morning,
Hap. I found turkey legs. Don't drag them in here, you love. Shut up, will you? I'm starved. Hey, Clint, who's that guy in the big picture in the hall? The one with all the braid all over him.
That's my older brother, Jerry. He was killed in a plane crash several years ago.
Say, didn't he used to be in the Navy?
Yes, he was in the Navy when he died.
I thought I knew that guy. I served on his ship once.
swell fellow.
Yes, he was, wasn't he?
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll grab a pocket of cake out there.
Hey, come back here, you.
What's the matter?
Take your mind off your stomach and get to work. You got a new job.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. You're a footman.
I'm a what? Well, maybe I'd better explain to him, Hap.
Won't do no good.
All right, I'll leave it to you. I'm going to bed. You'll find your quarters right off the kitchen, boys. Oh, will you need anything tonight?
Well, how about the loan of a toothbrush? Shut up, will you? We'll be fine, Clint. Don't you worry about us. We see you in the morning.
Right you are. Good night, boys.
Good night, Clint. Good night. Great guy, ain't he?
Yeah. The dame's okay, too.
Now, listen, Mug. I'm telling you for the last time. Can that dame stuff. She's a lady, see?
Okay, I didn't say nothing.
You know, Chick, the only thing I don't like around here is that guy Parker.
Yeah, me too.
Hey, Chick, don't you remember that guy from someplace?
Sure, he's the dame's fiancé.
Yeah, I know, but what else? What else? Let me see. Seems to me I met that guy someplace before.
You met him when we come in.
Yeah, but before. I mean before.
Oh, before, yeah. Seems to me I've seen him before, too.
Hey, you used to live in Brooklyn? Oh, you and your Brooklyn. Brooklyn and James. Brooklyn and James. That's all you can think about.
That's so.
Yes, that's so.
That's so.
Yeah, that's so.
That's so.
That's right, yeah.
In just a minute, we'll continue our presentation of Zat So. But first, a little domestic drama between the scenes. We're in the modern apartment of Jim and Elsie. They are dressing to go out in the evening. Elsie is putting on her stockings and pop, another run. Just listen to Jim.
What, again? Oh, say, I'll bet I could cut down on those stocking runs.
Oh, yeah? Well, put your mammoth brain to work.
Say, it never stops working. I'm full of dope on the question right now.
Well, spill it, big boy, but make it snappy.
Okay, here's the first tidbit. You know, I heard Sis spilling a mouthful about runs the other day.
Oh, I bet she was crabbing.
That's why you're balmy, baby. She's got the runs problem licked. Come on, Sis says, I tell a guy how you do it. Elsie's runs are driving me nuts. And she says nothing to it. Hardly a run have I had since I switched to Lux.
Say, that's an idea.
No, I'll say so, Cupcake. And here's another.
Another what?
Another juicy bit. Heard my secretary spill this one on the phone.
I suppose her stockings never pop a run.
Right the first time. And you know why? She uses Lux. Lux.
Well, I'm a smart girl, too. Here's where I switched to Lux.
Clever women everywhere are learning how Lux cuts down on stocking runs. It saves elasticity, you see. Cake soap rubbing and soaps with harmful alkali weaken elasticity. Then, even a slight strain on your stockings may snap a thread and start a run. Try Lux. You'll be amazed at how much longer your stockings wear. And once again, Mr. DeMille.
We present the second round of our comedy, Is That So?, starring Jimmy Cagney as Hap Hurley and featuring Robert Armstrong and Boots Mallory. It's 1 week later, and all is not well. Despite the fact that they've tried their best, Hap and Chick don't seem to be cut out for domestic service. We find them preparing a buffet breakfast for Sue and her fiancé, Robert Parker. Hap and Chick are standing at the buffet, clumsily juggling the hot plates, as Parker glares at them from the table.
Hurley, will you please hurry that breakfast?
Yeah, sure. Coming right up. Come on, step on it, will you, Chick?
I'm doing the best I can, and what do I know about cooking eggs?
Oh, what do you know about anything? Look out!
Ellen, what was that?
I think I dropped the plate.
Pick it up, you dope. Pick it up.
What for? It's all busted anyhow.
Oh, I ought to slug you. Give me that ham.
If it's for Parker, season it with cyanide.
Here's your breakfast, Miss Sue.
Thank you, Hurley.
Hey, Hap, I forget. Does that Parker guy get 2 3-minute eggs or 3 2-minute eggs?
Cowan, will you please remember to place a Mr. before my name when you speak of me?
Keep your shirt on. You want to feel lucky, I'll talk about you at all. Go on, Chick, fix the egg. Oh, wait a second, helpless, I'll show you.
I've never heard of such impertinence, Sue. I don't see how you tolerate such servants.
Oh, they're making such a change in Connie. I think we can put up with them for a week or two.
Here's your egg. Mr. Parker.
Must you do that?
Oh, stop beefing, will you? If you don't like the way things are done around here, why don't you do it yourself?
I'm sorry, Sue, but I refuse to tolerate such treatment. When you've taught your servants more respect, I shall return for my breakfast. Good morning.
Hurley, I'm afraid I must insist that you be more careful of the manner in which you treat my guests. And after all, Mr. Parker is my guest.
Yeah. But from what Clint tells me, that guy ain't exactly welcome around here.
Please, Hurley. Some fresh toast.
Okay, I get it. Some more toast, Chick.
Gee, Hap, I can't wake that toaster. No kidding, I blamed myself 3 times yesterday trying to wake it. Why can't they eat bread plain around here all the time? More toast, more toast, more toast.
Okay, useless. Go on up to the gym and tell Clint he can come down for breakfast. I'll make the toast myself. Go on.
I don't get no consideration around here at all. Always do this, do that. I'm a sick.
Say, Miss Sue, can I speak to you a minute?
Why, yes, Hurley.
Yeah, that's one of the things that's been bothering me. That's their Hurley business.
I don't understand.
I mean, you've been teaching me all that etiquette stuff and how to talk and say the right thing and all that, but I've just been wondering, is it etiquette for a dame, I mean a lady, to call a guy, a man, by his last name? To me, it just don't seem right.
You mean it doesn't seem right, Hap?
Yeah, it doesn't seem right. Sounds sort of cockeyed.
Well, it's the custom, Hurley, to call servants by their last names.
Yeah, but gee whiz, I ain't no servant, you know that. I'm a fight manager and a good one. I'm only doing this to help Clint out. And you, too. I'll bet I couldn't have stuck it out this long if I hadn't been so keen about you. Clint.
We really appreciate it, Hurley, and I'm sure that...
Oh, there you go with that Hurley stuff again. Can't you just call me Hap?
Well, suppose we compromise. What's your Christian name? I'll call you by that. I'm sure Hap isn't what you were christened.
Nah, that's only short for Happy. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll tell you my right name, and I'll make you a promise. My right name is Alfred, and my middle name is Bertram. And the promise is I'll stock anybody in the nose that calls me Bertram.
All right, suppose we settle on Alfred.
That's the idea. And I'll call you Sue.
Oh, I'm afraid that wouldn't be, well, quite the thing to do. After all, someone might hear you.
All right, then. Susan, how's that?
Well, Miss Susan would be better.
Huh?
Well, after all, you are supposed to be the butler here.
Oh, that's only a gag.
I know, but as long as you're here, you'll have to act like a butler.
Okay. I'll call you Miss Blackburn or Miss Susan or anything you want. But I'm going to think of you as just plain Sue. All right, Clint. 3 more. 1, 2, 3.
What's that a workout?
How do you feel?
Great.
Yeah. Lifting weights is good for you. I make Chick do it every day.
Hand me that towel, will you?
Yeah.
You know, I didn't tell you. I like to arrange a bout for Chick. That is, if it's okay with you.
A fight? Where?
Right here in the house.
Oh, I get it. You want to bounce that Parker guy around, huh?
No, I'll be able to bounce him around myself soon. No, I'd like to arrange a regular bout for you for a week from Wednesday against a regular fighter.
Who is he?
Ever hear of Johnny Duffy?
Duffy? Yeah, I know him.
Well, he's driving a car for Major Fitzstanley, a friend of mine. We got to talking. We thought it might be fun to have a bout right here at the house. Chick versus Duffy.
At the house?
Yes. We could ring up a ring out in the garden and have some friends over. I thought it would be good training for Chick.
Yeah, it'd be kind of a workout for him. But a palooka like Johnny Duffy ain't no match for my boy. I'll have to tell him to take it easy.
Chick's coming around all right, eh?
Coming around? Right now, he could lick 9 gorillas.
Well, of course, this is just sort of a friendly match with Duffy. But, Hap, do you think we could trust Chick with a real bout?
What do you mean? Can we trust him? Say, I seen a guy offer him $2,000 to throw one of the Navy championship fights, and Chick nearly threw him off the boat.
That isn't what I mean, Hap. I don't doubt his honesty. I'm talking about women. Is he likely to repeat that last fiasco?
Oh, I don't know, Clint. But I'm pretty sure if we got a real important battle, he'd keep his mind on it.
You really think he's ready to go?
Oh, I just drop our hat.
All right. Hand me that phone.
What are you going to do?
I'll show you. Do you know Pat Kelly?
Yeah, sure. He manages Soccer Goodman, light heavyweight champ.
Yeah, I know he does. That's why I'm calling him. Hello. Mr. Kelly, please. This is Mr. Blackburn. Just tell him Clint Blackburn. He'll know.
Hey, you mean to say you're going to... Hey, Chick! Hey! Chick, come up here!
Hello, Pat. How are you? Well, that's fine. Say, Pat, do you know Eddie Chick Cowan? Well, I've acquired an interest in the boy. How about doing business? No. I mean for a bout with soccer, of course, for the championship. Oh, you do, huh? Well, how much? Wait just a second, Pat. Say, Hap.
Yeah?
Is it the usual thing for a champion to demand a guarantee before agreeing to fight for his title?
Yeah, that's right. Cash on the line.
Oh, I see. All right, Pat. It's a deal. I'll be down with Hap Hurley tomorrow, and we can discuss the thing in detail.
You call me Hap?
Uh-huh.
Shut up a minute, shut up.
About 4? Right. See you then, Pat. Well, Hap, it's in.
Yeah. You hear that, Chick? We fight the champ.
No kidding. We sign the papers tomorrow and post a guarantee of $10,000 for Goodman's end of the purse.
10 grand?
Of course. Why not?
Yeah, but 10 grand, that's a lot of dough.
Well, I've seen Chick work out, and I think he's worth the gamble.
You see that, Chick? A match with the soccer laid right in your lap. Gee, I'm going to call up that dame in Brooklyn. She'll be tickled to death. Listen now. You ain't calling no dames, you understand?
Oh, ain't.
You ain't.
Oh, said so.
I say so.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Well, Hap, did you get the ring fixed up?
Yeah. It's all set and ready for the slaughter. Chick'll murder that Duffy guy.
Fellow, Hap, not guy.
All right. But he murder him anyway. You know, I can't get used to that fancy language. I've been doing some heavy wrestling with it, too.
You know I don't correct you out of meanness, Hap. It's only that, well, I do want you to improve yourself.
Oh, yeah, sure, I know that.
Well, after all, you don't want to be a prize fighter's manager all your life, do you?
Why not? What's the matter with being a prize fighter's manager?
Well, there's no future in it.
Future? What do you think, you're ever going to stop fighting?
But it's now that you've got to look ahead to what you intend doing.
Yeah, that's right. That's something I want to talk to you about. You know, Chick meets the champ in 3 weeks now.
You think you'll have a chance?
A chance? Listen, he'll put that stalker out like a light. And when he does, well, that's what I want to speak to you about.
Well, I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, with Chick the champ, that sort of changed things around, you know what I mean? I'll be in a big dough, and as soon as I get this English gag licked, why, I'll be a couple of different guys, see? Now, what I mean is, you see, I'm no good at this sort of thing.
What on earth are you driving at?
Well, look, here's how it goes. Win, lose, or draw. We're quitting tonight, me and Chick, right after the dumpy scrap.
Quitting? But why?
Well, we got some heavy training to do, and we can't do it wrestling coffee pots. Now, with me out of here, that means I ain't a servant. And when I ain't a servant, that's a horse in a different garage, see? When I'm a stock peddler's pilot and I'm in a dough, well, then, how about it?
Do you realize, Hap, that you haven't said one thing yet that makes any sense?
Yeah, I guess not. Well, it's only this, Miss Sue. All my life I've been hating women. I've been steering Chick away from them. I've been giving them the cold shoulder myself. Oh, they was bad medicine. Anyway, that's what I thought. But I was wrong, see? I was 100% wrong. Well, here we go. I'm crazy about you, Miss Sue.
Why, Hap?
Oh, I've been crazy about you since the first time I laid my eyes on you. I know I ain't good enough for you, I know that, but then nobody is. Nobody or nothing.
Well, I hardly know what to say.
Well, I'll do anything for you, Miss Sue. I'd even stop picking on Chick. Oh, I ain't no good at telling things like this. There's a lot of guys got more brains than I got, and more dough, and better looks and all that. But there ain't nobody in the world could think more than I do.
I'm terribly sorry you feel that way, Hap.
Why? Is there no chance for me?
Well, how can there be? Why, we live in different worlds. It's just impossible, Hap.
Well, why is it impossible? What makes it impossible?
Oh, hundreds of things. Family, position.
Family? Huh. What's the matter with my family? I go with the nicest family you've ever seen. I'm Irish, see? Straight through I'm Irish. And I got the blood of kings in me. Back in Ireland, my family was the top. From way back. And all we ain't got now is money.
You make it so terribly difficult, Hap.
Is that all you got to say? Make it difficult?
Well, what can I say?
Okay. I get it. Oh, I don't know where I ever got the idea I stood a chance with a gal like you anyway. Must have been off me nut.
Oh, please don't feel that way about it, Hap. I like you. I like you a lot. Really, I do. It's just that...
Oh, well, sure, I know. Well, don't let her worry you. We just forget the whole business.
Hap, come back.
Oh, skip it, Susie.
Hap, listen.
Hey, Hap. Get a look at the old 1-2. 1-2. 1-2. Boy, when I land on a duffy tonight... Hey, Hap. What's the matter with you, Hap? Ain't you paying no attention to me? Huh? Hey, Hap. I ain't never seen you like this before. What's eating you? Nothing. I mean, nothing. No, I mean nothing. Oh, that Susie dame, huh? You just keep your 2 cents out of this. Go on, lace up your shoes, will you? I'll be waiting for us up downstairs. Okay. I guess she's stuck on that Parker guy all right, huh? In a pig's foot. That crook ain't got her fool for a minute. Say, Hap, are you sure that guy Parker ain't never lived in Brooklyn? I could swear I seen him before. Yeah, me too. But there's one thing I'm telling you. I ain't never going to see him again. Or Sue neither. I was never any good at that dame racket, and now it goes double. What does, Hap? I wasn't good enough for her. Just a prize fight manager. The family wasn't good enough for her. I guess you didn't know that, did you? Well, just let her wait, that's all. Just let her wait. She'll see it. But, gee, Hap. I didn't know you felt like that. Oh, stop it, will you? Stop it.
Ready, boys?
Yeah, in a second, Clint.
Fine. We're all set outside. Make it as fast as you can. Sid. I say, Clint. It's all set, Sid. Chick's coming down now. Is your boy ready?
Oh, quite. But I see about that little bet of ours. Still on, right?
Right.
Did I hear you say something about a bet, Fitz?
Oh, hello, Parker.
Is betting the order of the day, Clint?
Well, Fitz and I have a small bet, if that's what you mean. Why?
Just that I thought I'd like to place a small wager on the bout myself. What are the odds?
I'm giving Fitz 5-1 on Chick for 100.
5-1. Do I get the same odds?
If you want them.
5,000 to 1,000, shall we say?
Oh, I think, Clinty, that's a bit stiff, don't you think so?
Well, of course, if you're not game.
All right, Parker. It's a bet. 5 to 1 for 1,000.
Right you are. Well, I'm going in the house for a moment. See you later, Clinty, old boy. Duffy.
Yeah? You want to see me, Mr. Parker?
Come in the library a moment.
Sure. Well?
Duffy, I've got odds of 5 to 1 on you tonight. How do you feel about the fight?
Okay. But this guy Cowling ain't no pushover.
Listen, Duffy, you've got to win. Go into a clinch out there and make Cowan listen to reason.
Huh?
There's $1,000 in it for each of you if he'll lay down and let you win.
$1,000? Well, gee, Mr. Parker, I'll try. But all I can promise you is I'll probably get a sock in the nose for talking out of turn.
All right, get out there.
Okay. Feeling okay, Chick? Sure, I'm swell. All right. But remember this. There's a lot of dames here tonight. If you turn around to look at one of them, I'll lay you out cold. Remember what happened to you once before for turning around?
Don't worry about me. It's in the bag.
Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I say quiet, please. Please, quiet, everybody. Well, here we are gathered here this evening to learn the relative merits of two stalwart pugilists. My chauffeur, Duffy, and Clinty Blackman's footman, Chick Coward. In that corner, ladies and gentlemen, is Mr. Duffy, who weighs something in the neighborhood of, I think, 175 pounds. Thanks. Thanks very much. And in the other corner, scowling furiously for no earthly reason at all, is the other sportsman, Clinty's footman, Chick Coward. He weighs roughly the same as Duffy, but you can see he's not nearly as well constructed. Right-ho, let's get over the old hostilities. Are you ready, boys? Sure. Right-ho, Clinty. Hey, Chick. Lay off the chatter and fight, Duffy. Now, listen. Listen a second, will you, Chick? Let me think a second, will you?
I ain't gonna do no carrying, see? You're going out just as quick as I can put you out.
Now, wait a minute, wise guy, will you? There's that brand in it, boys. You let me win a decision, see?
There is, huh?
Hey, listen, Chick. You don't have to get sore about it, see?
Oh, I don't, huh?
Listen, I was only doing what Parker told me to do, see?
Parker told you to tell me that, huh?
Yeah, Parker.
I got it. Hey, Hap! Don't turn around yet, Scrap! This is marvelous. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and out! The winner, Duffy! Splendid fella!
Come on, Chick. Snap out of it. Come on, you dumb egg. Snap out of it so I can take a poke at you myself.
What hit me?
Duffy hit you, you egg-headed dope.
Why, let me at him.
Sit down. You always want to fight after it's all over. Well, what were you looking for this time? Christmas?
Hey, Hap, I remember him.
Oh.
His nibs, Parker. I remember him now. That's why I wasn't paying no attention to Duffy. All of a sudden, I remember who this Parker is, and then...
Well, now, isn't that just dandy? So you remember him, huh? Well, maybe if I call him in, you'd like to slip him a nice little kiss.
Nah, you don't get me, Hap. Parker, we've been trying to figure him out all this time. Well, listen, he's the guy that tried to slip me $2,000 for throwing the Navy championship fight. What? He is, I tell you. He just tried to do the same thing tonight. Duffy told me.
Well, then that makes him the guy who was kicked out of the Navy on that forgery rap.
Sure, Parker.
Holy smoke, that's who it is, huh? Oh, boy, this is terrific.
Clint will be tickled, huh?
Oh, he's just about shit us all around for luck. Oh, boy, so he was the guy in San Pedro, huh?
Sure, it was Parker, all right. And he offered me $2,000 to fold up.
Kid, you're okay. Oh, Mom, I could do a little dance for that news. Boy, you're a wonder.
Yes, it was very clever of both of you.
Oh, say, Clint, we were just talking about you.
I know. I admire your cleverness. In fact, you're too clever to be wasting your time here.
But, Clint, Chick just told me
that...
Yes,
I heard. And as soon as both of you can dress for the street, please go. Throwing me down for a few measly dollars. Hey, wait a minute, Clint. You got this all wrong.
Oh, for your own sake, you ought to listen, Clint. Chick just remembered
There's really no discussion necessary. If you leave an address, I'll send your wages to you.
In the fight with the champ? Let you off?
Unless you can find another idiot to post a guarantee of $10,000.
Okay. Come on, Chick. Let's get going.
Well, I don't want to go letting Clint think that way.
Oh, come on. He knows what he's doing. The Blackburns always know what they're doing.
Wait a minute, Hap. Here's Sue. She'll fix it for us.
Where are you boys going?
Listen, Sue. You tell Clint for us, will you? Make him listen.
Oh, come on, Chick. It ain't no use. She ain't going to do no listening neither.
What is it, Clenny? What's wrong?
Parker bribed Chick to throw the fight.
I don't believe it.
I can't doubt my own eyes and ears. I heard Chick telling Hap he was offered money to throw the fight. Then they danced around like a couple of lunatics. I saw them. I heard them.
I still don't believe it, Clenny. I'm sure there's some mistake.
Gee, Clint, if you'll only listen for a second. I didn't even talk to Parker about this fight. I was telling Hap... I'll be inside if you want me, Sue.
Well, I guess that's that.
Come on, Chick.
Hap, I'm awfully sorry about everything.
Oh, that's all right, kid. But I do wish you'd tell Clint that we never done nothing crooked in our lives. Tell him that, will you? And if he wants it, we got some news that ought to interest him. Come on, Chick. We're going.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Hollywood is famous for its good-looking girls, but they're not all in the movies. Walter Winchell recently termed tonight's guest the prettiest newspaper woman in America. An English debutante, she was presented at court a few years ago to the King and Queen, but gave up a whirl in society to whirl on the stage. After dancing in the chorus of London musical shows, she became understudy to Jessie Matthews. Then she jumped to fame with a leading part in Noel Coward's play, This Year of Grace. As a dancer, she was noted for her ability to kick. In fact, it was one of her kicks that started her off as a columnist. A newspaper published an article about chorus girls to which she objected, and she's been writing ever since. She came to Hollywood a year ago, and today her gossipy news about picture stars, syndicated by the North American Newspaper Alliance, is read daily by 20 million people in newspapers all over the world. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Sheila Graham.
A very nice introduction, Mr. DeMille.
After all, Sheila, you have 20 million readers.
What would you like me to speak about?
Your job?
Nothing about Lux?
Well, Lux speaks for itself.
I wish more stars spoke for themselves. For example, Jean Arthur, star of your new picture, is extremely shy. She sincerely believes she has nothing of interest to tell a reporter.
And silence is golden.
But not on the radio. You'd be in a spot if I followed that advice right now.
Then let's discuss talking stars.
Or shooting stars, like Gary Cooper. I saw him on your set yesterday, doing some fancy work with a six-shooter. Incidentally, he's the only star I've seen in Hollywood who's even better looking off the screen than on.
Is that so?
I've never regretted giving up acting and running my career into a newspaper column. To me, reporting is much more exciting. Still, I can't forget my chorus girl days abroad. In every studio I visit here, I bump into Lux Flakes in the wardrobe department, just as I found it backstage in England. In that respect, they're just as advanced as Hollywood.
But that's not new, Sheila. Can't you give us some facts that aren't so well known?
All right, here goes. One of the biggest money makers on the screen is the radio star, Bob Burns. But Bob still drives a $25 automobile. He's convinced his success is just a dream, and that any minute he's going to wake up.
Maybe that noise we've been hearing isn't a bazooka after all. Perhaps it's just his snoring.
Perhaps. But the champion sleeper in Hollywood is Ned Sparks. Ned can take a nap any time and any place. Merle Oberon has a most considerate figure. She eats anything and never puts on an excess ounce. Eating is probably Louise Reiner's favorite habit. She loves to visit friends' iceboxes. So does Fred McMurray. Incidentally, Simone, the new French star, also has her weighty problem, but has shed 10 pounds since coming to Hollywood. Paul Muni tells me he's anxious to leave pictures and get back to the stage. Paul, by the way, has a curious habit of lying down on the floor when he's eating or being interviewed. Ronald Colman will do anything to prevent his picture being taken, but is the only male star who doesn't powder his nose for photographic purposes. Your star tonight, James Cagney, just told me that women can take a sock on the nose, in pictures, that is, much better than men. Claudette Colbert is the most superstitious star I know of. She always leaves the building by the same door she entered it, for good luck. Leslie Howard seldom looks at the person to whom he's talking. He prefers to play with his pipe or the heel of his shoe. And as for me, Mr. DeMille, I much prefer to play with a typewriter than a microphone. But before leaving, I'd like to ask one question.
And that is?
Is it true the fan mail for this program is sometimes addressed to Cecil B. Deluxe?
Is it true that you're going to publish a book of witticisms like that last one, known as Graham Crackers?
Oh, I think I've said enough. Good night.
Good night. We raise the curtain on the final round of Zat So, starring Jimmy Cagney as the unhappy Hap Hurley and featuring Robert Armstrong and Boots Mallory. A month has passed, and Chick has won the championship.
In the library of the Blackburn home, Sue has arranged a meeting with Parker, Clint, Chick, and Hap. The fighter and his manager have still not arrived, and Parker stirs restlessly in his chair.
My dear Sue, might I ask exactly why I'm here?
Please be patient, Robert.
I'm afraid, Sue, my patience is rapidly being exhausted. Wouldn't it be just as well if we postponed this gathering of yours until some more practical time?
Oh, I couldn't think of putting this off any longer, Robert. This is something I've dreamed of for years. Clenny, will you answer that?
I suppose I'll have to.
Hi, Clint, old boy, old sock, old pal, old boy.
Hiya, Clint.
Come in.
Oh, thanks. Come on, stupid.
Good evening, Hap.
Hiya, Sue. Make a new world champ.
Congratulations, Chick.
It was nothing at all. Hiya, Parker, old bean, how's tricks?
Just what is the meaning of this, Sue?
Sit down, Robert. I'll explain everything.
Yeah, sure. Pull up a chair, Parky.
Well, Sue?
Well, first, Robert, I'd like to make a public apology. I've made it privately several times. I think I'll feel a lot better if I make it again here.
Oh, now, Sue, listen, you don't have to.
See, Hap, I want to. I want to apologize to Hap Hurley for having been such a pompous little snob. I'm sorry, Hap, really. There now, I do feel better.
You didn't hold this little party for that, did you?
Patience, Clenny. We now come to a second vital point. My engagement to Robert Parker is here and now brought definitely to an end.
That's telling them, Toots. Shut up, you.
Well, that's the first good news I've had in weeks.
So the engagement is broken, is it?
Definitely.
No, that's too bad. I was hoping there'd be no necessity for something ugly. Are you quite sure, Sue?
Quite sure.
I imagine we shall have to go to the law about a little matter of embezzlement and forgery after all. And courts are such a bother.
Oh, I don't think you'll be bothered with courts much.
Stop beating about the bush, Sue. What have you got up your sleeve?
Well, as a matter of fact, Clint, I don't think that Mr. Parker's going to remain in this country very long. Do you, Hap?
Well, personally, I think he's going to find it kind of hot around here. Of course, if he wants to stay, that's up to him. But if he's wise, he'll scram, and scram quick.
South America would be nice. Don't you think so, Chick?
Yeah, it's all right. But a lot of guys like Canada better.
Pardon me, Sue, but aren't you a little premature about my plans? You're forgetting about your brother. He was involved in a little difficulty, as I remember it. I think his memory should be considered.
It's being considered, Robert, I assure you. Now comes the third vital point. Robert Parker, it gives me the greatest pleasure possible to inform you that we know you to be a liar and a thief.
What? And a double-faced water rat in a bargain.
Why, you sit down before I slap you to sleep. We got the goods on you, Parker. I took it on myself to do a little investigating for Sue here, and I found out plenty. The way I understand it, you showed Clint and Sue proof that some dough had been lifted out of their estate. Then you showed them notes their brother was supposed to have forged and some records of gambling losses. But you didn't hand over the notes, did you? No. You kept them to hold over their heads. Well, that's called blackmail.
Don't be ridiculous.
Yeah, it's blackmail. You've known all along that I've hated you, and that Clenny hated you. That you used our love for our brother Jerry just as a means of marrying a portion of the Blackburn money. Well, it didn't work. I'm going to marry Hap Hurley.
Huh? Sue, you mean it?
Sue, think what you're saying.
Well, I have thought. I love Hap just the way he is, and I wouldn't change him for anything.
Oh, gee, Sue,
that's too bad. Think of the shock when members of the social register read that Jerry Blackburn...
Don't worry. There won't be nothing to read. We've been looking into your past, Parker, and we got you all lined up for a nice room and a bed in a state prison.
Really?
Yeah, really. You was in the Navy for a while, wasn't you?
I in the Navy?
Yeah. You were a quartermaster on a Texas, and that's where you met Sue's brother.
What rot, Sue. I've never been on a battleship in my life.
Ah, yes, you was. But you was using the name of Collins then.
This is all preposterous. Really, Sue, I'm not...
And you were dishonorably discharged from the Navy after it was found that you had forged the senior officer's name to some important receipts. That's correct, isn't it, Sue?
Check.
I think you've carried this far enough, Sue. I won't argue with you. The whole thing is too silly. But you've made a lot of ridiculous accusations that you can't possibly substantiate.
Oh, can't I? Check, when was the first time you saw Mr. Parker?
Well, I'm the favorite to win the Navy championship in the light heavy division, see? And this guy Parker, he was a quartermaster on our ship. He comes up to me and offers me $2,000 to take a dive.
Wait a minute. Listen, Hap. Is that what you and Chick were discussing the night of the fight with Duffy?
Yeah, sure, Clint. Sure. That's what we tried to tell you. I was telling Hap that I recognized Parker. That was the reason I turned around. He told Duffy to offer me $1,000, and all of a sudden I put 2 and 2 together, and it spelled Parker.
Well, I don't know what to say, boys. I've never been so ashamed in all my life.
Oh, forget it. It just took you a little time to get on at things, that's all.
But the fight. I've been wondering about that all night. Who provided the guarantee for Stocker Goodman?
Well, it was Sue.
You? You mean you put up $10,000?
Yes, and it proved to be a very good investment. I now have a half interest in Chick and a full interest in Hap.
Then you and Hap really...
Oh, she was only kidding me about that, Clint. You got nothing to worry about.
Did I say anything about being worried?
And did I say anything about not being serious?
Oh, now, wait a minute, Sue. I can take kidding just so long. And it ain't kidding no more.
But, Hap, I meant it. course, if you've changed your mind.
Oh, gosh, no. I just...
Dames, all the time, dames. They ain't no good, says him.
Shut your trap, egghead. When I want any help from you, I'll ask you first.
How's that, so?
Yes, that's so.
Yes, that's While you boys settle your little difficulties, I'll see to it that Mr. Parker gets safely through the front door. Come, Mr. Parker, you're leaving.
Say, Clint, just one poke at him first, huh?
Oh, no. No, I'm going to show Mr. Parker out alone. Come, dear Mr. Parker.
You all think you've been very clever, don't you?
Go on, scram before I take a poke at you.
Can you imagine that, Hap? Letting that crook get off like that?
Like what? Did you hear that, Stock?
Well, I still wish I could have punched a couple of his teeth out.
Listen, you do no more punching around here, you see. Only when I tell you to. I mean, I and Sue.
Oh, Hap.
Yeah, and you ain't going to be making so many trips to Brooklyn either. You got another fight coming up.
Oh, but Hap.
No, Chick, no argument. You do just as Hap tells you.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Tonight's star, James Cagney, returns to the microphone shortly. Though you have never seen him on the screen, though he is never credited with a single film, no man exercises more significant influence in Hollywood than Dr. A.H. Giannini, banker to the motion picture industry. Son of Italian immigrants and subject as a boy to all the struggles besetting people in straitened circumstances, this man who loans millions of dollars yearly to the picture studios began his professional life in medicine. As an intern, he once volunteered to treat a man dying of typhus. The victim lay in a pest house in San Francisco, confined with lepers. Dr. Giannini and a nurse went to his side, but it was too late. The patient died. 48 hours later, the nurse was dead. Dr. Giannini himself stricken. Another doctor came to treat him. That doctor died. But the young intern survived. During the Spanish-American War, he again volunteered to administer to 1,200 Negroes, desperately ill with smallpox. For this service, San Francisco publicly honored him. Dr. Giannini left his practice to follow his father and brother in a small banking business. Today, practically every major studio in Hollywood owes its start to him. He is now directly connected with films as president and chairman of United Artists Corporation and trustee of both Columbia Pictures Corporation and Universal Pictures Corporation. His presence is distinctly an honor to the Lux Radio Theatre. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. A.H. Giannini.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. It's a pleasure to appear in the Lux Radio Theatre. The importance of the motion picture industry in the world today is second to none. Lately, there has been a tremendous interest in films abroad, particularly in England. Its significance cannot be underestimated. Foreign nations realize that if a country acquires a permanent monopoly in this field, that nation will eventually dominate the world. In a sense, Europe today is governed by the slogan, I care not who makes the laws of the nation, if I can make its motion pictures.
Trade used to follow the flag. You mean now it follows the films?
Exactly. Girls in foreign capitals constantly keep their eyes on Hollywood for new ways of dressing their hair and new styles and clothes. More and more American phrases are found in English publications. Our traditions, culture, language, and social values are gradually Americanizing the globe. The end result is that the profit element in pictures abroad has become a secondary consideration. Their prime consideration right now is to maintain their own tradition and history.
25 years ago, Doctor, banks not only refused to loan a penny to motion pictures, but I know of one bank that said they preferred not to have the account of any motion picture company. You ended all that. But what prompted your participation in pictures?
First, I realized that the motion picture was the only commodity in the world for which people were willing to pay sight unseen. Any merchandise that can influence people to that extent must, I concluded, be worthwhile. Second, motion pictures have an almost limitless field. They are made to be enjoyed by everyone. Third, they appeal to children. To me, that was and is yet the best assurance for the future of any business. I've seen what children can mean to banking. Many years ago, I started the first school savings system in California, and later in states all over the nation. These accounts, which began with pennies,
have since increased into the millions. Yet when I entered the motion picture field, I was not entirely alone. A new bank in Hollywood was beginning to give recognition to movies. Mr. DeMille was its first vice president.
Not because I had money, but because I knew pictures. But to you, Doctor, goes the distinction of being the first man who definitely made art a respected security for a loan.
On one occasion, I was criticized by bank examiners for putting $500,000 in a company distributing Charlie Chaplin's picture, The Kid, instead of investing that money in gilt-edged securities. Several weeks later, my loan was repaid, but the gilt-edged securities tumbled from $100 a share to $80.
In 1929, when the country was plagued by depression, Hollywood again limped to Dr. Giannini. Largely through his help, not a single studio closed its doors throughout those trying times. Production, in fact, actually increased. Tell us, Doctor, how do you determine if a picture studio is a good risk?
By applying practically the same principle I used years ago in New York City. At that time, Mrs. Giannini and I often had young guests at our home, schoolgirls and boys. They loved to visit us because I always showed them motion pictures. I had a purpose in doing so. I wanted to see what photoplays they applauded the most. It was the studios whose films these youngsters liked best that got the help they needed. Today, the only difference is that I make my decisions by the applause of the nation.
And in so doing, Dr. Giannini has been the financial rock to which motion pictures have cast their anchors in every storm. A rock with anything but a heart of stone.
It's been a long time since I've been in medicine, but I haven't forgotten that a doctor must know not only the body, but the man as well. In a similar manner, have I made character, as well as a man's business, the real basis for my confidence in him. Thank you, sir, and good night.
This fall, you will see James Cagney in a new film released by a new studio. The picture is titled Great Guy and is being produced now at Grand National Studio. As Jimmy comes to the microphone, I know you all join me in wishing him and Grand National all the success in the world.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. Great Guy is a tentative title of a story of a civil service employee who reformed the city government by exposing political corruption. What I like about it chiefly is that the lead is a grand, honest character. To me, the all-important need in pictures today is for better stories. Stories whose characters are real, honest people. And the same applies to the air. And it's your careful choice of stories for the Lux Radio Theatre that keeps me one of your most constant listeners. Congratulations to you, and good night.
Good night, Jimmy.
Thank you, Mr. Cagney. The Lux Radio Theatre has arranged a particularly fine program for next week. Mr. DeMille tells you about it in a moment. Assisting Mr. Cagney, Mr. Armstrong, and Miss Mallory in our cast tonight were Kenneth Thompson, Lionel Pape, Frank Rowan, Lou Merrill, Frank Nelson, James Eagles, and Ross Forrester. Mr. Cagney appeared tonight through courtesy of Grand National Studios, Mr. DeMille, Paramount, and Mr. Silvers, our musical director, 20th Century Fox. Robert Armstrong will be seen shortly in the new MGM picture, All American Chump. And here's Mr. DeMille.
The talents of one of England's finest dramatists and two of Hollywood's most distinguished performers are combined next week in the Lux Radio Theatre when we bring you Sir James Barrie's Quality Street, starring Ruth Chatterton and Brian Aherne. This charming story has been told many times on stages the world over and in motion pictures. The story of a prim little school teacher who waited 10 years for her soldier sweetheart to come back to her. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, together with Miss Chatterton and Mr. Aherne, join me in inviting you to be with us next Monday night in the Lux Radio Theatre presentation of Quality Street. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Your announcer has been Melville Ruiz. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, September 14th. The Lux Radio Theatre presents Ruth Chatterton and Brian Aherne in Sir James Barrie's play, Quality Street. presents Hollywood with Ruth Chatterton, Brian Ahern, Kathleen Lockhart, Mervyn Leroy, and Harold S. Bouquet. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our musical director, Louis Silvers. This hour in Hollywood comes to you with greetings from the makers of Lux Toilet Soap. Our welcome also goes to the distinguished audience gathered here in our theater on Hollywood Boulevard, which includes the following Boston dramatic critics who have just returned from Santa Cruz, where the picture Maid of Salem, starring Claudette Colbert, is being filmed. Marjorie Adams, Peggy Doyle, Helen Eager, Prunella Hall, Eleanor Hughes, and Don Messenger. And a hearty welcome also to our old friend, Al Jolson. We hope our program brings you as much pleasure as your presence brings to us. We wish you could visit the homes of Hollywood's glamorous stars. We wish you could visit their dressing rooms at the famous motion picture studios. For then you could see for yourself that 9 out of 10 of our most beautiful actresses protect their flawless complexions with Lux Toilet Soap. Lovely women everywhere prefer Lux Toilet Soap because they know its active lather removes cosmetics thoroughly, assures daintiness, and leaves the skin clear, smooth, and delicately fragrant. Order some tomorrow. It's so inexpensive that everyone can use Hollywood's favorite beauty care every day. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theatre, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Given a microphone or a monoplane, Ruth Chatterton and Brian Ahern are completely at home on the air. Miss Chatterton has the distinction of being the first actress to make a solo flight across the United States, and Mr. Ahern has just obtained his pilot's license. Sir James Barrie, who wrote tonight's play, Quality Street, also dabbled in aviation. Recalling Peter Pan, you will remember that his character, Wendy, had a great deal of flying to do. To stop children who loved the story from trying to follow Wendy's example, Sir James wrote a warning to them that before they could fly, it would be necessary to sprinkle them with Peter Pan's magic dust. But to rise in the world, tonight's stars needed no magic dust. Brian Ahern was acting on the English stage when he was only 5, while Ruth Chatterton, at 13, gave a song recital in Carnegie Hall. For her first job in stock, Ruth earned $10 a week, 6 of which went to the landlady. Soon after, Henry Miller spoke to Ruth on the telephone and gave her the lead in his new play without even having seen her. She was only 17 then and totally unknown. But at the end of her opening performance, she won an ovation that lasted 10 minutes. Brian Ahern, at the age of 10, went to London and lived all alone, just so he could study acting. After leaving college, he rose to immediate success in England and Australia, while his performances in this country, in the Barretts of Wimpole Street and Romeo and Juliet, will long be remembered. We hear him tonight in the role of a young physician, Valentine Brown. The part of Phoebe Throstle will be played by Miss Chatterton, and that of Susan, her spinster sister, by Kathleen Lockhart. And now, the lights overhead in the Lux Radio Theatre fade to pinpoint, then go out. Footlights flash on, and the curtain rises on Sir James Barrie's famous play, Quality Street, a gentle love story of the early 19th century, when ladies were incredibly prim and gentlemen endowed with a chivalry little known to our present generation. Quality Street stars Ruth Chatterton and Brian Ahern with Kathleen Lockhart. It is the winter of 1805, and Napoleon's greed for empire casts a threatening shadow over all Europe. We're in the home of the Mrs. Susan and Phoebe Throstle on Quality Street, a refined but by no means wealthy district in an English town. As the curtain rises, Miss Susan Throstle, Phoebe's old maid sister, is knitting in the parlor. We hear the sound of the doorbell, an old-fashioned pull bell, whose continued tinkling surprises Miss Susan.
Hetty! Hetty, answer the bell, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
Come in, Miss Phoebe.
Thank you. Oh, Susan. Susan, I'm so excited.
I should think so. I thought you were going to pull that bell out by the roots. What's happened?
Patty, will you please take my bonnet and fur tippet into the bedroom?
Yes, dear. What is it, Phoebe?
Just a minute. I didn't want Patty to overhear. Susan, I have met a certain individual.
Not Mr. Phoebe.
Yes.
My dear, you're trembling.
No. Oh, no.
Oh, yes, you put your hand to your heart.
Did I?
Has he proposed?
Oh, Susan.
Then what?
I think it is too holy to speak of.
Even to your sister?
Susan, I was visiting an unhappy woman whose husband has fallen in the war against Napoleon. When I came out of her cottage, he was passing.
Yes, Phoebe.
He offered me his escort. At first he was very silent.
We know why.
Please not to say that I know why. Suddenly he stopped and swung his cane. You know how gallantly he swings his cane.
Yes, indeed.
He said, I have something I am wishful to tell you, Miss Phoebe. Perhaps you can guess what it is.
Go on, go on.
To say I could guess, sister, would have been unladylike. I said, please not to tell me in the public thoroughfare, to which he instantly replied that I shall call and tell you this afternoon.
Phoebe!
Susan, to think that it's all happened in a single year.
The village doctor. Such a genteel competency as he can offer. Such a desirable establishment.
Oh, I had no thought of that, dear. What a romantic name. Mr. Valentine Brown.
Do you remember when he first called? At the tea table, he humorously passed the cake basket with nothing in it at all.
Oh, he was very amusing from the very first. I'm thankful that I have a sense of humor, too. I'm exceedingly funny at times, am I not, Susan?
Yes, indeed.
You know, he is absolutely fearless. Susan, he has smoked a pipe in this very room.
Oh, smoking is indeed a dreadful habit.
But there is something so dashing about it.
And now I shall have to live alone.
Oh, no.
I cannot bear to leave this room. My lovely blue and white room. It is my husband.
Susan, you must make my house your home. You see, I have something distressing to tell you.
What? You alarm me.
You know Mr. Brown advised us how to invest half of our money.
I know it gives us 8%. So why it should do so, I cannot understand. But very obliging, I'm sure.
Susan, all that money is lost.
Lost?
Something burst, dear. A bubble, I believe they called it. And then the officers of the company absconded.
But Mr. Brown?
Oh, I haven't told him yet. He might think it was his fault.
How much have we left?
Only £60 a year. So you see, you must live with us.
Oh, but Mr. Brown...
If he is not proud to have my Susan live with us, I shall say at once, Mr. Brown, the door.
Dear Phoebe.
That knock.
He never rings. He knocks. So dashing.
So imperious. Susan, I think he kissed me once.
You think?
I know he did. He was squiring me home from the concert. It was raining, and my face was wet. He said that was why he did it.
Because your face was wet?
It doesn't seem a sufficient excuse now.
Oh, Phoebe, before he had offered marriage?
I fear it was most unladylike.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Brown.
Good afternoon, Patty. Ah, Miss Susan. How do you do, ma'am? And Miss Phoebe? Miss Phoebe of the pretty ringlets? How are you?
Always so dashing.
May I sit on this chair, Miss Phoebe? I know Miss Susan likes me to break her chairs.
Indeed, sir, I do not. Phoebe, how strange that he should think so.
The remark was humorous, was it not?
How you see through me, Miss Phoebe. So I am dashing, eh, Miss Phoebe?
A little, I think.
Well, I've something to tell you today, which I really think is rather dashing.
Oh, dear.
I say, Miss Susan, you're not going before you know what it is.
Oh, I know, Mr. Brown.
Susan!
I don't know. I can guess. Oh, please, Phoebe, you explain.
Oh, so you both know. And I flattered myself 'twas such a secret. Am I to understand that you had foreseen it all, Miss Phoebe?
Nay, sir, you must not ask that.
Anyhow, it was you who first put it into my head.
Oh, I hope not.
Your demure eyes flashed every time the war was mentioned.
The war? The war? Mr. Brown, what is it you have to tell us?
But I have enlisted, Miss Phoebe. Did you surmise it was something else?
You are going to the wars. Mr. Brown, is this a jest?
Not at all. I've chafed for months. I want to see whether I have any courage.
I think you have done bravely, Mr. Brown.
I leave tomorrow for the barracks in London. So this is goodbye.
I shall pray that you may be preserved in battle, Mr. Brown.
And will you write to me when occasion offers?
If you wish it.
With all the stirring news of Quality Street.
It seems stirring to us. It must have been merely laughable to you who came here from a great city.
You delicious Miss Phoebe. When I first came here, I felt sorry that one so sweet and young should live so grey a life. I wondered whether I could put any little pleasures into it.
Oh, you mean the picnics we had together, chaperoned by Miss Susan?
Oh, that was only how it began. Soon I knew that it was I who got the pleasures, and you who gave them. You have been to me, Miss Phoebe, like a quiet, old-fashioned garden, full of the flowers that Englishmen love best, and because they have known them longest. The daisy that stands for innocence, and the hyacinth for constancy, the modest violet, and the rose. When I am far away, ma'am, I shall often think of Miss Phoebe's pretty soul, which is her garden, and I shall shut my eyes and walk in it.
May I come back in again? Have you... Is it... Why, Phoebe, you seem so calm. Susan, what Mr. Brown is so obliging to inform us is not what we expected. Not that at all. He's enlisted for the wars, and he came to tell us goodbye. Going away?
Am I not the ideal recruit, ma'am? A man without a wife or a mother or a sweetheart?
No sweetheart?
Have you one for me, Miss Susan?
Why, Susan, we shall have to tell him now. You dreadful man, Mr. Brown. You will say it is just like Quality Street. But ever since you told me earlier today that you had something to tell me, we've been puzzling over it, and we concluded that it was that you are going to be married.
Was that it?
So like women, you know. We thought perhaps we knew her. We were even discussing what we should wear at the wedding.
I shall often think of this. I wonder who would have me. But I must be off. So, God bless you both.
You are going? We shall miss you very much, Mr. Brown.
There is one little matter that I forgot. That investment I advised you to make. I am happy it has turned out so well.
It was good of you to take all that trouble, sir. Accept our grateful thanks.
I am indeed glad that you are so comfortably provided for. You must remember I'm your big brother. Well, goodbye again.
Goodbye, Mr. Brown. A misunderstanding. Just a mistake. A mistake. Oh, Phoebe, my dear, don't, Susan, don't. He is a fiend in human form. Nay, don't say that either. He is a brave gentleman. The money. Why did you not tell him? So that he might propose marriage to me out of pity. Oh, but Phoebe, how are we to live with half our money gone? We could keep a little school for genteel children. Only, of course, I would do most of the teaching. You, a schoolmistress? Oh, Phoebe of the ringlets. Why, everyone would laugh. I should hide the ringlets away in an old maid's cap, and people will soon forget them. And I shall try to look staid and to grow old quickly. It will not be so hard as you think, dear. Oh, there are other gentlemen who were attracted to you, Phoebe, and you turned them away. I did not want them. Oh, they'll come again, and others, too. No, never speak of that to me anymore. I let him kiss me. You could not prevent it. Yes, I could. I know I could now. I wanted him to do it. Oh, never speak to me of others after that. Perhaps he saw that I wanted it and did it to please me, but I meant that I gave him the kiss with all my love. Sister, I could bear all the rest, but I've been unladylike.
Before we continue with Quality Street, starring Ruth Chatterton and Brian Ahern, we want to take you to an attractive one-story house on one of Hollywood's numerous hills. A man and his wife and their pretty daughter live there. We'll say their name is Brown. And Mrs. Brown is saying...
Peg's awfully late tonight. They were to shoot her big scene today. You know, sometimes I think she works too hard at this moving picture business.
There she is, I guess. Now, don't scold her.
Peg, you're late. Have a good day.
Oh, Mother, don't ask me. We had to shoot that telephone scene 22 times. Seemed to me I was running up and downstairs all day long. Maybe you don't think that's work.
Of course it is, but it's worth it. Now, calm yourself and let's have some dinner.
Oh, I can't. Davy's coming for me at 8, and I can't pass up the Coconut Grove with him. Oh, dear, he'll expect me to be full of pep, and I'm so tired I could flop. I'll never make it.
But Peg did make it. She took a warm, fragrant Lux toilet soap bath, just as screen stars do when they're worn out from too much work. A Lux toilet soap beauty bath makes you feel refreshed, alive. And, most important, its active lather sinks deep into your pores and frees them of impurities that may remain to choke them. When you use Lux toilet soap, you're sure you're dainty, certain your skin is sweet. Peg's found out that daintiness pays dividends in popularity. She knows that's why Davy says to her as they glide past at the Coconut Grove,
Gee, Peggy, you are a peach. Let's stay until the music stops, Honest, I could dance forever when I'm dancing with you.
Be sure you protect daintiness the Lux toilet soap way. Keep skin clear, smooth, dainty with this soap the screen stars use. Start today. And once again, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with Quality Street, starring Ruth Chatterton as Phoebe Throssell and Brian Ahern as Valentine Brown. 10 years have passed. Phoebe and Susan are now teaching school, and the once charming sitting room is a jumble of maps and blackboards. Miss Phoebe, her ringlets hidden under an old maid's cap, is seated at a desk, looking careworn and tired. From the classroom comes Miss Susan, looking very agitated.
Phoebe, if a herring and a half costs 3 halfpence, how many for 11 pence? 11. William Smith says it's 15, and he's such a big boy. Do you think I ought to contradict him? May I say there are differences of opinion about it? Oh, no one can really be sure, Phoebe. It's 11. I once worked it out with real herrings. Oh, Susan, Isabella's father insists on her acquiring algebra. What is algebra exactly? Is it those 3-cornered things? It's X minus Y equals Z plus Y and things like that. And all the time you're saying they're equal, you feel in your heart they're nothing of the sort. Listen, Phoebe. Huh? Yes. The music for tonight's ball. The ball? Oh, a gay evening for some people. We must not grudge their rejoicing, Susan. It is not everywhere that there is a Waterloo to celebrate. No, I was not thinking of that. I was thinking that he will be at the ball tonight, Valentine Brown. And we've not seen him for 10 years. Yes, 10 years. We shall be glad to welcome our old friend back, won't we, Susan? You're not going to the ball? No. Dancing is not for the village schoolmistress. But he might pay us a call. Oh, dear me. I must get back to the children.
Good afternoon, Patty.
Oh, sir, good afternoon. Come in, sir. Who is it, Patty? She's Captain Brown, Miss Susan. Captain Brown.
Captain Brown reports himself at home again.
Oh, you call this home?
When the other men talked of their homes, Miss Susan, I thought of this room. Well, what's this? Maps, desks, blackboards. Why, it looks like a schoolroom.
It is.
Ah, well. Hi-ho, it is still the same dear room. Miss Susan, I rejoice to find no change in you. And Miss Phoebe? Miss Phoebe of the ringlets? I hope there be as little change in her.
Phoebe of the ringlets, oh, Captain Brown, you need not expect to see her.
She is not here. I vow it spoils all my homecoming.
Susan, that dreadful Smith boy. Oh, Captain Brown.
Miss Phoebe? Is it you, Miss Phoebe?
Yes. I have changed very much. I have not worn well, Captain.
We are both older, Miss Phoebe.
Phoebe, dear, the cloth. I think you can dismiss them, dear. The back way, Phoebe. The back way, Susan, and keep them quiet.
Yes, dear.
Teaching school is sometimes a trial, Captain Brown. The children are very dear.
Oh, ma'am. If only you had invested all your money as you laid out part by my advice. What a monstrous pity you did not.
We never thought of it.
You look so tired.
I have the headache today.
You did not used to have the headache. Curse those dear children.
Nay, do not distress yourself about me. Tell me of yourself. We are so proud of the way in which you won your commission. Will you leave the army now?
Yes, and I have some intention of setting up a surgery and pursuing again the old life in Quality Street. I came here in such high spirits, Miss Phoebe.
The change in me depresses you.
I was in hopes that you and Miss Susan would be going to the ball. I had brought cards for you to make sure.
But now you see that my dancing days are done.
Miss Phoebe, what a dull, grey world it is.
Phoebe, I sent them off and asked Patty to make some tea. You will have some tea, Captain Brown?
Oh, thank you, Miss Susan, but I think not. Some other time, perhaps.
Oh, yes, of course. You've just returned. There must be many duties to perform.
Oh, but just wait a few days. And then the dashing Mr. Brown will drop in as of old. And behold Miss Susan on her knees once more, putting tucks into my little friend, the Ottoman. And Miss Phoebe... Miss Phoebe...
Phoebe of the ringlets. I have no ringlets now, Captain Brown.
You keep school now, ma'am. There are more important things than ringlets to be considered.
You will come again soon, Captain?
Oh, I shall regard it as a privilege, Miss Susan. Good day.
Good day, Captain.
Good day, Miss Phoebe.
Good day, sir. I wish you very happy at the ball.
Thank you, Miss Phoebe.
Phoebe. Susan. He thought me old.
My dear.
He thought I was old because I'm weary. He looked so pityingly at me. How dare he look so pityingly at me? Because I've had to work so hard. Is it a crime when a woman works? Because I've tried to be courageous. Have I been courageous, Susan?
Heaven knows you have.
But it has given me the headache. It has tired my eyes. Alas, Miss Phoebe, all your charm has gone, for you had the headache and your eyes are tired. My eyes are tired because for 10 years they've seen nothing but maps and death. 10 years ago I went to bed a young girl, and I woke with this spinster's cap on my head. Oh, it isn't fair. This is not me, Susan. This is some other person. Oh, I want to be myself.
Phoebe, Phoebe, you who've always been so patient.
Oh, no. No, not always. If you only knew how I've rebelled at times, you'd turn from me in horror. Susan, I have a picture of myself as I used to be. I sometimes look at it. I sometimes kiss it and say, poor girl, they've all forgotten you, but I remember.
I cannot recall it.
I keep it locked away in my room. My room. Oh, Susan, it's there that the Phoebe you think so patient has the hardest fight with herself. I've heard her singing as if she thought she was still a girl. I've heard her weeping. Perhaps it was only I who was weeping. But she seemed to cry to me, let me out of this prison. Give me back the years you have taken from me. Oh, where are my pretty curls, she cried. Where is my youth? My youth, Phoebe. I'm going to my room, Susan. I shall show you the picture of Phoebe. The Phoebe who used to be.
Miss Susan. Oh, yes, Patty.
Here are the tea things, ma'am.
Oh, thank you, Patty. But I don't think we shall have it just now. Captain Brown couldn't stay.
Oh. Is Miss Phoebe to go to the ball this evening, ma'am?
I'm afraid not, Patty.
Oh, 'tis a pity, ma'am.
Yes, 10 years ago she might have gone. But now...
Ah, the pretty thing that she was, Miss Susan.
Do you remember, Patty? I think there's no other person who remembers, unless it be Miss Willoughby or Miss Henrietta. Susan! Susan! Why, Phoebe, what have you done? I brought you the picture of the old Phoebe, Susan.
Miss Phoebe, is it really you?
It is, Patty. Please to leave us for a while. I wish to speak to my sister.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Miss Phoebe.
Phoebe, that dress you're wearing.
An old one, Susan, that I've kept away all these years. Is it pretty?
It's beautiful. And your hair, your ringlets, oh, they're just as they used to be, Phoebe.
Yes. Oh, Susan, this is a picture of my old self that I keep locked away in my room and sometimes take out of its box to look at.
How marvelous.
Perhaps I should not do it, but it's so easy. I have but to put on an old gown and tumble my curls out of the cap. Sister, am I as changed as he says I am?
You almost frighten me. You're so young, Phoebe. Oh, you're like a girl again.
Like a girl? Listen, the music at the ball is calling to me, Susan. See, my curls have begun to dance. They're so anxious to dance. One dance, Susan, to Phoebe of the ringlets, and then I will put her away in her box and never look at her again. Ma'am, may I have the honor? Nay, then I shall dance alone.
Phoebe, there's someone at the door. Phoebe, stop your dancing and hear me. Someone is coming.
Miss Phoebe. No, Patty. Not Miss Phoebe. I'm someone else tonight. Let me see. I'm my niece.
The door, ma'am.
Go down to the hall window, Patty. Look out and see who it is.
I did see, Miss Susan. 'Tis Captain Brown.
Captain Brown. Oh, Phoebe, stop. Go upstairs.
Nay, Miss Susan. Let him see her. I'll show him in.
I'll not stay here. I'm going to my room, Phoebe. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear.
Come in, Captain Brown. Come in.
Thank you.
If you'll just step in here, Captain Brown.
Thank you. Ah, good afternoon. I'll wager you didn't expect to see me so soon, Miss... Oh, I beg your pardon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'm sorry, I thought it was Miss Phoebe.
No, sir. 'Tis me mistress's niece. She's on a visit here.
Oh, excuse me, ma'am. Patty, I obtained this bottle of medicine at the apothecary's for Miss Phoebe's headache. It should be taken at once.
Oh, Miss Phoebe's lying down, sir.
Is she asleep?
No, sir. I think she's wide awake,
Well,
sir.
it may soothe her.
Patty, take it to Aunt Phoebe at once.
Yes, miss. Yes, ma'am.
Perhaps I may venture to present myself, Miss
Libby, sir.
I am Captain Brown, Miss Libby, an old friend of both your aunts.
How do you do?
I was sure you must be related. Indeed, for a moment, the likeness, even the voice.
Law, sir, you mean I'm like Aunt Phoebe? Everyone says so, and indeed 'tis no compliment.
It would have been a compliment once. You must be a daughter of the excellent Mr. James Thrushell, who used to reside at Great Buckland. Miss Livy, you go to the ball tonight?
Alas, sir, I have no card.
I have 2 cards for your aunts. As Miss Phoebe has the headache, your Aunt Susan must take you to the ball. You'll enjoy it tremendously, I'm sure.
Oh, sir, do you think some handsome gentleman might be partial to me at the ball?
If that is your wish.
I should love, sir, to inspire frenzy in the breasts of the maids. But I dare not go. I dare not.
Good afternoon, Captain Brown.
Ah, Miss Susan, I have ventured to introduce myself to your charming niece.
I beg your pardon. Aunt Susan, do not be angry with your Libby. Your Libby, Aunt Susan. This gentleman says he's the dashing Mr. Brown. He has cards for us for the ball, aren't he? Phoebe. Aunt Phoebe wants me to go. If I say she does, you know she does.
But my dear.
I shall see to it, Miss Susan, that your niece has a charming ball.
He means he'll find me sweet partners.
Nay, ma'am. I mean that I shall be your partner.
Aunt Susan, he still dances.
Still, ma'am?
Oh, sir, you are indeed dashing. Oh, nay, sir. Please not to scowl. I could not avoid noticing them.
Noticing what, Miss Livy?
The grey hairs, sir.
I vow, ma'am. ma'am. There is not one in my head.
Oh, sir, dissuade her.
Nay, nay, I entreat her.
Auntie, think, my dear, think. We dare not. No, we dare not. But we will. My dear. No use to talk on, Susan. I fixed my mind. We go to the ball tonight. We shall be bright and gay and thoughtless and merry. And we shall dance for the dashing Captain Brown.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We continue shortly with Quality Street, starring Ruth Chatterton and Brian Ahern. Ambitious newcomers are not the only ones given screen tests. The most famous stars in Hollywood are frequently tested to see if they are suited to certain roles. Tests are expensive and are conducted with great care because they're the talent laboratory of the studio. The gentleman you are about to hear directs the tests at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studio. 20 years ago, he worked for me as a property man. Leaving his job to serve in the war, he has since then been a writer and director. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Harold S. Bouquet.
Let me first explain how we make a screen test. The person to be tested rehearses a scene from a play. Then in costume, she goes before the camera, and the scene is shot with as much care as is given a full-length picture. In testing a newcomer, we watch especially for these points. Does she photograph well? Can she act? And has she a screen personality? By that I mean, does she have the ability to convey to the audience what she's thinking as well as what she says? In casting a new production, we test established actors to choose the ones best fitted to balance the cast. I remember in one picture starring Joan Crawford, I had to direct and listen to 34 crooners before finding one who could act as well as he crooned.
You've certainly suffered for your art. I've always sympathized with the screen test director. He's probably the most unpopular man on the lot, because every performer fears his camera.
That goes for some of the biggest actors, too. I've seen them go to pieces and forget their lines when it's a test for themselves. On the other hand, they're always willing to help out a newcomer by playing opposite him, giving him confidence and support. Perhaps you've been told you're the image of Miss Greta Garbo or Mr. Robert Taylor. That won't help you pass a screen test. At best, you'll only be a good imitation. Be yourself. Develop your own dignity, humor, sweetness, or strength. The truth will out in your screen test. Clear, vibrant skin helps immeasurably to convey charm and life. A good way to achieve vibrant skin is by using soap and water. And, of course, the soap used so much here in Hollywood is Lux toilet soap.
Perhaps you can tell the girls listening to this program how to make their own screen test without a camera.
Surely. Just check the following points. Have you an honest, natural smile? Do you keep your appearance attractive with lovely skin, clear, sparkling eyes, even, regular teeth? Is your voice pleasing? Watch your friends while you talk, and if they become restless, you can be reasonably certain your voice is irritating. Can you retell a story you think is funny and make other people laugh? If you can't, don't blame it on the story. Your timing ability and sense of dramatic values need developing. Do you use your hands gracefully? Is your posture good? Do you walk with a spring or a slouch? Let your mirror answer that. Do you keep your friends when you're financially embarrassed? If they don't drop away when you're unable to entertain them, you can be positive you have a personality that stands at least an even chance of success. Thank you. Good night.
Good night, Harold. Back to our story, Quality Street, starring Ruth Chatterton and Brian Ahern. We're at the ball, where Miss Phoebe, disguised as her non-existent niece, Miss Livy, is trying to recapture her lost youth and attract the dashing Captain Brown. On a balcony overlooking the garden, Miss Susan is talking to Miss Willoughby and Miss Henrietta, the oldest and most maidenly ladies the town has to offer.
Your niece, Miss Livy, seems to be enjoying herself, Susan.
Yes, Miss Willoughby. She loves to dance.
The young men are quite infatuated about her.
Do you think so, Miss Henrietta?
Ensign Blaze and Lieutenant Spicer have played her every dance, when the gallant Captain Brown has not.
It is remarkable, Susan, how greatly your niece favors her Aunt Phoebe.
Oh, yes. Is it not strange, Miss Willoughby? We've often commented on that fact.
And how is dear Phoebe, Susan? We have not seen her for nearly a week.
Oh, she's poorly, Miss Henrietta. Very poorly.
Oh, how sad.
Miss Livy is your brother James' child, I believe you said, Susan.
Yes, brother James' child.
Strange. I cannot remember that your estimable brother ever had a daughter. I thought all the three were sons.
Oh, no. 3 sons and a daughter. Surely you remember my speaking of little Livy, Miss Henrietta?
No, Susan, I do not.
The music has stopped. Your niece is coming this way.
Oh, yes. If you'll excuse me.
Oh, are we not to meet her, Susan?
Oh, yes, certainly. If you wish it.
Why, of course. Give me the pleasure of the next dance. Don't come now. You beat it dancing with Lieutenant Spicer all day.
Nay, gentlemen, you must excuse me. I must speak to my aunt.
Will you be long, Miss Livy?
I shall try not to be.
Then we shall try to wait patiently, ma'am. Come, Ensign. Farewell, Miss Livy.
Farewell, ma'am.
Farewell, gentlemen. Oh, Aunt Susan, Oh, my dear. Oh, I beg your pardon. I didn't know you were engaged. Livy, my dear, these are 2 old friends of mine. My niece, Livy, Miss Willoughby, and Miss Turnbull.
How do you do?
How do you do? Excuse me, Aunt.
One moment, Miss Livy. May I ask how many brothers you have?
2.
2. I thank you.
Oh, that is 2 excluding the unhappy Thomas.
The unhappy Thomas?
Yes, we never mention him.
I think I shall go. Come, Miss Henrietta.
Yes, my dear.
Good night, Susan. Good night, Miss Livy.
Good night. Good night, Susan. You think they suspect? I know they do. How could they help it? Why didn't you tell me they were here? I didn't know myself until they came and sat next to me. Oh, Phoebe, the scandal. You, a schoolmistress, flirting outrageously with every younger lad at the ball. And allowing them to propose to me, too. You didn't? Yes. Oh, who were they? Ensign Blades, Lieutenant Allen, and Major Linkwater. Phoebe, what is to be done? If Miss Willoughby and Miss Henrietta find out about these proposals, they'll tell all Quality Street. We can never open school again. We shall starve. That horrid, forward-flirting, heartless, hateful little toad of a Libby. Oh, it's not her fault. I know who it is that has turned you into this silly, wild creature. That odious, cruel Valentine Brown. Poor blind man. To weary of Phoebe, patient, ladylike Phoebe, the Phoebe whom I have lost. To turn from her and then become enamored in a single night of a silly impostor like Miss Libby. Yes, he is infatuated with Libby. Susan, there's been a declaration in his eyes all tonight. And when he cries, "Adorable Miss Libby, be mine," I mean to answer with a, "Oh, law, how ridiculous you are. You're much too old. I've been but teasing you, sir." Oh, Phoebe, how can you be so cruel? Because he's taken from me the one great glory that is in a woman's life. Not a man's love. She can do without that. But her own dear, sweet love for him. He's unworthy of my love. That's why I can be so cruel. Oh, dear.
Miss Libby.
Oh, 'tis Captain Brown, Aunt Susan. Lord, Captain, why are you not dancing?
Indeed, ma'am. It is because I have something of more importance to attend to. I wish to speak to you, Miss Libby. May I, Miss Susan?
Oh, yes, Captain. Libby, I think it's almost time we left. I'll go fetch your cloak, dear. Thank you, Aunt Susan. Won't you sit down, Captain?
Thank you.
You're looking rather grim, Captain. What is it you have to speak to me about?
Miss Libby. You're an amazing pretty girl, ma'am.
Oh, Captain.
But you're a shocking flirt.
Oh, Lord.
It has somewhat diverted me to watch the men go down before you. But I know you have a kind heart. And if there be a rapier in your one hand, there is a handkerchief in the other, ready to staunch their wounds.
I have not observed that they bled much.
The blades and the like, no. But one may, perhaps.
Perhaps I may wish to see him bleed.
For shame, Miss Libby. I speak, ma'am, in the interests of the man to whom I hope to see you affianced.
Oh, please, to say nothing. I am feeling faint.
Nay. We must have it out.
Then if you must go on, do so. Who is this happy man?
As to who he is, ma'am, of course I have no notion.
Oh.
Nor, I am sure, have you, else you would be more guarded in your conduct. But someday, Miss Libby, the right man will come. Not to be able to tell him all. Would it not be hard? And how could you acquaint him with this poor sport? His face would change, ma'am, as you told him of it, and yours would be a false face until it was told. This is what I have been so desirous to say to you. By the right of a friend.
I see.
Oh, it has been hard to say, and I have done it bunglingly. But believe me, Miss Libby, it is not the flaunting flower that men love. It is the modest violet.
The modest violet? You dare to say that?
Yes, indeed. And when you are acquainted with what love really is...
Love? What do you know of love?
Why, ma'am, I know all about it. I am in love, Miss Libby, with a lady who was once very like you, ma'am.
Not... Oh, no.
I hadn't meant to speak of it, but why shouldn't I? It'll be fine listen to you, Miss Libby. Ma'am, it is your Aunt Phoebe whom I love.
You do not mean that.
Most ardently.
It is not true. How dare you make sport of her?
Is it sport to wish that she may be my wife?
Your wife?
If I could win her.
May I solicit, sir, for how long you have been attached to Miss Phoebe?
For 9 years, I think.
You think?
No, I want to be honest. Never in all that time had I thought myself in love. Your aunts were my dear friends. And while I was at the wars, we sometimes wrote to each other. But they were only friendly letters. I presume the affection was too placid to be love.
I think that would be Aunt Phoebe's opinion.
Yet I remember, before we went into action for the first time, I suppose the fear of death was upon me. Some of them were making their wills. I have no near relative. I left everything to those two ladies.
Did you?
And when I returned and saw Miss Phoebe, grown so tired-looking and so poor...
The shock made you feel old, I know.
Oh, Miss Libby. But it filled me with a sudden, passionate regret that I had not been killed in that first engagement. They would have been very comfortably left.
Oh, sir.
Oh, I am not calling it love.
It was sweet and kind, but it was not love.
It is love now.
No, it's only pity.
It is love.
You really mean Phoebe? Tired, unattractive Phoebe, that woman whose girlhood is gone? Nay, impossible.
Phoebe of the fascinating, playful ways, whose ringlets were once as pretty as yours, ma'am.
Memories. Yes, that is the Phoebe you love. The bright girl of the past, not the schoolmistress in her old maid's cap.
Ah, there you wrong me. For I have discovered for myself that the schoolmistress in her old maid's cap is the noblest Miss Phoebe of them all. When I enlisted, I remember I compared her to a garden. I've often thought of that.
'Tis an old garden now.
The paths, ma'am, are better shaded.
The flowers have grown
They smell the sweeter. Miss Libby, do you think there is any hope for me?
There was a man whom Miss Phoebe loved long ago. He did not love her.
Oh, he was a fool.
He kissed her once.
If Miss Phoebe suffered him to do that, she thought he loved her.
Yes. Yes. Do you think that this makes her action in allowing it less reprehensible? It has been such a pain to her ever since.
How like Miss Phoebe. But that man was a knave.
No, he was a good man. Only a little inconsiderate. She knows now that he has even forgotten that he did it. I suppose men are like that?
No, Miss Libby. Men are not like that. I am a very average man, but I thank God I am not like that.
It was you.
Did Miss Phoebe say that?
Yes.
Then it is true.
It was raining, and her face was wet.
You said you did it because her face was wet.
I had quite forgotten.
But she remembers. And how often do you think the shameful memory has made her face wet since? The face you love, Captain Brown. You were the first to give it pain. The tired eyes. How much less tired they might be if they'd never known you. You who are torturing me with every word. What have you done to Miss Phoebe? Do you think you can ever bring back the bloom to that faded garden?
I vow I shall do my best. I shall go to her. Miss Phoebe, I will say. Oh, ma'am, so reverently. Miss Phoebe, my beautiful, most estimable of women, let me take care of you forevermore.
Beautiful. Oh, Lord, Miss Phoebe.
Ah, ma'am, you may laugh at a rough soldier so much enamored, but 'tis true. Marry me, Miss Phoebe, I will say, and I will take you back through those years of hardship that have made your sweet eyes too patient. Instead of growing older, you shall grow younger. We will travel back together and pick up the many little joys and pleasures that you had to pass by when you trod that thorny path alone.
Can't be. Can't be.
Nay, Miss Phoebe has loved me. 'Tis you yourself have said it.
I did not mean to tell you.
She will be my wife yet.
Never.
You are severe, Miss Livy. Ah, but it is because you are partial to her, and I am happy of that.
I partial to her? I'm laughing at both of you. Miss Phoebe, Lord, that old thing.
Silence.
I hate her and despise her if you knew what she is.
I know what you are.
That paragon who has never been guilty of the slightest deviation from the strictest propriety.
Never.
That garden.
Miss Livy, for shame.
Your garden has been destroyed, sir. The woods have entered it, and all the flowers are choked.
You false woman, what do you mean?
I'll tell you. What faith you have in her?
As in my God. Speak.
I cannot tell you.
No, you cannot.
It is too horrible.
You are too horrible, is not that it?
Here is your cloak, dear. The carriage is waiting to take us home.
Answer me, Miss Livy. Is it not that you are too horrible?
Yes, that is it.
Livy, horrible? Explain yourself, Captain Brown.
Ma'am, I leave the telling of it to her, if she dare. And I devoutly hope that those are the last words I shall ever address to this lady. Ma'am, your servant.
My love, my dear, what terrible thing has he said to you?
Not terrible, glorious. Susan, 'tis Phoebe he loves. 'Tis me, not Livy. He loves me. He loves me. Me, Phoebe.
Why, Miss Phoebe, home from the ball so early?
Miss Phoebe has had a shock. No, Miss Livy's had a shock, a glorious shock that she richly deserved.
Then you must have had a delightful time at the ball, and that's the main thing.
Who can that be?
'Tis an imperious knock. A military knock.
'Tis a dashing knock. Maybe it's Captain Brown. Oh, he mustn't see me. Patty, don't answer the door till I'm out of sight. Susan, tell him Miss Livy's been taken suddenly ill. I can't see him. I won't see him.
Oh, Patty, have the ladies retired? I must speak to Miss Livy. Ah, Miss Susan. Where is Miss Livy?
Oh, sir, you cannot see her. She's been taken with a sudden indisposition.
She is ill? Where is she?
You cannot see her. She's at death's door.
But then I must see her. As a physician, it is my duty.
Oh, no.
Patty, where is Miss Livy's room? I shall go to her at once.
No, I beg of you. I shall rouse her and escort her to you.
Good, and bring some heavy wraps and a shawl. She mustn't catch a chill.
Yes.
Patty, why have these dear ladies been deceiving me?
Why, whatever do you mean, sir?
I have talked to Miss Willoughby and Miss Henrietta at the ball. I feel that their suspicions are correct.
Oh, sir, what suspicion?
Patty, there is no such person as Livy. Is there?
Captain Brown?
Miss Phoebe has been posing as Miss Livy, hasn't she?
Yes, sir.
Why has she done this?
'Twas you that began it all by not recognizing her in her ringlets the last time you was here.
Why has this deception been kept up for so long?
Because you would not see through it. She thought you were infatuated with her when she posed as Miss Livy because she was so young and silly.
Oh, it is infamous.
'Twas all in playful innocence at first, but now she's so feared of you that she's weeping her soul to death.
That will be all, Patty. You may go now.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Captain Brown.
Oh, yes, Miss Susan.
I am happy to inform you, sir, that Libby finds herself much improved.
It is a joy to me to hear it.
She's coming in to see you.
Oh, I shall be happy to see the poor invalid.
Come in, Libby, dear. Yes, Aunt.
Oh, your servant, Miss Libby.
How do you do?
Allow me to help you to the couch, Miss Libby.
No, I can walk alone. How do you think she's looking, Captain Brown?
A little drawn. But I believe she will recover.
Thank heaven.
May I say, Miss Libby, it surprises me that you should be said to be like your Aunt Phoebe. Of course, you have the ringlets, but Miss Phoebe is decidedly shorter and more thick-set.
No, I'm not.
I said Miss Phoebe.
Oh, yes.
Well, Miss Susan, I think I could cure your niece if she is put unreservedly into my hands.
I'm sure you could.
Ah, then you are my patient, Miss Libby.
It was but a passing indisposition. I'm almost quite recovered.
Oh, nay, you still require attention. But I believe that your home is the best place for you.
Would that I could go.
You are going?
Yes, soon.
Indeed, I have a delightful surprise for you, Miss Libby. You are going tonight.
Tonight?
Not merely tonight, but now. As it happens, my carriage is standing idle at your door, and I am to take you in it to your home.
Sir, I decline to go.
Oh, what a stubborn patient you are. Miss Susan, can't you persuade her?
Indeed, Captain, I cannot.
Oh, well, then I must speak to Miss Phoebe.
Oh, dear.
Where is she?
I cannot tell.
You don't know. Very strange. She is your aunt, is she not?
Oh, sir,
and you are her niece.
Yes, her niece.
And yet you don't know where she is.
I cannot tell.
Then perhaps, ma'am, I can help you.
You, sir?
Miss Phoebe, dear creature, is here in this room with us now. She calls herself Miss Libby. But we know it's just in sport. And more to her own confusion than mine.
Phoebe, he knows. Captain Brown, I will explain everything to your satisfaction.
No need for explanations. Miss Libby is no more. Good riddance to that charming little flirt. And now, Phoebe Thrushell. Will you be Phoebe Brown?
You know everything. And that I am not a garden?
I know everything, ma'am. Except that.
Then the dictates of my heart enjoin me to accept your too flattering offer.
Miss Phoebe, it is not raining, but your face is wet. I wish always to kiss you when your face is wet.
Oh, sir. Kiss Susan also.
The romance of Phoebe Thrushell and Valentine Brown comes to its happy conclusion. But before our program concludes, Ruth Chatterton and Brian Ahern will be back at the microphone. When the late Theodore Roberts, one of the screen's great character actors, was performing on the San Francisco stage, he took a liking to a young newsboy and got him a job in the play Barbara Frietchie. All the boy had to do was perch on the limb of a tree and shout, "The Yankees are coming." During his performance, the lad took a bow. But it was a bow from the tree on which he was sitting, which crashed to the floor with him, creating the biggest laugh in the play. From then on, he insisted he was an actor, and for a $2 raise, agreed to fall at every performance. That literally is how Mervyn LeRoy crashed into the show business. Today, as producer-director at Warner Brothers Studio, he has to his credit such pictures as Tugboat Annie, Little Caesar, Five-Star Final, I Am a Fugitive from a Chain Gang, and the great current hit, Anthony Adverse. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mervyn LeRoy.
Thank you, C.B. My first job in pictures was in the wardrobe department for $12.50 a week. I thought I was getting into the movies, and I found myself in the cloak and suit business, so I quit.
Then you managed to catch my brother William DeMille in a weak moment and convinced him you were a great cameraman. I remember the first picture you shot under his direction was all out of focus, which gave it a soft, attractive quality never seen before, and we decided you were a genius.
But I was smart, so I quit being a genius and got myself a job as an actor for you, Mr. DeMille.
Mervyn played the role for me in Triumph. The scene was in a canning factory. And among other things canned during the picture was Mervyn LeRoy.
Let's skip over that and just say I became a comedy constructor, and then a director. You know, I always wanted to be a big director like you, C.B.
Oh, thank you, Mervyn.
It's those clothes you wear, those boots and those breeches. Boy, they got me.
Why don't you wear them?
I haven't got a horse.
Then let me give you a plug right now. You did an excellent job on Anthony Adverse. It's a grand piece of work.
I had a swell time shooting it, too, with one exception. When I was making the African scenes, I kept the cast at work for 4 days in the drenching rain. I, of course, sat in comfort under a big umbrella. When the scene was finished, Frederick March, Pedro Cordova asked me, meekly, if that was all. Thanks, boys, I replied. No more rain. Oh, yes, said Freddie. That's what you think. And with that, he and Pedro poured a bucket of water over me.
Of course, they offered you a cake of Lux soap with it.
That reminds me. You've been knocking me since this interview began, so knock, knock.
All right, who's there?
Lux soap.
Lux soap who?
Lux soap the people haven't tuned out.
Oh. They won't if you'll stop gagging. Now that you're a producer as well as a director, would you have made any changes in Anthony Adverse?
Just one.
And that?
I would have fired Mervyn Leroy. Good night, and thank you.
Good night, Mervyn. Last week, the National Air Races were held in Los Angeles. Tonight's leading lady sponsored one of the features, the Ruth Chatterton Air Derby for sportsman pilots. Brian Ahern planned to compete, but his motion picture contract forbids flying, and he found himself grounded on Quality Street. However, it's a one-way street that leads our stars right back to the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, Ruth Chatterton and Brian Ahern.
I really had no thought of ever flying, Mr. DeMille, but Ruth bullied me into her plane last year. Then I decided to take lessons until I knew how to fly around the field and land the plane, just to prove to her there was nothing in it.
While Brian was up in the air, a bug bit him. He's had the flying fever ever since.
It's a bad case, too. But long before Miss Chatterton or I came to Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. DeMille was flying his own plane. And nearly 20 years ago, he started the first air passenger service in the United States. It operated between Los Angeles, San Francisco, and San Diego.
Right now, my interests are in the other extreme. I have a diving apparatus. I'm doing a little exploring at the bottom of the ocean. Do you ever dive, Ruth?
Only in planes, Mr. DeMille.
Oh, well, come down and see me sometime.
Gladly would make the date soon, because, you see, I think I'm leaving Hollywood this fall for a season on the New York stage. Brian is, too.
Well, success to you both. Are you flying back?
Of course, I always fly, weather permitting. I know of nothing more invigorating. It's almost as invigorating to put my ship down and step into a shower with Lux toilet soap. Lux has flown with me all over the country. I'm never without a parachute or Lux.
You can depend on either to save your skin. I'm particularly glad to have had you and Brian in a DeMille production before you left. I tried to get him before, but he was afraid of Hollywood.
Well, Hollywood no longer terrifies me, but I still can't understand the autograph hunters. They ask me for my signature, but usually they haven't the slightest idea whether I'm King Solomon or Mickey Mouse. So, Mr. DeMille, thanks for a grand show. Good night.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, pilot. Happy landing.
Thank you, Miss Chatterton and Mr. Ahern. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. In a moment, Mr. DeMille returns with word of next week's program. Mr. Ahern appeared on this program through courtesy of Samuel Goldwyn Productions. He is now co-starring with Merle Oberon in the Samuel Goldwyn picture Covenant with Death. Mr. Leroy appeared through courtesy of Warner Brothers Studio, where he has just produced and directed Three Men on a Horse. Mr. DeMille through courtesy of Paramount, Mr. Bouquet, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Silvers, 20th Century Fox, whose new picture Ramona was musically arranged by Mr. Silvers. And now, Mr. DeMille.
As a novel, as a play, as a motion picture, Trilby ranks as one of the classics of literature and drama. Next Monday night, we bring you this story of the little French singer and the hypnotist Svengali. Our stars, Miss Grace Moore and Mr. Peter Lorre. This musical and dramatic event will mark the opening of the fall season of the Lux Radio Theatre. With Miss Moore in the title role and Mr. Lorre as Svengali, I can assure you a performance worthy of the occasion. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us next Monday night in the Lux Radio Theatre presentation of Trilby, starring Grace Moore and Peter Lorre. Today, the motion picture industry suffered one of its greatest losses. Irving Thalberg. The Lux Radio Theatre joins Hollywood and the entire nation in extending deepest sympathy to his wife, Norma Shearer, and his family. To Irving Thalberg, who has brought so many hours of happiness to people the world over, we dedicate these 10 seconds of silence. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
September 28th. The Lux Radio Theatre presents Wallace Beery in The Plutocrat. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Wallace Beery, Clara Kimball Young, Marjorie Rambeau, Cecilia Parker, and Eric Linden. Our guests, Victor Young, Walt Disney, Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, and Carol Ann Beery. Our musical director, Louis Silvers. All brought to you under the direction of Hollywood's renowned producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Tonight, we celebrate the 100th broadcast of the Lux Radio Theatre, and many of Hollywood's notables are here to observe the occasion with us. Among those in our audience, I see Madame Schumann-Heink, Carmel Myers, Sari Maritza, and Benny Baker. And to all our listeners, a hearty welcome from Lux. Before turning the microphone over to Mr. DeMille, may I remind you of just two of the many good reasons why Lux Toilet Soap is so popular the world over. First, Lux Toilet Soap guards against cosmetic skin. The active lather of this pure, delicately perfumed soap removes stale rouge and powder, frees the pores of all foreign matter, and keeps the skin soft, smooth, and clear. Second, Lux Toilet Soap is within everybody's budget. It costs so little, and all the family can use it. It's fine for baby's tender skin. Men prefer it for its full, rich lather. With your next order, remember to add and 6 cakes of Lux Toilet Soap. And now the man who has given us some of our greatest motion pictures and many of our most glamorous stars. Ladies and gentlemen, the producer of the Lux Radio Theatre, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The most hilarious April Fool joke ever played on the world, and the one we most appreciate, is Wallace Beery. He was born in Kansas City on April 1st. At the age of 9, he was the biggest boy in the 4th grade. 3 years later, he was still the biggest boy in the 4th grade. The faculty was amazed at his ability to resist education, and his schoolmates were completely awed by him. They called him Jumbo, which was not only descriptive but prophetic. For at 15, he left home and became the best-known elephant trainer in America, bossing Ringling's herd of 26. Wally followed this with a humble, even humiliating start as an actor. It was as a chorus boy in Babes in Toyland. When I first met him 20 years ago, I cast him as a German general in the first picture based on the World War, The Little America. He has since been an electrician, cameraman, director, comedian, and serious actor, breaking all records for motion picture versatility. The play in which he stars tonight is taken from the comedy by Arthur Goodrich, based on the novel by Booth Tarkington. Featured with Wally is an all-star cast. We'll hear Clara Kimball Young as Mrs. Tinker, Marjorie Rambeau in the role of Madame Memoro, Cecilia Parker as Olivia Tinker, Eric Linden as Lawrence Ogle, and we'll hear Wallace Beery in the character of an American millionaire. He is starred as Earl Tinker in The Plutocrat. We're in a stateroom on board the steamship Doomveer. It's evening of the first day out, and already Mrs. Tinker has succumbed to the rolling sea. She lies in her berth, an ice bag on her head, a hapless, hopeless, helpless expression in her eyes. Earl, her husband, sits at her side, filled with concern.
How do you feel now, honey?
Terrible.
Oh, gosh, I hate to see you feel like this. Ain't there anything I can do for you?
No, just go away. Go away and let me die in peace.
Oh, don't talk like that. Why, you ain't going to die. Folks don't pass out on account of a little seasickness.
I'm going to. I never felt like this in all my life.
Yeah, but we've only been out 7 hours, honey.
It seems like 7 years. Oh, I wish I was back in Omaha.
Oh, you'll feel better just as soon as we hit port. We'll be in Algiers in about 8 days.
8 days? Oh.
You'll never even know that you were sick.
Oh.
You know, I was speaking to the captain just after dinner. He said all this talk about seasickness is just imagination.
Not with me, it isn't.
Well, you probably ain't seasick at all. You just feel bad on account of that lemon meringue pie that you had for dinner. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, honey.
Don't.
I didn't mean to, darling.
Go away. Go away.
Oh, honey, listen, please. Oh, it's your ma. I think she's a little upset.
All right, I'll take care of
I
her.
tried to do something for her, but she keeps on telling me to go away.
Maybe you'd better.
Well, if you say so, baby. Seems a shame, though. Here we are, the first real vacation in 10 years, and your ma has to go get seasick.
Please, Pa, I think it would be a lot better if you left her alone.
Huh? What's the matter with you?
Nothing, I just...
You look all green around the gills.
Oh, don't.
Say, you ain't got it, too.
Olivia. Oh, my. Oh.
Well, for Pete's sake. You get into bed there with your ma, Olivia. I'll fix you up.
You leave her alone, Earl Tinker.
Yeah, but, honey, listen.
I'll take care of her.
You can't even take care of yourself.
If you just let me alone, I can. Go on now. Go away.
All right, all day. This is going to be a swell trip for me. I can see that. I'll be up in the lounge if you want me.
Will you have another, monsieur?
Yeah, go on and fill it up, George.
Oui, monsieur.
You know, George, I am a terribly lonesome man.
Oui, monsieur.
Yeah, never mind that masseur stuff. Tinker's the name. Earl Tinker, president of the Tinker Packing Company, Omaha, USA.
All stowed. Monsieur?
Demosthenes cocktail, please.
One Demosthenes, oui, monsieur.
Hi there, young fellow.
Oh, good evening.
You remember me, don't you? We sat at the same table, you and me and my wife and my daughter.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah, well, Tinker's my name. Tinker Meat Packing Company. I don't believe you said what yours was.
Ogle, Lawrence Ogle.
Not Ogle, Ogle, Pipes and Steam Fittings?
Hardly, I'm not in business.
Oh, you're not. Well, that's too bad. I thought you might be Ogle and Ogle, Pipes and Steam Fittings.
One Demosthenes, monsieur.
Say, what did you call that thing? A Demosthenes what?
Oui, monsieur, Demosthenes. It is the latest drink in New York.
Oh, guess you're from New York, huh, Ogle?
Yeah.
Well, I'm from Omaha myself. Finest town on earth. Oh, New York's all right, too, I guess. You know, it's like I always tell my wife. It's a great little place to visit, but I wouldn't like to live
You'll
there.
excuse me, won't you? I've got to look up a friend of mine.
Oh, sure. Go on. See you around sometime, Ogle. Nice fella, ain't he, huh?
Oui, monsieur.
Well, I guess I'll run down and see how the wife's coming on.
Good night, monsieur.
Good night, George. Oh, excuse me, lady.
It is quite all right, monsieur.
Yeah, I almost knocked the table over. I'm awfully sorry.
It is nothing, monsieur.
Nothing spilled on you, did it?
No, monsieur.
Well, let me get you another cocktail. Steward,
Oui, monsieur.
give the lady another cocktail.
Of course.
I guess I'm getting kind of clumsy in my old age, huh? Well,
It is no harm done, monsieur.
well, it's nice of you to say that. You know, a lot of folks would have been pretty sore, you know that.
But it is not your fault.
It's the ocean. I haven't learned to walk on it yet.
Madame's cocktail.
Merci.
Yeah? Guess I'll be going.
Oh, please don't. No, sit down and keep me company.
Say, I kind of like that, right down to my shoe tops. You know, my name's Tinker. Tinker, president of the Tinker Packing Company, Omaha, USA.
I am Madame Memoro. I am not president of anything, and I live in Paris.
Well, I'm sure glad to know you, Madame Mumsrow. I was thinking I'd have to spend this trip in solitary. You're a widower, I guess.
Is it so evident? Yes, monsieur. You are a widower, Mr. Tinker?
Me, a widower? Say, you wouldn't think so if you knew what would happen to me if my wife caught me talking to as good-looking woman as you are, Mrs. Gumsrow.
You are very flattering, monsieur.
Mr. Tinker.
Oh, hello there, Ugly. I thought you went to look up a friend.
Well, I did, but...
Come on, sit down. Mrs. This is Mr. Ugly. He sits at my table. He's from New York. I'm not holding it again, no.
How do you do, Mrs. Monroe?
How do you do? It must be quite thrilling to feel yourself a real New Yorker, Monsieur Ogle.
Well, in a way.
Such a wonderful city.
Say, what's New York got that Omaha ain't got? That's what I'd like to know.
All the arts, Mr. Tinker, music, the theater, painting.
Don't talk to me about the theaters. I saw one of them plays in New York just before I caught this boat. Never again.
You did not like it, monsieur?
Like it? You couldn't tell what it was all about.
What play was it, Mr. Tinker?
Oh, I don't know. It was some crazy thing called the pasturage scene or something like that.
The pastoral scene?
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, that was it. Believe me, it was certainly rotten.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way, Mr. Tinker. You see, I wrote the pastoral scene.
Oh. You did. Well, imagine that, huh?
Monsieur Tinker.
Yeah.
Madame Tinker would like to see you, monsieur.
Oh, thanks. Excuse me, folks. I, be back later, Mrs. Mumsrow, if I can break out of jail.
Oh, thank heaven he's gone.
Well, Mr. Ogle, he is very amusing. He is so native, so typical American.
Oh, he's far from typical.
I mean, of your ruling class. He is a leader, Monsieur Ogle, a plutocrat.
Oh, he's that all right, a provincial western plutocrat.
Monsieur, you speak so harshly. He is your friend, no?
Hardly.
But you came to him, you spoke with him.
Shall I tell you why?
Please.
Because he happened to be sitting with you.
Monsieur?
I've been wanting to meet you ever since we left New York, Madame Memoro.
But why?
Must I answer that?
No, it would be better perhaps if you did not. We shall all be, how do you say, shipmates for 8 whole days. There is plenty of time and we shall meet often, I hope.
Well, it can't be too often.
You are very polite, monsieur.
Oh, so here you are. I've been looking all over the boat for you.
Hyacinth, this is Monsieur Ogle. Monsieur Ogle, Monsieur Hyacinth Memoro.
How do you do?
Hyacinth?
Oui,
Memoro?
It is late, Mama. I think maybe we had best to scram, no?
Well, excuse me, but...
Do not mind him, monsieur. My son, he makes a study of American slang, eh?
Son? Did you say your son?
But yes, you think that's so strange?
Well, it's incredible. You're so young.
Oh, 2 times you are polite, monsieur. I am glad that I look so young to you. Come, Hyacinth. Good night, Monsieur Ogle.
Good night.
So long, Mr. Ogle. See you in the funny papers, eh bien? Well, Mama, you have found a rich American?
2 of them, Hyacinth. One young, one not so young. The not so young American is the richer, I think.
Ah, hot stuff. Well, I say good night, Mama.
Bien, mon cher.
Maybe when we reach Algiers, we have plenty of money, no?
Maybe. Maybe when we reach Algiers, yes, perhaps. Go now to your cabin, Hyacinth. I am going to walk a bit on deck.
Very well. Toodle-dee-doo, Mama.
Take me back to Omaha. Take me back. Oh. Hello, Miss Bumsrow.
Monsieur Tinker.
Say, you ain't turned in for the night, are you?
In a little while, monsieur.
Oh, don't do that. I was just back on the way to the lounge looking for company.
It is too bad. But there is always tomorrow and the next day and the next. Is it not so?
Well,
My chair is out on the promenade deck. If tomorrow morning after 10 you should be lonely...
Yeah, well, I might be at that. You know, my wife and daughter ain't very good company right now.
Then I will look for you tomorrow.
Say, that'll be fine, Mrs. Maria.
First day's run, 360 miles. Nearest gas, made by Mr. L. Tinker.
Monsieur Tinker, you have won the ship's pool.
Yeah, I guess I'm pretty lucky at judging distances, huh?
days on, ship's pool, won by Mr. Earl Tinker.
Encore! It is incredible.
It must be your company, Mr. Mumro.
Seventh days on, ship's pool, won by Mr. Earl Tinker.
Oh, Monsieur Tinker, so much money you have won. Marvelous.
I haven't had as good a time as this in 20 years. Champagne, steward. Champagne for everybody.
Oh, Steward. Oui, Monsieur Hogan. What time do we dock tomorrow?
9 o'clock, monsieur.
Thank you.
Shall I bring you a blanket, monsieur? It is cold here on deck.
No, don't bother.
Very well, monsieur.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Miss Tinker. I'm afraid my chair is in a rather bad position here. I'll move it.
Funny, isn't it?
What?
I told Mama when she asked me to come up here that I'd probably bump into you. I see that I did.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry to meet me? Yes, you always made that perfectly clear.
Oh, you know I didn't mean it that way.
It doesn't matter. I was looking for Papa.
Well, I haven't seen him.
You know where he is?
No, not the faintest idea.
That's not true. You know perfectly well. He's on the upper deck with Madame Amora.
Oh, is he?
And you know it and I know it, but Mama doesn't. If she did...
Yes, I can imagine.
No, you can't. Not possibly. There's one thing I want to say to you, Mr. Ogle. You won't believe it because you come from New York. Papa is good.
Oh, is he?
Yes. I knew you'd say just that in just that way. Oh, is he? Oh, you make me so angry. And then I get angry all over again because I can let you make me angry.
Well, I don't understand. I'm sorry, really.
Listen, Mr. Ogle. Tomorrow morning we'll all be getting off the boat at Algiers. I'll probably never see you again. I said there was one thing I wanted to tell you, but there's more. I've sat at the table with you every day for 8 days. It hasn't been pleasant for me, not any pleasanter than it has been for you. And I know how unpleasant it's been for you.
Well, really, Miss Tinker...
Don't interrupt. I know what you think of Papa, what you think of me because I'm his daughter. You think he's just a common, ordinary, provincial Westerner that happens to have some money. Well, he isn't. You think you're oh so vastly superior. Well, you're not. And if you only knew what he thinks about you, of course that wouldn't matter to you, not one bit. He hasn't understood your unpleasantness. He just thinks you don't know any better.
And you think I do?
Of course you do.
Thank you. If I see your father, I'll tell him you're looking for him.
Well, Mama, you have no luck yet?
Not yet, my son.
There is not much time. Why do you not speak to this Monsieur Tinkler? See if we can bother.
I have too much pride. Besides, I know him so little.
Then I am what they say, all washed up.
Later, he journeyed to the edge of the desert, to Binda. He told me so just before.
You mean perhaps we go to Binda also?
It is not impossible. Life, it is just an adventure. Is it not so?
Eh bien.
Perhaps at Binda, I feel much different. I do not know. Only one thing I know. Somehow you must have everything. Oh, baby. You wish to be an impresario, a great manager of the opera. Is it not so? It is the one thing you wish.
Okay, a great impresario.
It will take much money.
And how?
It shall come. If I can but see you started for success and happiness, there is nothing I will not do.
Mama.
Madame Amoro.
Mr. Oakley, come and sit down.
Thank you.
I think perhaps you should finish your packing.
Oui, Mama. I will be finished in 2 shakes.
Well, my friend?
Orally, I'm angry with you.
Oh, but why?
I've been waiting an hour. Where have you been?
On the deck. Oh, it was lovely there.
With that creature Tinker, I suppose.
Yes, he was there, too. He is the most extraordinary man.
Oh, I'm not interested.
Sometimes I almost think you do not like him.
Like him? Orally, you know he infuriates me, just being what he is. Besides, I hate him because you seem to like him.
Ah, jealousy?
Well, call it that if you like.
Perhaps, my dear, that is what I wish.
Orally.
Listen to me. We are almost at Algiers. You promised me that you will take that trip by automobile to the mountains to Binda.
Yes.
Once, years ago, I took it. Oh, I wish I could do it again.
Well, why don't you?
Africa. It is a place of magic, a place of strange enchantment. It changes people. For that, I could wish not to go back to Paris, but to stay. Just to see Africa bewitch you.
Well, I'm bewitched already. Orally, come with me to Bindar. I can take a motor and we can drive through the wilderness, over the mountains, lost, away from the world, together.
It would not do. You see, I am very conventional.
But with your son.
He goes too?
Of course.
Perhaps. I wish very much to go to Binda.
Well, here I am again, Mrs. Numero. Good evening. Oh, you here, Oakley?
Yes, I was, but I'm leaving now. You won't forget, Mrs.
Oh, no. Of course not. Bonsoir, monsieur.
I don't think the young fella cares about me, huh? Well, our last night out, Mrs. Numero. All packed?
My son, Hyacinth, has just gone to finish.
Yeah, say, what did you say his name was?
Hyacinth.
Hyacinth. That's right. I can never remember which flower he is.
Monsieur Tinker, you are sure you are going to Binda?
Yes, sir. Mama's got her heart set on Bindar. Where are you going?
Well, I am still not certain.
Well, I guess this is the last we'll see of each other, huh?
Oui, perhaps. But I have a feeling, a very strange feeling, that we shall meet again, Monsieur Tinker.
No.
Oh, yes.
Oh.
Perhaps even at Binda.
That'll suit me.
You are sweet, Mr. Tinker.
Oh, go on,
Tinker?
Yeah. Hello there, honey. How you feeling? I thought you was down in the cabin.
I'm feeling much better. I thought a little walk on deck would be good for me.
Sure.
Perhaps you will excuse me now, eh?
Yeah, sure. Good night. Good night. Well, honey?
Earl Tinker, was that Frenchy woman patting your shoulder?
Who, me? My shoulder?
Yes, your shoulder.
No. You must be seeing things, Sonny.
Maybe.
Good gosh, Sonny. You, what's the matter with you? You know, I haven't done anything.
No? How do I know, Earl Tinker, what you've been doing while I've been seasick? I guess no married woman ought to take a sea trip with her husband unless she's a good sailor.
No, honey. You know, every day on this trip I've been so lonesome.
Oh, you've never been lonesome in your life.
Well, listen, Mama, will
Keep your hands off me, Earl Tinker. And listen to this. If you ever go chasing off after any other woman, Well, I'm just warning you, that's all.
No, say, I don't need any warnings.
I'm going back to the cabin. And I think you'd better come, too.
Yeah, I'll be right with you, honey. Gosh.
Monsieur Tinker?
Mm-hmm.
Here is the Daily Bulletin, monsieur. You did not ask for it this afternoon.
No. Thanks, George. You know, George...
Oui, monsieur?
Suppose there's a place that's just loaded with danger, and suppose a man's wife is just set on his going there. What can he do?
Do? He must do nothing. He must go like a man or be a coward.
Yeah? Well, I'm pretty much of a coward, but Mama insists on going to Bindar.
In just a moment, we'll go on with the Plutocrat, the Lux Radio Theatre production with Wallace Beery and an all-star cast. Just now, we're going over to the Paramount Studios. Two girls have met on the lot. Let's listen to what they say.
Hello, Judy. Going my way?
Say, what's the matter with you anyway?
Oh, thought I was going to make the grade with that taxi dancing scene in the New Orleans Cafe. But I didn't.
Probably I'll never get a job on this lot again. Or any other, I guess.
Oh, get hold of yourself, Judy. It'll come out all right.
No, it won't. Well, I was all set for this job, and they told me nothing doing. They said that even though my dancing was good, I showed up badly in the close-ups. And it's all because of my skin. Flo, why should I have all these little blemishes? You don't. Your skin is lovely.
Well, I do give my skin a little attention. For one thing, I use Lux soap regularly. You know, Judy, I bet you never really get all of the stale makeup out of your skin. No wonder you've got choked pores and little blemishes.
There are thousands of girls today like Flo. They use rouge and powder as much as they like, but they keep their skin soft and smooth with Lux Toilet Soap's active lather. There are some Judys, too, who miss out because cosmetic skin has made them unattractive. It's foolish to risk cosmetic skin when such a simple, inexpensive care as Lux Toilet Soap guards against it. Begin to use it right away, as 9 out of 10 screen stars do. And here's Mr. DeMille.
We continue our play, The Plutocrat, starring Wallace Beery with an all-star cast. Several days have passed, and our friends from the boat are now stopping at a tourist hotel in Bindar on the edge of the desert. Downstairs on the piazza, Lawrence Ogle, the New York playwright, is slumped in a chair, hands plunged deep in his pockets, his whole attitude suggesting despondency. From the courtyard comes Tinker. He greets the playwright effusively.
Well, look who's here. Little old New York himself.
How are you, Mr. Tinker?
When did you arrive?
This afternoon.
That's so. I've been out on a little trip across the desert all day. Well, how you standing it?
Standing what?
Why, this place here, you know, the heat, flies, bottled water, and all that. Everybody jabbering around in foreign languages. Say, have you had any fleas yet?
No.
Well, that's good. Neither have I, but Mommy. Well, we won't go into that, you know.
Thanks.
You know, what they need here is a good, live, snappy board of health. Now, you take all these smells around here, for instance. I didn't realize what could be done in the line of smells. But over in that town of Sibioki, where I was today, I ran across one smell that had anything that I ever smelled stung to death. Sibioki. That a funny name for a town?
Is it any funnier than Omaha?
Well, at last you said something. Up to now, it's been like talking to you has been like coming out on a train east from Chicago.
I was listening to you, the sort of thing one gets on trains west of Chicago?
Sure, free and friendly.
Well, that's one reason a lot of us stay east.
Well, it would improve you to go west, you know.
No, thanks. I prefer civilization.
Now, what are you doing out here? That's what I'd like to know.
Well, suppose you ask Madame Memorial about that.
Madam? Oh, is she here?
You don't expect me to believe you didn't know she was coming.
Well, what in thunder are you talking about?
Papa?
Yes, Olivia?
Mama wants to see you, Papa.
Oh, yeah. Where's she?
Upstairs. She wants to know where you've been.
Well, I've been right here talking to Mr. Ogley. You know, remember Mr. Ogley, baby, there?
Yes, I remember him.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Mr. Tinker?
Mm-hmm.
A letter for you. It was left at the desk.
Oh, at the desk? Oh, I see. Thank you, Georgie.
No trouble at all.
Left at the desk? That's funny.
Yeah, ain't it? Must be a bill.
And a lavender envelope?
Well...
and perfume, too. A perfume bill?
Yeah, yeah. You can't tell anything about these foreigners. You know, they do funny things sometimes. I guess I better run on upstairs and see you more. So long, Mr. Ogley.
Of course, Mr. Ogle, that bill is really a note from your French lady.
She isn't my French lady.
I saw you arrive with all those bags. You didn't look very happy.
I wasn't.
You don't look happy even now.
I'm not. Goodbye.
Aren't you going to stop and have tea with me?
Tea with you?
Why not? Besides, I want to talk to you about yourself.
Oh, what again?
I was rotten to you on the boat, wasn't I? Tell me, was it you who suggested this trip to Bindar, or was it your French lady?
I tell you, she isn't my French lady.
Which?
She suggested it.
Then she is after Papa, isn't she?
Yes. She as much as told me so right after we arrived here.
And that's why you're looking so miserable. Of course, she's nearly old enough to be your mother.
No, don't rub it in. It's all over with now. I just made a fool of myself. That isn't the worst. I'm a failure.
A failure, the great Mr. Ogle?
I had a play on in New York, the pastoral scene.
Yes, I know. I saw it.
Did you like it?
Not much.
You were right. It's a flop. I thought it'd be such a surefire hit that I took this trip on the strength of it. And here I am on the edge of the desert, flat, stony, broke.
Not really.
Isn't it a laugh? When you remember how cocky I was on the boat. I've sort of shrunk a bit, haven't I?
Think of you being humble. You don't know how becoming it is. Well, you'll just have to sit down and write another play, a better one.
I have written a better one. Producer has it now, but he'll never put it on, not after this washout.
Well, what are you going to do?
I haven't the remotest idea. I haven't even got a return ticket.
Of course, Papa'll advance you some money.
Oh, no.
You wouldn't take it?
Not from him.
Oh, you are a darling.
What?
You see, I've changed, too.
Well, I should think you had.
I hated you on the boat. Partly because you were so aloof and patronizing in New York. But down underneath, you're strong and gritty and chivalrous and impossibly masculine and stubborn, just like Papa.
What?
Olivia. Yes, Mama?
Your father. Where is he?
Where is he? Why, he said he was going upstairs to see you. Didn't he see you?
He did not. He sent me a note. A note. Listen. Dear Mama. He always calls me Mama when he's up to something.
Go on.
There's some folks I got acquainted with wants me to go out and eat some of this famous Arab cuckoo. Now, what in heaven's name are cuckoos?
Maybe he'll explain.
Oh, he'll explain all right. He'll explain plenty. Listen to this. You and Baby go right ahead and have your dinner. I'll be back early. At least, pretty early. Lovingly, Earl. Did you hear that? Lovingly.
But, Mama, there's nothing wrong in that.
Oh, yes, there is. No man ever sends love to his wife unless he's making love to another woman.
Mama.
Well, I'll find out who it is. I'll find out. And when I do...
Ah, Monsieur Ogle.
Oh, good Lord.
Who is this?
Bonjour, madame. Mademoiselle. How is tricks, eh?
How do you do?
I've seen that young man someplace.
Oh, but yes, madame. On the boat, perhaps, I was traveling with my mama.
Mama, let's go upstairs.
Just a mother stopping here now.
Ah, you said it, madame. But where she is, I do not know. She says she's going to eat this famous Arab food.
Oh, indeed.
Mama, please.
And was that famous food called by any chance cuckoos?
Cuckoos? Cuckoos? What is cuckoos?
That's what I'd like to know. So he's with her, is he?
Mama, don't.
Oh, let me alone. He was with her all the way over on the boat, patting his shoulder. I saw her, and he's with her now. Just wait until he comes home. I'll cuckoo him. Just wait.
Come on into the card room, Mrs. Mumro.
Ah, there is no one here.
No, not at 2 o'clock in the morning. 2 o'clock. Gee, this is a terrible time to be coming home. My wife will be worried sick.
It is late. If that guide had not lost his way.
Yeah, a swell guide he was.
Ah, but it was beautiful. Moonlight on the desert.
Sure, moonlight's great anywhere. You ought to see it out in Omaha.
You never forget, do you?
I should say not. As a matter of fact, I'm getting kind of homesick for the old place right now. You know, I ought to be getting started back there pretty soon.
You will go, and I will stay. But tonight we are here together.
Yes, ma'am. I'm not so sure it's a safe place to be, though.
You turn on the lights? Must we have lights?
Well, I guess it's more according to Hoyle. Besides, I got to shoot upstairs in a minute.
Oh, no, not yet. See, I sit down just to make you sit down.
Well, I'll stay just a couple of minutes, that's all.
Have you never wondered about me? Who I am, where I come from?
Well, maybe I have, in a way, but I wouldn't have thought about asking you.
I want you to know. Listen, 20 years ago, I am at Budapest. I am dancing. It is a masquerade.
I bet you was a stunner then.
One man there thinks so. I meet him at 9 o'clock. I dance with him, with no one else, until 1. Then we run away together.
Now, that's what I call snappy work.
All night we drive. At daybreak we are married. Too late I find out that he is the crown prince of... Oh, no. It is better that I do not name the country. It is so long ago. He is the father of my son.
Honeysuckle?
I think.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, darn it. I'm always getting those flowers mixed up. Right, but say, then that kid's a king.
But no. My husband, he cannot go back to his own country. He calls himself Momoro. He lives in Paris. He was a colonel in the war. He died for France. Little by little, we lose everything. I must help my son. So we try America. But no, there is no place for us there. So we start back home. But first to Algiers, where we have friends. Then on the boat coming back, I meet you, and... Oh, no, I cannot go on. I cannot say the rest.
Oh, say, don't cry, Mrs. Mumsrow.
You are so big, so kind. If I can but rest here for just a moment against your shoulder.
Well, I'm not so sure my wife would like that. She wouldn't like that, Mrs. Mummerow, but...
In a moment I go. Have no fear. No people ever come to this room after so late an hour.
I know, but Mama ain't people, Mrs. Mummerow. No, now, come on. I'm getting kind of nervous about my family.
But it is my son. Now, do not say heliotrope or honeysuckle.
Now, don't tell me. Hollyhocks.
I think.
I got it wrong.
He has ambitions, monsieur. He wished to be an impresario.
A what?
An impresario.
You don't say so.
It costs 400,000 francs to buy him a partnership.
400,000 francs? How much is that in real money?
Oh, you do not wish to give it me? Oh, I am so ashamed to ask.
No. I didn't say I wouldn't.
Monsieur Tinker, you like me,
Huh?
yes?
Oh, sure.
Very, very much?
Well, now, you know, I'm a married man, Mrs. Mumsrow. I got the finest little wife in the world.
Oh, but you do like me.
Well, I doggone, I think I better go on upstairs.
Earl?
Yeah.
Is that you?
Yeah, gosh, it's Mama. Mrs. Mumsrow, you step out on the balcony, will you? Go on, get out like a good girl.
Very well, but I will see you tomorrow, no?
No. Yeah, I mean, yes. Go on.
Good night, monsieur. Good night, monsieur.
And I'm back in Omaha.
Earl Tinker.
Uh-huh.
Where have you been?
Oh, hello, honey. Gee, did you get my note?
I certainly did.
Well, everything's all right then. That's fine.
What's fine about it?
Well, you see, some gentleman asked me out to fry some of the famous cuckoos, and well, I would have taken you along, but you haven't shown much appetite for these foreign dishes and all, and so I went. That's it. I went.
Uh-huh. And who were the gentlemen you ate cuckoos with? What were their names?
Their names? Why, honey, you wouldn't know them if I told you.
Name one of them.
One of them? Cinch. One is... well, Mr. Ogley was one of them. Yeah, I don't believe you know him, though.
Oh, yes, I do. And Mr. Ogle has been out with Olivia all evening, looking for you. That's where Mr. Ogle was.
Now, Mama, don't get excited. You know, come on over here and sit down,
Let
honey.
me alone. I know where you were, Earl Tinker, and I know who you were with. You ought to be ashamed.
But I ain't done nothing to be ashamed of, honey.
Coming home at 2 o'clock in the morning.
I can explain that, Mama. We had a guide, and after we ate the cuckoos, the guide showed us around, and he got lost.
Lost? What kind of a guide was he?
An Arab guide? Now, look, Mommy, I can explain...
Don't bother to explain, Earl Tinker. I don't want to hear any more of your lies.
Oh, Mama,
After 25 years. 25 years! This has to happen.
Nothing's happened, honey.
Well, it won't happen again. I'm going home. I'm leaving this place tomorrow.
All right. I'll get the tickets.
You needn't bother. I'll get them myself.
You don't mean you're going home alone?
No, I'm going with Olivia.
What about me?
I don't care what you do. Stay here if you like. I don't care.
Oh, now, that ain't no way to talk. You don't mean that, Mama.
Yes, I do. And I wouldn't care if I never saw you again. That's how much I mean it. Oh,
Mama, here. Wait a
Mommy.
second, Mama. Oh, gosh.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Since the advent of sound pictures just 10 years ago, Hollywood has become the world's largest colony of musicians. Victor Young is an outstanding member of this group. His career as a violinist ended abruptly when Victor tore up a $500 a week contract because it called for popular music. Then he changed his mind. Although symphonic music still dominates his private life, Victor has composed over 60 popular songs. The first one he wrote, Sweet Sue, was an immediate hit. A composer and conductor at Paramount Studios, he also directs the orchestra on the Shell Chateau Radio Hour Saturday nights. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Victor Young.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I've had many surprises since coming to Hollywood, but none as great as discovering how enthusiastic the picture stars are about good music. Joan Crawford, who is studying voice, is a steady patroness of concerts. Edward G. Robinson, who won his fame in gunman roles, is happiest when he's conducting an orchestra. And his daughter's an excellent singer. Take Wally Berry. He invites you to his home for dinner, and all you do is listen to his little daughter, Carol Ann, play the piano. Lisa Landy is a pianist and composer. So is Lionel Barrymore. Loretta Young seldom misses a concert, while Myrna Loy, Gloria Swanson, and Herbert Marshall are all great music lovers.
And most of our stars were present a few weeks ago at Leopold Stokowski's concert in the Hollywood Bowl, when Victor conducted the first rendition of his remarkable musical Pictures of the Desert, known as Arizona Sketches.
I've got a confession to make about that composition. I've never been near Arizona.
Now, Beasley never been to Spain when he wrote Carmen. Do you rely solely on imagination, Victor, when composing?
Well, I get a lot of inspiration playing poker.
Oh, collecting other people's notes, huh?
No, I always lose. But the other day I was told to write a song for Carol Lombard's next picture, so I played poker. As I was driving home at 4:30 in the morning, I ran into a tune, stopped the car, and wrote it on the back of an envelope. I once wrote a song on the back of a Lux soap wrapper. If the tune was as good as the soap, I would have had a real hit. Frankly, Mr. DeMille, the hardest thing about being a musical conductor is to be invited to talk on a radio program. I'd much rather play.
Then why not play the song you wrote for Mary Ellis' latest picture, Fatal Lady? Je vous adore.
I'd be glad to.
Back to our play, The Plutocrat, with Wallace Beery and an all-star cast featuring Clara Kimball Young, Marjorie Rambeau, Cecilia Parker, and Eric Linden. It's early the next morning. In the sunny dining room, Olivia sits at a small table, waiting for her breakfast. Lawrence Ogle, attired in a waiter's apron, comes to her side and addresses her in respectful tones.
Good morning, miss. Would you care for your breakfast now?
Yes, I'd like some. Lawrence Ogle,
Yes, miss.
what are you doing in that apron?
Well, I'm the waiter, miss.
The waiter? Why?
Well, I had to do something. I haven't any money, you know, so I asked the manager for a job and got it.
Well, I never.
$9 a week and keeps. I've got it all figured out. If I hold this job and bank all my tips, I ought to have enough money saved up to get out of here by Christmas. Well, Easter at the latest.
Lawrence Ogle, you're a fool.
Yes, miss. Will you have some grapefruit?
Listen to me.
The melon's particularly nice this morning, miss.
If you say miss to me again, I'll scream.
Yes, miss.
Listen, Lawrence Ogle. You go right out to the office this minute and resign. I'll see that you get back home all right.
I'm sorry, miss, but I've got to see to that myself.
You refuse to accept any help?
Oh, not at all. If you could find it in your heart to leave an extra large tip, say 15 cents or maybe 20.
Oh, why are you so stubborn?
Well, I'll tell you why. Because I've been a failure. But worse than that, I've been a cheap, egotistical faker. I knew that last night, walking out across the desert with you by my side. You remember what I said?
You were moonstruck.
Well, the sun's shining now.
Then you're sunstruck.
Anyway, I made a decision last night. I determined that I had to work and to work hard to get back my self-respect because someday I'm going to marry the finest girl in the world.
Are you sure she'll have you?
Absolutely. When that girl marries, she's got to marry a man.
Her parents might object to her marrying a waiter in an Arab hotel.
Well, then I guess I'm out of luck.
You will be, Lawrence Ogle. If Papa comes down and finds you dressed up like that, he'll laugh you off the map.
Oh, he's down already.
What?
Sure.
Did he see you?
Well, yes and no. He looked at me when I spoke to him, but I doubt if he really saw me. I think he's in a daze or something.
Poor Papa. Where is he now?
Outside on the porch. He's been walking up and down out there all morning. Up and down, back and forth. There must be something on his mind.
Yes.
Oh, good morning, Miss Bummerow.
I have been looking for you.
Yeah?
Monsieur Tinker, I heard last night what you say to your wife.
Yeah. I guess the whole hotel heard it.
I am sorry, terribly sorry.
Oh, that's all right. It wasn't your fault, Mrs. Gummerow. My wife, well, she just don't understand, that's all. She won't give me a chance to explain anything.
She is going away?
Yeah, I guess so.
I am leaving, too.
You? When?
This morning, now. I could not stay after causing so much trouble for you.
Oh, listen.
No. It was my fault, everything. But I will try to make it right again, Mr. Tinker. I will go to your wife. I will say, take him back, Mrs. Tinker. He is the nicest man I have ever known.
No. No, you better not say that, Mrs. Bummerow, I tell you. No.
But why? It is the truth.
Maybe, but, Mama's kind of funny about them there things. No, I don't think you better say anything to her at all.
But she will leave. She will get a divorce, no?
Yeah, she kind of hinted at that.
And what will you do then?
Well, I haven't thought about that. Ain't very nice, though. When I started out on this vacation, I all hopped up about seeing the world and having a good time, and now, well, look what's happened. Whole business gone to smash. I wish I'd never left Omaha.
Monsieur Tinker, why don't you come with me? I will make you happy.
Go with you.
Oui, my son and I are leaving now. Come with us.
Oh, no, I couldn't do that. Why, what would I be doing traipsing around with you and hollyhawks?
Mama, you are ready, yes? The car is waiting.
In one moment, Hyacinth. Monsieur Tinker.
Oh, say before I forget it, I got something for you here.
But what is this? A check? And for so much money?
Well, you said you needed 400,000 francs to make that son of yours, what was you were going to make him?
Oh, grand impresario.
Impresario, yeah, that's right. So I made out a little check.
Mama.
No. We cannot take it.
Oh, sure you can.
No, please.
Oh, come on, give me your purse and I'll put it in there. Come on, hand it over, Mrs. Mummerow. There. Now, what do you think of that?
Oh, what do I think? I think you are the biggest, the most generous.
The most magnificent.
Never mind that. You run along with your ma, you'll be late.
Hyacinth and I, we go alone?
Well,
Oh, think what it means. If you stay, it is a life of emptiness.
I'll tell you what I'll do. You wait down there in the car just 10 minutes, and if I don't turn up, why, you go on and scoot along by yourself.
Very well. I will wait for you. But if we do not meet again, goodbye, mon ami. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs. Bumsrow. We'll know in 10 minutes whether it's final or not.
Adieu, Mr. Tinker.
Goodbye, Heliotrope.
Oh, thank you for your kindness. You are the cat's Bauer. Olivia. Oh, here you are.
What's all the excitement? And where is your waiter's apron?
It's off. Gone. For good.
Oh, thank heaven. I suppose you were fired.
I was not. I quit. Listen, I just got a telegram from that New York producer. Remember that second play I told you about?
Yes.
Well, listen. We put your other play in rehearsal before Pastoral Scene closed. Didn't want to tell you about it because we weren't sure we'd open. We did. Last night. It's a knockout. Biggest thing in years.
Oh, Lawrence.
Sending a check for $5,000 in advance of royalties.
Oh, it's marvelous.
Olivia, will you marry me?
What?
Marry me. You know, wedlock, matrimony. I'm crazy about you, Olivia. Honest, I am.
Oh, Lawrence. Say it again.
I'm crazy.
Olivia. Oh, Mama, come here. I've got news for you.
Oh, where's your father? Where is he?
I don't know. Mama, listen. I'm going to be married.
Oh, don't bother me with things like that now. Your father's gone.
What?
Oh, he's gone. Left with that Frenchy woman.
Mama.
Sure, Mrs. Tinker?
Of course, I'm sure. She left a half an hour ago. The clerk told me. I've looked all over for Earl, and he isn't here. Oh, it's all my fault. I told him I never wanted to see him again. And he believed me.
Mama, when did you tell him that?
Last night. I didn't mean it. I just wanted to frighten him. And now,
Don't cry, Mama. Please don't cry. It'll be all right.
I'll never see him again.
Oh, there, Mrs. Tinker.
And she won't treat him right. I know she won't. She'll let him go out in the rain without his rubbers. He always forgets his rubbers. And who's going to make him change to his heavy socks when the snow's on the ground? He'd never think of that himself.
Oh, Mama, please.
Oh, why did I ever say such things to him?
Hello,
why?
folks. Hello, folks.
Earl, darling.
Say, what what is this?
Oh, Earl, you've come back. You've come
Sure,
back.
I've come back. You seem kind of glad to see me, too.
Oh, I am. Where were you?
Oh. Well, no place in particular. I walked down the road a ways. There's a jewelry store down there, an Arab place. I thought, well, maybe you'd like a piece of that Arabian jewelry, so I brought you some. Here, honey.
Oh, Earl, thank you, darling.
Then everything's all right again? I mean, you ain't sore at me or nothing like that.
Of course not.
Well, that's fine. That's fine.
Papa, I'm going to be married.
What? Married?
Yes, Mr. Tinker, she's going to marry me.
Why?
Well, because she loves me. I love her.
Well, I guess it's all right with me. Olivia always has her own way anyway. Shake.
Thank you, Mr. Tinker.
Well, everything looks rosy for a while, don't it, Mama?
Yes, Earl.
Well, I guess it ain't been such a bad vacation after all. Of course, you got seasick. Olivia got a husband. That kind of makes up for it. And oh, yes, I made a honeysuckle an impresario. Say, Oakley, you're a pretty smart fella, ain't you?
Well, maybe.
Well, tell me something, will you? What in the blazes is an impresario?
He leaves the Plutocrat on the eve of his return to Omaha, but will call Wallace Beery and Cecilia Parker back to the microphone shortly. Today, the world's most popular screen personality is celebrating the 8th anniversary of his debut in films. He has awards from 9 different nations. President Roosevelt, Queen Mary, and Benito Mussolini are among his most ardent admirers. In Alaska, he's warmly received by the Eskimos, while in Ethiopia, even the war failed to stop the showing of his pictures. In France, where he won membership in the Legion of Honor, he's known as Michel Souris. The Japanese call him Mikikuchi. The Spanish, Miguel Ratoncito. His name, as you may have surmised, is Mickey Mouse. To Mickey, the world owes an immense debt of gratitude. But a still greater debt is due the man standing beside me now. Ladies and gentlemen, the creator of Mickey Mouse and the Silly Symphony cartoons, Mr. Walt Disney.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. My knees are knocking together so hard they sound like a riveting machine. Maybe I'd better sit down.
Come on, Walt. Stand up to the microphone. Are you a man or a mouse?
Well, after associating with mice for so many years, I sometimes wonder myself. You see, as a matter of fact, Mickey and I have been pals long before he became an actor. His real name is Mortimer. But no regular fellow likes a name like Mortimer, so he changed his name to Mickey.
But it was not until Walt Disney made the first cartoon in sound, ladies and gentlemen, that Mickey attained star proportions. That film was called Steamboat Willie, and it was the late Roxy who had the courage to release it. I suppose, Walt, that the motion picture industry thought you were crazy to put sound in an animated cartoon.
Yes, completely nuts.
You know what they're saying about you today, now that you're making the first feature-length animated picture, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs.
I can imagine. What have you heard?
Well, perhaps you better imagine that, too. Anyway, how do you feel about it?
Well, Mr. DeMille, any picture's a gamble. But we're betting $750,000 that Snow White will be good entertainment.
My bet's on you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I think we should cross-examine the young fellow on whom Walt bet his money 8 years ago. Mickey Mouse, take the stand.
Yes, Mr. DeMille.
Mickey, how does it feel to have the whole world celebrating your birthday?
Yes, Mr. DeMille. I mean, swell.
Who's the better actor, Mickey? You or Donald Duck?
Oh, gosh. I don't know.
Mickey's an actor, Mr. DeMille. Donald's just a clown.
Mickey, is it true that you're jealous of Donald Duck's meteoric rise to fame?
Oh, absolutely not, Mr. DeMille. Donald was starving to death singing in radio when Mickey found him.
I remember on the airwaves he was like a duck out of water.
Yeah, just a wisecracker.
Donald, get off Mr. DeMille's neck. Let go. There now. That's more like it. Remember, you're a star now.
Yeah, and he's got a valet who washes his face with Lux soap.
Donald Duck, you've denied being the worst singer in the annals of radio. All right, prove it. Sing. And it better be good. Donald, I apologize. You're wonderful. Thank you, Walt. Good night, Mickey.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
In As You Like It, Shakespeare says that each man in his time plays many parts. But surely few have played so many parts so well as Wallace Beery. Wally, I think, has been everything except a leading lady. But here he is now, leading a lady to our microphone. Wallace Beery and Cecilia Parker.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. You gave my history wrong. I was a leading lady once. My first part in pictures was as a beautiful Swedish housemaid.
Were you as beautiful then, Wally, as you are now?
Well, Cecilia Parker here takes care of the good looks department. Maybe I should say the good looks department.
Well, of course you should say the Lux department. Although I guess it isn't really news that I use Lux soap. Practically every star in Hollywood does. But honestly, Mr. DeMille, you shouldn't say Wally isn't good looking. I think he's beautiful.
Thanks, Celia. Well, I guess I'm the only one in Hollywood who wasn't even considered for the part of Romeo.
But you got just as great a part in your new picture, Old Hutch.
Well...
The only difference is that instead of making you a great lover, they made you a great loafer.
Well, you know, I always carry my critic along with me, my daughter, Carol Ann. You know, maybe you'd like to hear from here. Come here, Carol. Carol, this is Miss Parker and Mr. DeMille.
How do you do, Mr. DeMille?
You know, Mr. DeMille has directed some of the greatest pictures ever made. You know, for instance, did you ever hear of Cleopatra?
Daddy, I can't say that word. Was that you, Mr. DeMille?
I'm afraid not, Carol. It's the first time I've been mistaken for the Siren of the Nile.
You see, Carol, Mr. DeMille produces this program for Lux Toilet Soap.
Oh, I know about Lux toilet soap. I wash my daughter's face with it. She won't let me use anything else.
Well,
true Hollywood doll.
Well, the next time that you wash your face, don't dump those suds on the lady's parrot next door, will you, please? Now, listen. Now, we forgot to ask you, how you were sitting out there, how did you like the show?
The show was all right, but why didn't you do something?
I can always tell when you're tired and sleepy and time to go home. Well, Mr. DeMille, I think we better say good night.
Good night, Raleigh.
Good night, Mr. DeMille. Good night, Miss Parker.
Good night, Carol.
Just a minute, Carol Ann. There's something more important than going to bed. How would you like to meet Mickey Mouse?
Oh, I would love to meet Mickey
Well,
Mouse.
here he is.
Hello, Carol Ann.
Happy birthday, Mickey.
Thanks. Same to you, Carol Ann.
What's that noise, Mickey?
Oh, that's Donald Duck. Would you like to meet him?
Oh, I don't care.
Donald, meet Carol Ann. I guess you've heard all about Donald. He's an actor. Do you want to hear him recite Little Boy Blue?
Oh, I don't care.
Come blow your horn.
Here, Donald. Don't make so much noise. Control yourself. Come on away here.
Good night.
Thank you, Donald and Mickey. And you too, Wallace Beery, Carol Ann, and Cecilia Parker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. In a moment, Mr. DeMille brings word of next week's program. Tonight's star, Wallace Beery, appeared through courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Mr. Young and Mr. DeMille, Paramount, and Louis Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he wrote the musical arrangements for Shirley Temple's latest picture, Dimples. And now, Mr. DeMille.
This coming week, the biggest event in baseball commences, the World Series. In observance of this, we bring you next Monday a story that will delight baseball enthusiasts and will equally delight those who think a baseball pitcher is something the water boy carries around. Next week, we give you a splendid comedy with one of the world's greatest comedians when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Elmer the Great, starring Joe E. Brown with June Travis. Our sponsor sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us next Monday night when Joe E. Brown steps up to the plate in the Lux Radio Theatre presentation of Elma the Great by Ring Lardner and George M. Cohen. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.